Something wonderful may happen to you.
It might.
Are you ready?
All right, I started the recording.
Oh, I wasn't aware that
I started it because
a recording.
I hit new game and I thought it was gonna it just really just threw me in there.
What did you think it was gonna do?
I thought it would bring up a menu where you select your thing,
Oh, okay.
not just jump right into it. Anyways,
Can I?
Is this whole game fully voice acted?
it is.
Wow, that's pretty impressive.
I mean,
honestly.
Tales of Symphonia was.
Yeah, mostly. So Victor, what are we doing here?
Anyways, welcome to Vic and Hope. The day is it's the day after Christmas. Just to date us, just in case I end up, putting this out in 4 months or some shit,
Which you will.
Mayhaps.
Lala's here too. She's sharing a chair with me right now.
But,
in a very uncomfortable way.
Hope, in classic greatest wife of all time fashion, in number one, guys, get you a girl. Get you a girl who buys you a goddamn physical copy of Baten Kaitos, Eternal Wings of the Lost Ocean for fucking Christmas. Wow, magical. Fucking get you a girl. Get you a girl who be buying you Baten Kaitos, Eternal Wings of the Lost Ocean for Christmas. An overpriced GameCube game. They used to have
GameCube games are overpriced.
one of the classic games that I did not sell. It was taken from me.
Yeah,
Well,
every
I
time we
gave
go to Video Game
away
Heaven,
unceremoniously.
I had to hear Victor lament about every GameCube game that was stolen from him in middle school,
It was high school,
high
but yeah.
school, whatever.
Yep, you guys know the story, the great story of my old friend who I lent probably 13 GameCube games to because he came over to my house and he was a really annoying friend that I didn't really want to hang out with. And so I lent him a bunch of games because he was one of those guys who always complains about how poor he is all the fucking time,
Yeah.
And so he comes over and it's I know why you want to be at my house. It's because I have stuff, You don't have anything to do. You don't have any stuff at home. You come over to my house and all you talk about is all the stuff I have,
Yes.
So it's okay, you're envying my game collection. Here,
Sin
borrow
of
some of the
envy.
games, Just play all these games because you just want to come over to my house and play the games anyways, Just take them to your house and play the games. I know how it is, when fucking people are coming over admiring your shit. They just want to play with your shit.
What's your fault for being rich?
Yeah, it's my fault for being rich.
Yeah. You can't expect to have real friends when you have money.
Exactly.
Just like Seto Kaiba.
You get fake friends that are just after your video
They
games.
just want your copy of Baten Kaitos.
And so I was here, borrow all these great GameCube games that you want to play, And then he didn't play any of them.
See,
and then
that
he
was
never
your first
came back.
mistake. You should have done the library system, which is one game at a
Yeah,
time, and
I
you don't
should've.
get the next game until you've given me back.
That's
the
what
other
I should have done, But mistakes were made. Great mistakes were made.
Truly.
And it's I hadn't played these games in a couple years at that point. It was oh yeah, borrow all the most amazing GameCube games ever, and now they're all worth hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars.
No good deed goes unpunished, truly.
Yeah. But anyways,
Suffer for your kindness.
Baten Kaitos is definitely one of the more deep-cut GameCube games that it feels like no one has fucking played except for me back in the day. And I liked it because it's cool. It's a card battle game, and Hope bought it for me for Christmas, and so we
It's a
thought,
card battle game?
yes, it's a card.
I would not have intuited
Well,
that
it
from
is-
the cutscenes.
It
that I've
is
seen.
a JRPG, in the vein of Final Fantasy X, but
Yeah,
the
that I
battle
was-
system is a
yeah.
card battle system, kind of like a.
like that Kingdom Hearts Game Boy game?
Not like Kingdom Hearts Game Boy game. It's more like what's that game? That indie game that I was playing, Slay the Spire. It's more like Slay the Spire. Anyway, you'll see very quickly.
What's your gender?
Our gender, we're female, bro. The fuck?
What-
Oh yeah, we're like
what's
some
the
kind of
name you're
spirit
going
that
with?
talks
yeah,
to him.
you're like a ghost.
We're
You're
like Navi. Yeah. We could be the Navi.
Yeah, you're the Navi.
Let's see. There's only so many names to choose from in this world. Obviously,
Poop.
we're Mucus.
Oh, Mucus, yes. Of course.
Extended?
Extended?
Or right?
Oh, I see. I was
more
like, what
letters.
do they
So
mean
you
by
can-
extended?
So you can put in your umlauts and whatnot. Okay, wait.
Mucus.
We do need the extended
Oh, we
alphabet
do?
here, yes.
What do you... Are you putting like an umlau over the other U?
Yes.
Okay.
Bucus? I don't know. What does that sound
Sounds like a Lord of the Rings name.
Bucus.
That's the name of an orc in Lord of the
Yes.
Rings. This is the
Bucus.
head orc Bucus.
So that's your
So
name.
that's your name.
I guess
I remember the voice acting not being very good in this game.
It
though.
didn't seem very good.
Mm.
It was pretty hilarious
And
in that opening cutscene.
I believe with the opening cutscene, so like I wish we had shown it now, but I skipped past it. But
I guess it's more like a trailer.
yeah, there's a giant opening cutscene. It like everything that happens in that happens in the game, but I don't think there's any CGI cutscenes in the game.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah,
Huh.
that was all just like extrapolated. And you know the cutscenes of the game are all like this,
That's
like classic
Very interesting.
JRPG of the time cutscenes.
I like how this game appears to be starting the same way as Tales of Symphonia, with your village getting set on fire.
Something like that. All kinds of shit going down. I remember the story of this game being cool though.
Wow.
I don't
I'll
remember
be the
what
judge of
happens
that.
because it's been, you know, fucking 15, 20 years.
I was gonna say, and you
Probably,
played it when you were
Yeah,
a baby.
16 years ago or so.
So like your guidelines for a cool plot were probably much different.
And I'm sure I skipped a lot of dialogue.
Yeah, probably. I don't know how you knew what the plot of anything was back then when you didn't read.
Well, I tried, you know. Like with Tales of Symphonia, like I read most of Tales of Symphonia, but when there's... Okay, Tales of Symphonia has shitloads of erroneous bullshit dialogue. Like every Tales game where you have the open world and you have to sit there and there's all the optional dialogue scenes where it's like, I didn't read any of that shit because it's fucking innocuous as fuck.
Extraneous?
Extraneous. Same difference.
Okay.
You know what I mean.
Because you sounded like you're trying to say erroneous,
Erroneous.
which
Extraneous.
is not extraneous.
Whatever.
You sound like the
Innocuous.
billionaire in
Something
Glass Onion.
of cuous. of the
Of the
cuous
cuous
nature.
variety.
Yes.
Let's see.
Excessive.
This guy is definitely
Probably
like a
excessive.
proto. Oh my god, what is that face?
It's
Are you
pretty
okay?
jank art.
Holy shit, is he alright?
I see you.
You have awake?
Not quite like the
How
Final
do you
Fantasy
feel?
tactics level of like beautifully
It's not
hand-drawn
Amino art,
portraits.
that's for sure.
Yeah. So I figured it was going to be pretty difficult to play this game on Vic and Hope because it's going to be, you know, full of RPG dialogue, but it's just such a weird game to show that I kind of just,
I mean,
you
I
know,
feel
whatever.
like that,
We'll play
that
it for an
face
episode.
again. Rock cats? He was attacked by rock cats.
Rock cats, bro.
So are these like cats made of rocks or cats who like are in a rock band?
I don't know. How stupid of me to be
How
assaulted by rock
stupid
cats.
of
They
me.
were only rock cats.
Rock cats are herbivores.
Wow,
You
so
realize
he's
cats
really
are
stupid.
obligate carnivores, right?
Not these cats.
Oh,
How-
not the
different-
rock
it's a
cats.
fantasy world. The rock cats are herbivores. They eat rocks.
Yes, of course, the peaceful rock cat race.
They're rockivores.
Rockivores.
Animals in that forest.
I mean, is eating a rock technically considered herbivore behavior? Rocks aren't
but they're much more
plants.
aggressive than they used
Yeah, I
to
don't know what that would be
Better
considered.
stay away
I'm not sure
from
what
those.
you're considered to be eating at
A
that
mineral vor.
point. Mineralvore.
A
yeah.
vorvore.
By the way, what do you call
A
yourself? I
geovore?
don't recall seeing you around these
Oh, do I get to name him? No, he
My
isn't.
name's
No,
Callous.
his name, his name.
He's so
started
callous.
This is my first time here.
They didn't want to fuck up the voice acting, you know.
out. Yeah, of course. Too much work.
Callous.
Callus or callus?
Welcome to Sebel
I don't know.
Village, boy.
I guess everyone's gonna say it different because it's a fucking dumb.
Of course.
No one can decide what each other's names are because they record them in different studios.
Yeah.
If you feel up to it, you're welcome to take a look around the village.
I do feel up
Only
for
a
it.
small farming community on the frontier. So, I'm afraid there isn't that much to
Okay.
see.
Well, that sounds fun.
I love that recorded in a tin can RPG dialogue.
I left your winglet,
Winglet?
over there. By the way, quite an unusual design for a winglet, I must say.
Put your winglet on quickly.
Oh yeah,
Fucking
because he's got the
winglet.
one metal wig.
It was handcrafted by my
My
grandfather.
papa.
Ooh,
He was an excellent engineer.
nice.
Okay.
Learn to code.
Right.
Ah, I see.
I'll open the door. I have
And
the
how is
code.
he doing?
Why is this stranger asking about my grandpa?
Because yeah, he had the wing. He was asking about the wing.
But he's just
And
like,
he's like,
how's
"Oh,
your
my grandpa
grandpa
made it."
doing? Like, he knows who he is.
He's just being, you know, he's being a
like,
nice
"You don't know
gentleman.
me. You don't know my
He's in
grandpa.
the South,
What the
and people are
fuck?"
very curious.
Actually, I'm not the one you should be thanking.
You're not going out that window, brother.
Lying in the woods and
Me, my.
see.
Meemaw.
Meemaw.
The Meemaw carried him here.
Of course.
Mm.
All right, let's get a move on, gang. That's enough talking.
I hope you guys enjoyed this very, very laid back Vic and Hope, where we will be engaging
this
with
guy's
RPG
walk.
dialogue.
Oh
It's
my
quite
God.
the little saunter he's got going there.
Well, you can tell by the way I use my walk.
Yeah.
and now he's got a
looks-
little
He's
cape.
got his cape and stuff.
Well,
It's cool.
That should do it. Let's get going.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get going. I agree.
Let's get the fuck out of here.
This place blows.
Yeah, there we
Let's
go.
go.
Does kind of look like I'm wearing slippers.
Yeah. He's wearing like those Dutch clogs.
Nice. He's got
I
his
don't know what
little,
they're called,
little jumpy
but-
run. You got the other window now? Let me open the window.
Oh, Lala wants a window opened. Hang on. She's meowing.
Oh my goodness.
She woke us up at 7 a.m. this morning screaming at a ghost in the kitchen.
Too cold.
You can't go out that window, bud.
She can't even get over to the
Yeah,
windowsill.
it's like you can't even get over there. I
Alright,
don't know what you
what's
think you're
going
gonna
on?
be
Who's this
doing.
lady?
Why is she doing like a Ronald McDonald Wendy's cosplay?
It's very Fantasy Star Online.
What should we ask her about, Pucus?
Uh.
Why are you asking me?
Oh god, tutorial lady.
Oh no.
I don't want to know about any of that shit.
Don't tell me about
And
anything.
she just turns
Fuck
away.
off.
Do.
Oh, medical tools and confusing charts. Ooh, sounds fun. An anatomical drawing. You feel a bit queasy.
Oh, no.
Okay, so you're a little bitch.
I love my little run. It's just very slowly jogging around,
He's certainly not in any haste.
getting nowhere fast.
This is a neat little place.
Turn the volume up. Do.
It's a farming
Yeah.
hamlet. I don't see any pigs.
Where am I? Oh shit. I think I walked. There we go. Okay, it was just introducing it.
Yeah.
Look at all
it's
these
just-
chickens.
Look at
Look at all those chickens. Throw
Except
some
I think they're like
seed.
geese. Or ducks?
Oh, the background of this game look fantastic.
Yeah, they do look really good.
It would look even better if we were playing on like a CRT, which we are not. But
course.
you know,
So everybody
it
has
looks
special
fine.
wings. Okay. You must be the unconscious Blitz guy. You trying to pick a fight, bro? I'll kick your ass and then pass out.
Should I make
Okay,
you
you're
read the
gonna show us
dialogue for
about-
people that aren't
He's
looking
gonna-
at the video?
He's gonna show us about save points. The
Yeah,
blue
that's a
flower
save
is a
point.
save point.
Yeah.
I get it. Yes. Flowers, you save. You can
See,
save
this
there.
is where you're playing an RPG and you're like, I don't need to know this information.
That's
Sure, I'll
fair.
check it out later.
Yeah, sounds great. They're also red flowers. The red ones let you save progress of your journey.
Maybe they don't heal you. This one probably heals you.
Oh yeah. Stand in that flower.
Visit the church.
Take me to church.
Let's visit the church.
What do we do at church?
You worship
Oh
Satan.
my
What do you
god,
do?
it teleports you.
Cool, yeah.
Wow, this church.
It is dark.
Church. This church does look dope though.
The dark
What
church.
to do? You should probably like give all your money to God. That would be what I imagine the church would say to do.
Hello. Priest.
Another adventurer. What do you fucking want?
I like the Baten Kaitos logo in the text box there.
Oh my god.
I didn't quite realize.
Yeah, that's
It's like the starting screen.
It is the starting
texture
screen
of the
behind
loading. Wow.
the fucking game.
I don't know if that's
Interesting.
lazy or interesting.
I think it's lazy. But maybe there was only so much space on the game disc. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Ooh,
levels,
increasing class
class
levels.
levels.
Wow.
Oh boy. Yeah,
Oh my
so
God. Really jumped you into
hope you
explaining
guys
mechanics.
had a good Christmas. Did you get everything that you wanted? Did Santa eat your gingerbread house?
Did Santa fuck your mom?
Did Santa
That's
fuck
the
your
real
mom?
question here.
Do you have a new stepdad now?
Santa's out there trying to fuck your mom.
Everyone's mom is
you know
in
what?
danger.
Maybe he did fuck your mom. You'll never know.
I mean,
Look at that.
Would you want to
Oh
know?
my god, my save file from 2009.
59
60
hours.
Holy.
Holy
I did not remember this being a
shit.
60-hour long game.
Dude, did you name yourself Hadoshi on that file?
I don't know. I guess I did.
What a
What
dork!
the fuck is Hadoshi?
Oh
Is that
my god!
What is that from?
I don't know. You tell me. Who's
That's not
Hadoshi?
a very Victor name. That feels
It's
more like
not.
a Conrad created save file, and then maybe I just played it.
Could have been.
But damn, 60 hours.
2009.
And like, this is my memory card, you know, from 2009. So like, I know it's probably mine. But then 2009 is
Yeah.
a lot later
I
than when
feel
this
like
game came
maybe
out.
Trixie would have been playing,
Yeah, did
like
Trixie play this
revisiting
game? Huh.
Because you're right, Hadoshi doesn't sound like a name you'd make up.
Yeah, that's not a name I would make, and it's 2009.
Yeah.
But like,
You
no
haven't
one
played this
ever
game
had this
in longer
memory
than that,
card.
right? Maybe he just borrowed your GameCube and the card was in it. Excuse me.
Interesting, Hadoshi. But I've never. Huh.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the default.
Could it be like,
Could that have been the default name?
could it be Boyd maybe?
I don't know. I don't know who would have played Baten Kaitos on our GameCube for 60 hours.
It's a long time.
Maybe like, was it Kevin? When Kevin borrowed my games? But then like, he
But
didn't
why would
borrow
Kevin
my
have brought your
GameCube.
memory card back?
Yeah, he
and
wouldn't
not
have
the
had my
game?
memory card or my GameCube. So who
Hmm.
played it? Maybe it was Trixie. I didn't think she ever played Baten Kaitos.
Well, there was that time when she was
Huh.
like
Yeah, playing
really
much
playing
games.
a ton of video games, so she could have.
2009. So what? That probably would have been played. It probably would have been played on the Wii with the same memory card.
Oh,
'Cause
maybe.
the Wii would have been out. What was going on in 2009? I mean, we were still in high school.
Yeah.
Damn, I don't know.
Was she doing like some video game journalism back then?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
I guess maybe. I thought I was the only one who would have beaten this game. But I can't imagine I was playing it again in 2009. Unless I beat it later than I thought. Like, I could have bought it when I was younger and then beat it much later. Is Hadoshi a character name you recognize from anything?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I've never heard that name before. Lala is sitting in Victor's lap. It's very cute.
It is extremely cute. She just crawled right into my lap because I'm playing a game and she wants attention.
She's
so
very
adorable.
clingy since we came home from Iceland.
Yeah, she's she gets a little bit of a mental disruption every time we leave.
senility setting in more and
Yeah.
more every time that we leave for a while.
No, she wants
You're
things.
the one Mima saved,
And
right?
she's itchy because she's got the collar.
Well,
the flea
yeah.
collar makes her real itchy.
Yeah, but she needs it because
Yeah.
she needs it.
Glad to see you're up and walking.
Oh,
Okay.
I love the
Glad
fucking
to see you're up
recording.
and walking around.
The dialogue just sounds so deep fried.
Is this him? Her?
Mimai.
Is this who brought me
Coming to
here?
you straight from a soup can. It's Kalis.
Nice.
Mima's really
I guess so.
He's way smarter than all the drunks around here.
Okay.
Too.
Mimai
Well, kid.
is indeed a little fuck up
That
sea
was,
creature.
Well, thanks, Mimai. I owe you one.
Thanks, Mimai.
Thanks,
I owe you one.
Mimai. Mimai is one of the few good dolphins.
Doo-doo-doo.
Hmm.
Hello.
No.
Are you a traveler too?
Are you a traveler too?
I came to see the ancient ruins in the woods near here. How about you?
Oh,
This is
just-
some very interesting
just the
dialogue
voice
we're
acting.
having, guys. We
the
love
voice
it.
acting is just amazing.
The fuck? Why are you like telling her secrets?
I think she's like a princess or
Doesn't
something,
seem
you know.
fair. Oh.
I have to.
I have,
have
to
to
go.
go.
Why does she talk like she's like a fucking like she's the robot inside the Wawa self-order machine telling you that you've successfully ordered a sandwich.
Yes.
Your order has been placed.
It does sound like it's coming out of a self-ordering
Your
machine.
order number is 65.
Hmm.
Why is this guy just clapping back there?
Name, you know.
Cedar, C-E-D-R.
Sam Cedar. What a fucking nightmare.
Nobody in this village would even go near those woods. I hope they don't get
Jumped by wild animals. The wild animals
rock
come out. They're like,
cats.
"Give me your fucking wallet, bitch."
Yeah.
I'm
really.
stealing your lunch money.
The rock cats are severe.
Ancient
Indeed.
ruins in Moongao Forest.
Hey,
Eh?
what are you, Canadian? Get out of here.
Why don't we go have a look
Maybe it is
ourselves?
a Canadian dove. Who knows?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. They do tend to run more budget friendly than American doves.
Hello? What are you doing, man?
Good day. Don't let the rules
Oh.
mislead you. We only carry Magnus of the
Indeed.
The utmost quality. Yes, the cards.
Only the best bad
Remember,
dragon
a
dildos are
Magnus
sold at
is created
this
by
facility.
and sealing it. How would
Yeah,
you
yeah.
How are you levitating that, bro?
Because it's magic, bro.
Oh, okay. A sword! Oh.
and the object crumbled in your hands?
Okay.
Am I
Yeah, I mean, that would suck.
Never forget.
He's describing buying shit-ass cards. You can't buy shit-ass cards.
You gotta buy the
You
good
gotta buy the
cards.
good quality shit.
You gotta pony up for the good
Lucky
shit.
man. Come in, come on in.
Mm-hmm. I am not a snake oil salesman. Trust me.
Wee.
I'm one of the good guys.
Yeah. Guys, I have a cat in my lap.
Yeah.
She put her little head down on my arm, and it's extra adorable.
She's being quite cute.
All right, let's go to the moon guy. I like this little overworld.
Yeah, it's like
I guess
Donkey
this
Kong.
is the whole ass world. All covered in clouds. It's the sky world. Way before Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword.
Skyward
The sword. It's in the
sword,
sky.
was
No
the
one knows
sword
why it's
facing
there.
The sky. All right, got a couple enemies. Nice pre-rendered background here.
They're letting all the bokoblins into our country.
Bokoblins.
Don't be
Here we
thinking
go.
you can beat.
Now here's the battle system. See.
Ooh,
you
leather jacket.
Choose your cards. You can take a picture of the target.
Okay.
Damn. It takes a
What
lot of
happens
mana,
if you
though.
use the leather jacket
I
on
will
them?
take a
Do
picture
you
of
like
the
put a
target.
do you drape him in a leather jacket?
I like how they really started you off with, here's the ability to take a picture of the target.
Here you go. You sure did take a picture.
It's for
Ouchie.
defense. Oh god, it really gives you like the damage results for every single attack.
Oh god. I wonder if there's like an auto mode later in the game.
Nah, I don't think there is. Come on,
Oh,
this is
God.
an old game.
Oy.
This
That
is back when
seems
things took time.
Mean.
Nice.
That was way
It
too
was way too easy, bro. We fucked them
Don't
up.
worry, buddy.
Loot cards.
All right. We have flickered back into the overworld. Oh wow.
Okay, yeah, here we go. So we got our deck. So we just got a bunch of sword cards, and you know you can do like little combos and stuff.
Are these like one time? Ooh,
green
bananas.
bananas and bamboo shoots? Nah, it's
they have
your,
attack
it's
and
your deck,
defense?
you know?
The bananas have
Interesting.
6 attack.
Oh yeah, I guess you throw the bananas in. I don't
Oh
know.
my god.
I did not expect that to be an attack card.
Huh. So they're
Nice.
like one-time use cards.
Yeah, or you know, you use your whole deck and then it reshuffles or whatever. I think.
Ah.
You know, classic card battle shit.
I like the operatic music in the background.
Nice. My money. Oh, okay.
Okay,
Neat.
that
Little-
sure is something we
little
just
screen. I guess the menu screen is whatever the last guy you fought is.
Yeah.
See in the back. That's kind of neat. Or maybe it's whatever picture I took. I don't know.
did. Oh.
Nah, because I wasn't attacking when I took the picture. So
Party.
Huh.
interesting. Yeah. Fucking shit up. These bats getting wrecked, getting absolutely destroyed.
It seems kind of inefficient to have to like to fly over to the enemy when you could just walk over.
Why would you want to walk when you could fly? How is that less
I feel
efficient?
like it would consume a lot more energy to like
Voice?
fly.
I wonder what voice does. Do I just like yell at the enemy?
And you just scream at them.
Voice.
Triggers a voice clip for a
The
character?
fuck? Why?
But why would I want that?
Maybe it's just to inflate your combo? I don't know.
Huh.
Voice. Some real weird
I'm
shit with this
really
game that I really don't remember
Not
because
sure
it's been
why that would
forever.
be helpful. I feel like JRPG characters usually talk too much during battles anyway.
I wonder
Why
if
would I
there's,
want
like-
them talking more?
I wonder if there's a damage multiplier based on how many cards you could chain together, and so like the voice is just a cheap card to add to your chain or something.
Are you going deep in the forest too? I saw a girl and 2 soldiers go in just a moment ago. The forest become dangerous. You better heed my advice if you want to make it out of here in one piece. The others just ignored me and went right on in. Good luck to them. You want to ask me for advice, don't you? Well, Yukis, what should we ask this guy about?
Oh my god. I don't
He
need
has
to know.
so much information.
I'll figure it out as I go.
And then he just sits back down.
I mean, I guess it's better than a forced tutorial battle.
Oh man, this tree trunk's blocking my path.
I guess I gotta go.
Yes, I gotta go back to the village.
Wow.
I can't just hop over it, even though I can fucking fly.
Yeah, accurate.
Oh my god, we have to fight these guys again.
Like how it's like, it kind of tells us go to the forest, and then we go to the forest, and it's like, oh, we can't do anything here. I guess we
Oh,
should leave.
well, just kidding. There's a tree.
Interesting. You can still use the card, even though it doesn't do anything. And it looks like in the defense phase, you have to kind of hit the cards like on a time limit. Because it, like, you could do nothing there. Take a picture of the target. Why?
Why? Got him.
Wonderful. You know, early game shit.
Oh, of course.
Time to collect.
Very nice. Good job, Callus.
Alas, this is the issue with trying to do JRPGs in a Vic and Hope. Power helmet. Because it increases my power?
I would
Nice.
assume that's what it does. Oh yeah, 1-hit KO.
No, it
Oh
didn't
no,
kill,
never mind. Thought that was implied.
but like
when they
the
slowed it
the
down.
bat is using an axe to attack.
Oh yeah, I mean, like bats do.
Mm,
If you've ever seen a bat in real life, you will notice they're always holding an axe.
yeah. My backs.
Your bat axe?
Yeah, my bat axe.
Nice.
Whoa!
Oh. So
Oh,
anyway,
man.
Victor, did you have a good Christmas?
Yeah, we had a nice Christmas. Hope bought me Baten Kaitos. And that was amazing, and it was very nice. And I'm very happy that I have this game now. And that's what we did for Christmas. You got me Baten Kaitos, so I didn't get Hope anything.
I know, you got me boots for the trip.
Not bad.
Yeah, 'cause we went to Iceland, guys.
Yeah,
we
yeah,
went to
okay.
Iceland.
To clarify, for anyone who wasn't there for the Signalis
Yes.
stream.
Which I suppose we'll tell the Iceland. I don't know. Is this a good game to tell the whole Iceland story? I feel like it's not the best, is it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I feel like it's probably fine.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we're getting into battles now, so we can actually talk
Yeah.
and not be distracted by the
It's doggy
the
o'clock.
dialogue. Nunkey Valley.
Indeed. I don't see any
yes.
keys either.
I have the this is an area I still have my vague memory of. Anywho, yeah, so we went to Iceland and it was very expensive. And we ended up there for a very long time because we intended to go for 7 days.
Correct.
And you know, as I'm sure we shall explain in our story, we ended up there
We weren't
for
there for 7
10
days.
10 or 11 days,
we
really.
we were there for about 11 days.
Yeah, and so there's things I intended to assemble for Christmas that relied on, you know, having, well, yeah, being home and, like, having already been to Iceland.
Right.
And so I was not able to put these things together because we were still in Iceland.
So we left for Iceland on the 11th and we got back on the 23rd. So I had not done any of my Christmas preparations because I thought I would have a week before Christmas to wrap things and get a couple last gifts, and yeah, no. So we got back basically at midnight on the 23rd. So I did not have that time.
Yeah, it was brutal. Didn't even feel like it was about to be Christmas.
Yeah.
It was like, oh shit,
my brain
Christmas
was like,
is,
oh, it's
right
Christmas?
here now. Oh god.
All right, I guess. It's very weird. We did still watch all the best Christmas specials though.
Yeah, all the good shit. We have Neo Yokio Pink Christmas, is absolute masterpiece. That's finale. It's the gift that keeps on giving forever. I'll never get tired of Pink Christmas.
It's so good every year. It only becomes more relevant.
Take a picture of this guy. Say cheese.
Say cheese, you dumbass. Look at this little dork.
It's quite a silly game.
Yeah, it does seem pretty silly.
There we go. Block.
Owie.
Yeah, get them blocks in there.
Shuffling
Oh, he's
the
shuffling
deck.
his deck. Oh no. Ooh, we got Ice Dagger.
You can do voice.
It didn't let me do voice. I don't know when I could use voice.
Huh. I wonder if that's like... I don't know. I can't pretend that I know what that does.
Quite pointless, 'cause I don't... Didn't seem like I could actually use the voice. Let's see if it'll let me do it now. No? Why? Oh god, it killed my whole turn!
Nice.
Oh no, I'm gonna die.
Voice played you.
Oh god. Oh no, I had to shuffle my deck. Oh, I'm getting fucking owned. I'm gonna die because I tried to do a voice clip. Oh no, I died. Oh no.
Oh boy.
This is a classic JRPG, so I'm dead. You know, I gotta go back to the save.
Yep.
Send you back to the title screen.
Lala, how do you feel about all this?
Hadoshi.
Hadoshi, indeed.
I wanna check it out. What's going on
Oh,
with
okay.
Hadoshi?
You
Why
see
is it
what's
Hadoshi?
going on in Hadoshi's file? Oh, Hadoshi's on the second disc.
Ah, right. Ah, shit. Now it's gonna make me do it.
Yeah. You have
I
no
got Lala on me. Will you swap the discs? This is a 2-disc game, guys. That's how epic this game is.
Oh, hey, Sonic Adventure 2 Battles in here.
Oh yeah, I put it in there because it was the GameCube. It's amazing the technology that lets it pause between discs. I've always been quite fascinated by the multi-disc game.
It really is quite the feat.
It's a little intermission. Reading game disc, especially the idea of like, can I start with disc 2 now for this save file? You know, I wonder. Age 17. Ooh.
What?
It's a character.
Oh.
She's 17.
34.
14.
Jeez. 25.
All right, let's see our problematic age gap. Uh-oh, Callus is 19. She's 17. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Callus is an old ass man. Talk about being callous. She's got brass knuckles.
Huh? She's like knuckles.
Shut up. Yeah, look at all them cards. I wish I could determine if this were my save file. That's all I'm wondering.
I don't know how you could ever determine for sure.
Alright, we're gonna load the other file. Yeah. Back to disc 1.
Now I have to get back up and put the other disc back in.
I've got a cat in my lap.
You're tearing this family apart, Lisa.
Absolutely fascinating content. Nothing but the best from Vic and Hope, as usual.
Oh,
Hey, look, now it's got the picture of the dog I was fighting.
Hey, there's that dog. He killed you.
Yeah.
That dog murdered you, by the way.
Murder dog. Even though we're now back before I fought the dog. So.
Yeah, because you saved before you fought the dog.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, God.
Hey.
We gotta talk to fucking Mima again.
Mima.
That's right. Old JRPG. You have to save after every single dialogue option or you're
you
fucked.
have to live through all of them all over again.
Oh, no.
Well,
Yeah. Mima, please. We don't have time. We need to progress.
We have to talk to this lady in her silly clown pants.
Alright. Well, we sure did also see a lot of movies recently.
Well, we shouldn't get into movies before
We gotta
the
get into
Iceland
something.
story. Well, let's start talking about Iceland. I mean, that's kind of the big thing. We gotta tell the whole Iceland story so that we don't forget about it.
I was waiting on you, bro.
Bye.
But I don't know. I don't have much energy right now. I'm trying to make it work. This is the disappointment of existing, guys. Or when you know you need the energy to tell a story and you don't have it. I got this cat in my
You have a
lap.
cat on your lap.
She's so adorable.
Like someone else did.
Yeah, really.
This is the melancholy of being alive.
Meow. Cute.
It's a good cat.
It is a good cat, surely. So I'm not allowed to talk about movies, but you don't have the energy to talk about Iceland.
Well,
so
you gotta start us
what
off
can
because I
I
can't.
do?
I'm like brain fogging and I don't know where to start. You know. Ah, god damn it! I had like ideas on how to start this, and
You
then
did?
it always just goes to shit as soon as I fucking sit down and start playing a mind-numbing RPG. I figured this probably wasn't the best game to talk over.
do you want to give up on Baten Kaitos then?
I mean, I do want to play Baten Kaitos, obviously, but it is like it's not like we can play a 60-hour game on Vic and Hope, a
'Cause we've
60-hour
never done that
RPG.
before.
Oh my god, you know what I mean. Do you really want to sit here and watch me play Baten Kaitos for 60 hours on Vic and Hope?
I mean, if we can talk over it, that's fine.
Oh,
I
thanks.
suppose. But we've got all the dialogue to read and listen to, so it makes it difficult. Because then it always takes away your concentration. Or I'd say it takes away my concentration. I found a card, Dark Flare. Nice. All right, we can give it a shot. I'm sorry. Look, I'm trying. This is difficult.
Oh, it's not, if it's difficult, we should change games.
Yeah, but you wants to watch me play the game. You want to watch? I want to die. I got a nice cat though.
You do have a good cat, though. Look at that pig.
That is a nice fucking honker right there, man. Look at that chonky honker.
He's a big
It's like a
boy.
cow pig.
It is like a cow pig.
He's a pig and a cow. I want to talk to the cow pig.
sig?
He wasn't even there before. Now he
pow.
is there. What is he?
I love animals. A pow! It is
It
a
is a
pow!
pow.
Oh my god!
It's literally called a pow.
Pows and prancers are clever animals too.
It's not as smart as me, though.
Oh, well, yeah, nobody is.
Mm.
I love my pows. I hope the people in Furcad treat them nicely. I'm sure they get eaten, kid, but...
Percad. The Percad cows. What's Mimai doing over there?
Bouncing?
Jumping around. Fuck's up, Mimai. Squeak, squeak, bitch.
Thanks,
Mimai.
You always know
Squeak,
just
squeak,
what to
squeak,
say.
squeak. Wow, insightful. Let's check
Thanks,
the stable.
Mimai.
I want to see more pows.
I think there's the horse things are in here.
Oh my goodness.
A prancer.
It's quite the horse.
What
Look all the
can I
thought put into
do?
the animals of this world. It's very Avatar: The Last Airbender with their combination animals.
Yeah.
But it's like if the POWs are the default animal, why would they have the idea of a pig and a cow to combine into a POW if there's no pigs and there's no cows? Doesn't make any
Because
sense.
The pow is the native flora
Yeah.
of this place.
Yeah, why'd they name it POW?
Because that's just what someone thought to name it.
Well, we sure did learn all about POWs here.
That guy sure is shoveling hay.
Trying to find all them dank cards.
If you had a bottle, you could put some pow milk in it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Damn, I don't have a bottle.
Yeah.
I need to get a bottle. Do I need like a bottle card, I guess? The
I
essence
don't
of
know.
bottle in the form of a card?
Look at this kid just punching the air in the middle of the city square.
Alright. Anyways, so, we went to Iceland.
Correct.
I do want you to start by talking about why did we go to Iceland? 'Cause that was your idea. So why did we go to Iceland?
we went to Iceland because I read a manga that's set in Iceland, and it made it sound like the most beautiful, amazing place on earth, and it made me really want to go.
What is the manga about? Is it just about being in Iceland and it's pretty?
I mean, right now, kind of. There's like an overarching mystery of like the main character's brother has been up to some shit.
Where'd
but
the
you don't
Vikings
know
go? That's what it's about.
what shit is and why he is not a nice person.
Oh no.
It's kind of like G Gundam, but
Ah.
in Iceland and no giant robots.
G Gundam in Iceland, but not G Gundam at all.
It's like that.
Hmm.
Yeah. But it's by a mangaka that I like, and so I trust
What's it called?
that it will
Should
have
people
a
go
cool...
read it? Do you recommend this manga for the
I
manga
mean,
readers in our audience?
I recommend it to people
Oh
like
shit! It's
me.
Miss Cleo.
Whoa! She
Ah.
found a second career after they busted her for being a fake psychic.
What's on your agenda?
My agenda. What
My
are you
gay
buying?
agenda.
Yeah. What's
What
on
are
your
you
gay
buying?
agenda?
Indeed.
It's called Go
Cigarette
with the
bombs.
Clouds, North by Northwest. It's by Iri Aoki, who also wrote Ron and the Grey World. But you know, it's not. It's the kind of thing that I really like, but I don't know if anyone else would really like it.
Mm.
Every character in this manga is absurdly hot,
Ah, wonderful.
but it's also got a really interesting story, so that's a plus.
Well, everyone likes hot people, you know, hot
But
characters.
it's
and things.
hot in the way that I think is more meant for women.
Yeah,
Which, like, the girls are obscenely hot too, but
But
it's
it's
in a way
hot
that I
boys.
think women
Ah.
appreciate more.
very very hot boys, or is it hot girls?
I mean, it's both.
It's all hotness.
It's both. Everybody in this manga is ridiculously pretty.
Nice.
But that's how she draws. It's the same with her previous manga too, where everyone is ridiculously hot.
Noise. Anyway, so you read a manga about Iceland, and you decided you want to go to Iceland.
And then I was like, Victor, do you want to go to Iceland? And you were like, why?
I mean, it was like, okay, well, I knew that you had got this manga, and you said it was about Iceland, so I was like, oh, now who wants to go to Iceland because of this manga?
Yeah.
But I mean, why? You know, who
I
cares?
mean,
you
classic weeb.
I don't need a reason to want to go to another
Weeb
country, you know.
behavior. I read a manga, now I want to go to another country.
I didn't know if the manga was just like about traveling Iceland or
I
what.
mean, I think the manga is secretly like pro-tourism Iceland propaganda.
Nice.
I think that's really the
By
reason
the
she
Board of
decided to
Tourism
write
Iceland.
it. She was just like, I want to promote Iceland to everyone, and
Mm-hmm.
this is how I'm gonna do it. And so she wrote this manga.
Let's see, can I not use these spells? I guess not. I got Fire and Dark Flare from
Dragon of the Darkness
buying them
Flame.
around, but I guess my guy can't use these ones, maybe? Or do I have to, like, make space in the deck for it? No?
I guess you don't have the right attributes? I don't know.
I wonder.
Yeah, it seems like it's not meant for Callus.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess because that's why his face is grayed out there. So yeah, he can use these ones, but not those ones.
He can use the bananas, but not the fire
Yes,
spell.
he can use the bananas.
Thank God.
Interesting.
But yes.
So I guess I gotta get the girl probably to use the spells.
That's why I proposed going to Iceland to Victor, because I read a manga and I was like, wow, this place seems like the most beautiful place in all of existence from the way it's portrayed in the manga.
Yeah.
I would really like to go.
Alrighty.
And the initial idea, Hope started doing all the research, you know, and like you're ideally supposed to go in the summertime. It seems like, right? Like that's
I
the
mean-
more common meme.
Well, as I started doing more research, I found there are people who are like really hardcore dedicated to like going to Iceland for their vacations.
Mm.
And so usually summer, fall is the busiest tourist season, but winter is the best time to see the northern lights.
Yeah.
So a lot of people will go multiple times. Like they'll go in the summer and then they'll go in the winter to see both, like get both experiences, because it's super cute. The seasonal experiences are like totally different. Because obviously in the summer, Iceland is like super, super green, covered in like moss and all sorts of neat foliage, and extremely beautiful. And in the winter, it's covered in snow, and still very beautiful, but for other aesthetic reasons. So
And
it's different experience.
it's more like like the name implies.
Yes, certainly more icy.
So it's funny because there's the big meme that I've always heard growing up, which is that Iceland is actually really green, and they just say that it's Iceland, but then Greenland is actually more icy, but it's called Greenland, and it's like they're opposites. And I'm like, after going there, I'm pretty sure it's called Iceland because it's fucking covered in ice and it's cold as fuck
I mean,
in the winter.
It's covered in glaciers as well, so
Yeah.
I feel
It's
like it's pretty
Iceland
apropos.
is a perfectly adequate description of the
Now,
place.
that doesn't mean that Greenland is a good description of Greenland when it is covered in ice all year round, but...
But both of them have the areas that become totally green in the summertime, Like
Yeah.
Greenland has the same way, it's just a smaller like land percentage of the entire land mass of Greenland, because Greenland's fucking huge,
Yeah.
And most of it is a giant glacier, But like Iceland is a perfect description of what this place is in the winter,
Yeah.
And winter is a big part of the year that if you were living there as a Viking, it probably would have been a little more memorable than the spring. Because your life would have been defined by preparing for the winter for an entire year,
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is something that definitely affects the culture to this day of Iceland, which is
Here.
Oh, what the fuck? I healed the enemy?
Oh!
What?
Wow.
I thought I was gonna use that on myself, and I used it on, maybe I have full health or something, and so it didn't use it on me?
Why would it?
I gave the enemy my food.
He got a free snack.
Oh my god. This is a fucking strange game where you attack with bananas and you heal your enemies. I do just straight up throw some fucking bananas at the enemy.
Yeah, you threw those green bananas at him, and to be fair, if you've ever eaten a green banana, you know how offensive and painful it can be.
I suppose. I'm just thwacking him with some plantains.
Yeah, plantains are also pretty painful if
Yeah.
you're not prepared appropriately.
Fucking up some bats.
But yes, that's why we went to Iceland, because I'm a
Yes.
weeb and I read a manga.
It was classic
And
Vic
I'm
and
an
Hope
adult
weeaboo shit.
who works a job, so I can just do that if I want to.
Frozen shield. Let me equip my frozen shield. Yeah. So the initial thought
Yes.
from Hope was to go in the summertime. And then my retarded ass was like, okay, we can go in the summertime, but the winter's coming up, and we might as well do a winter vacation because I don't work in the winter usually, which came very well true, as it always does.
As always, yeah, that's not
I usually have a
anything new.
lot of free time in the winter where I'm not doing anything. And we had the debate over, do we want to see the Northern Lights?
Yeah.
Was one of our initial questions, which was like, okay, we can go in the winter and see the Northern Lights, but if you go in the winter, there's only 4 or 5 hours of sunlight every day, so there's less to do
During the day.
So I was like, oh, well, why don't we just go for less time in the winter just to do it, and then later we can go back for 2 weeks in the summer, which is still the plan. We went to the winter.
Yes.
And then later we'll go back on a trip in the summertime and get to experience like the whole country.
Yeah,
because
because
a lot
in
of
the
it's,
winter you can't really go up north.
Yeah, you can't navigate the whole country.
It's not really super safe, especially if you don't have winter driving experience.
Yeah, it's quite challenging, as we'll get into. And then there's a whole thing where I suggested this, and then Hope thought I was thinking for winter next year. I was like, nah, dude, let's just go now. Let's just go this year. What the fuck? because I am a lot more spontaneous, I guess. But I Hope did all the planning because it was her trip idea, and she went to Reddit and did all the consulting and made us a wonderful plan for
I
Iceland.
went on our visiting Iceland, and I found all the information I could ever have needed. So thank you to Reddit for that, because I would have been woefully underprepared had I not done that.
Yeah, it's not a trip you could just jump into without any prior knowledge.
Yeah,
Like,
unless
you
you're
could.
literally planning on staying in Reykjavik and just taking guided tours out every day.
Yeah,
do your
even then,
homework.
like, your shit's gonna get completely rocked. Oh my god, can I not fucking go anywhere? Now
Talk to
I've
that
got
guy.
boulders in my way?
Rubble, just my luck, blah, blah, blah. Landslide, blah, blah, blah. Explosives, blah, blah, blah. So we need to get some
Okay,
explosives.
gotta get some explosives. What about the other side? There was, like, a waterfall blocking it.
Yeah.
And then the forest had the tree blocking
log,
it.
yeah.
So, like, interesting. Don't know where the fuck I'm supposed to go.
But anyway, yes. Yeah, don't, play stupid games, get stupid prizes, do your homework.
Yeah.
Before you go to Iceland. Which, thank God that I did, or we would have been in for a really bad time.
Yeah. And so, you know, in preparation, yeah, Hope did all the Reddit research and stuff. We bought all of our wonderful winter gear, so we were geared to the fucking teeth, like a couple winter soldiers running around Iceland with all of our wonderful thermal layers and coats and things to keep us warm, because we were like, hey, we wanna do all the exploring we can, and we don't want to be fucking cold because that'll ruin everything.
Yeah.
And we were not. We were quite warm.
We were not cold. The only thing that really ever got cold on me were my ears.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
sometimes
my ears
hands.
stay pretty warm with the beanie over them.
It's harder for me to, like, get the beanie over my ears because I have earrings and it gets in the way.
Yeah.
Not to mention that at the very start of the trip, someone decided he liked the beanie that I bought better than the beanie that he bought, so he forced me to trade beanies.
I don't know. Guys, tell me if you have the same problem, where beanies just irritate the fuck out of my skin. Like, they just drive me completely insane, and my forehead becomes really, really itchy. Like, severely itchy.
Well, you bought the wrong,
I know.
kind
I
of
shouldn't have even
beanie.
bought it. Well, your beanie didn't feel any better. It felt a little bit better initially, but then I ended up getting a hat, and I put the hat under the beanie, and that felt fine, which is why I kept saying you can have your beanie back, but then it was too late, and you were already wearing the other beanie. Because the hat protected me from the beanie, which irritates the fuck out of my skin for some
Because
reason.
Victor has this thing that when he puts on a beanie, he has to blink really hard.
I don't know what it is. It just
constantly.
makes me blink really,
It's
really
so
hard.
fucking funny. He puts the beanie on, and then he looks at me, and instantly he's just like, blink, 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 blink. And I'm like, oh my god, are you okay? You
It's so
look like you're in
weird.
pain, like you're suffering.
Yeah, I am in pain, and I am suffering. It's very uncomfortable. I don't know what it is. It just drives me completely insane.
Oh my god.
And it makes me look like Tim Pool, and that's the worst. So, you know.
The beanies have forever been soiled by Tim Pool.
Tim Pool destroyed the beanie. He
You're not
fucking
allowed to
ruined
wear a
it.
beanie anymore.
Fucking beanies are the worst now.
Yeah. Well, not only did you have beanie troubles, in classic Vic and Hope fashion, somebody got violently ill within the first 2 days.
Well, now we're jumping ahead. We gotta go in order. We gotta go day by day. You know.
Oh, okay. Well,
You gotta get us to the. You gotta get us to the. You gotta help me out. I'm trying to. I'm trying to construct the narrative.
I literally am.
I'm trying to get us through chronologically.
I literally am
I'm
helping.
like, I'm brain fogging. It's probably the tea. Should have drank tea.
Oh my god. It's
I need
not
a monster.
the fucking tea.
I need the Vic and Hope monster so that I can have like 30 minutes of incredible energy and
And then
mental
crash.
clarity, and then an absolute crap.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay. So we drove up to Baltimore Washington International Airport.
Yeah, because we always find an airport that's somewhere else because it's usually cheaper than flying out of
It's
Norfolk.
always cheaper than Norfolk.
Because you know, when you're flying out of a smaller airport, it's just gonna take you to a bigger airport, you know, and then you're gonna do a layover there and get on another plane. Like
Yeah.
that's why they're so fucking expensive, because you're paying for 2 plane tickets, because you're paying for getting out of where you are and going somewhere else.
Well, plane
it's
tickets
always
are
better
expensive
to-
because plane tickets are fucking stupid.
Well, I'm saying it's more expensive when you fly out of your primary town, because you're buying 2 tickets, you know. You're buying the ticket to DC or whatever, and then you're buying from DC to Iceland, and it's adding those 2 costs together
It's also stupid.
versus a direct flight, you know.
It's also stupid.
Yes, it's stupid.
Okay.
It's expensive and stupid and annoying.
Yes.
So we have to drive out to another airport, because paying for long-term parking costs a lot less than paying like twice the amount for the plane ticket or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we drove up to Baltimore. You get on the
Caught our
plane.
flight.
It's like a 6-hour flight
Yeah. Which
to
isn't bad.
Iceland. Yeah, it's not too bad. Even though the airline fucking, they don't give you a movie or nothing. They don't even give you fucking
I mean,
some
it's-
crackers
it's
on the
Bobo
plane.
cheap
It's
ass
like,
airlines. What do you want?
it is brutal. But that's where I had my first authentic Iceland beverage.
Yeah.
And I think I had some candy. What
You
did I
had
have
a
on the flight
chocolate
there?
bar that had like a gingerbread flavoring to it.
Yeah, I had a little Iceland chocolate bar, and I had my first malt and applesin, or applesin, malt and
Which,
applesin.
contrary to what it sounds like, is orange soda.
Yeah.
Applesin is orange soda.
Applesin is orange soda, and so this was like one of the fucking cultural hallmarks of Iceland.
Yeah.
Is why do I heal him? I don't. Maybe I have to like change my target to myself when I use the
Are
bamboo shoot.
you sure you're healing him?
I definitely healed him with the bamboo shoot. Interesting. I probably have to target myself.
Oh.
Yeah, so you have to self-target and then use the bamboo on myself. I'm a fucking dumbass. I've been
Yeah.
healing the enemy.
Healing
Going,
the
why am I
enemy."
not healing? I'm healing the enemies. What the fuck? I guess so you can't heal yourself and then attack in the same turn.
Yeah.
Quite
That's probably
interesting.
it.
No, I'm shuffling my deck.
Oh, cool.
Fuck.
It gave you literally
Yeah, and then it just shreks
Nothing.
me.
sick. Well, you can use the bamboo shoot to heal it.
Yeah, now I can heal
At
with
least
the
now you
bamboo
know
shoot.
how to do it.
Excellent.
Here you go. To nobody.
So yeah, we do a flight, and then here's the first challenge we encounter, which is, so our flight from Baltimore to Iceland is it takes off at like what 3
Yeah.
p.m.
Yeah.
So 6 hours after 3, you know, to us it's now 9 p.m. But Iceland is actually 5 hours behind. Or no, it's ahead. It's 5
Yeah,
hours
no, you're
ahead.
right. It's ahead.
So when we get to Iceland, it's now like
It's like
3 to 5
5
in the
a.m..
morning. Yeah, it's like 5 in the morning when we get to Iceland. Maybe we left later. Yeah, I think our flight was at like 6 p.m. Wasn't it?
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It was 5.
Yeah, because we get there at like 5 in the morning.
And we got in at 5 a.m.
And so our first Airbnb check-in isn't until like 3 p.m. in the afternoon.
Yep.
So we can't just get off the plane,
the
go back to the
hotel,
room,
and nap.
yeah, and go sleep. We have to pull a whole 24-hour, 36-hour all-nighter if we want to enjoy our first day in Iceland. So we fly out on a Sunday. We're now there Monday morning, and we have to stay up all day so that we don't, because we can go to the hotel or the Airbnb at 3 o'clock, but if we go to sleep at 4 o'clock or whatever, we're not gonna wake up. We're gonna wake up at 1 in the morning, and your whole trip is fucked at that point, you know.
It's absolutely boned.
And then you're losing a day, and so like we don't want to lose the day, so we have
And
we
that's our
gotta
only
stay up.
day I had planned for us in the like main city of Reykjavik.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, we have to, because this is the only day we're gonna be in the city, and then we're driving south.
Yeah. So it's simultaneously like a great day. It's one of the best days of the whole trip from what we did and what we had planned. And it really, it was like the endlessness of the day
It was
made it really
so long.
fun and interesting, even though it was like gruelingly tired. Like there was a point in the middle of the morning where I was just like, I am fucking dying. Like, I am so done. I'm so fucking tired. I'm just like, we're getting coffee. I'm just like, I'm just gonna fall asleep right here in the coffee shop. It's just killing me. I don't want to go back outside in the cold. But it was a bunch of fun.
Yeah, we went to Blue Lagoon right after we got off the plane.
So
and that was
the
mad chill.
Blue Lagoon is like the most famous lagoon in Iceland because Iceland is full of, it's a volcanic island.
Yeah.
If you guys don't know, Iceland is a volcano island, but it's a cold volcano island. So like Hawaii is a hot tropical volcano island. Iceland is a Arctic volcano island.
And it has a lot of geothermal hot springs.
Yeah, so it's got tons of natural hot springs, and like Blue Lagoon is the most famous one, but it's not a. Oh, interesting. So did I just have to go to the other place?
I guess so.
And then
it's
come
moved
back?
now.
I guess I just had to go find that other obstacle. Weird. I guess it's encouraging exploration. I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Odd. We just came back and the log
it was
was
just
moved.
someone moved
I
the-
did not
the
expect
tree.
that. Maybe I engaged with something this time I didn't last time. I don't know. Like, did I give him the helmet there? I don't know.
I think you did.
Oh yeah, I think that increased his attack power. I think I
Yes.
gave him a helmet.
I think you gave
that
him the
increased
power
his attack.
helmet.
Amazing. This is what I get for not reading, huh? Let's just take a picture of him. I don't give a shit.
Let's just take a picture of it.
Can I take a picture of myself?
Look at this phone.
Oh, maybe that's how I use the voice line.
Is
Remember, I couldn't
yelling?
figure out how to use the voice. No, I probably have to target myself, and then I can use the voice to like encourage myself. I don't know. I threw that shield away.
Yeah. You definitely need to target yourself with the shield. That makes
Yeah, I wonder if I can use the shield during my own turn if I target. No, you can't. You just can't use it during attack phase.
Oh, huh.
I was just throwing it away so that I wouldn't get another attack card. Anywho, so Blue Lagoon is the most famous quote-unquote lagoon in Iceland. But this one was like a bougie spa experience.
Lagoon,
So it's like, but it was quite the experience because like you go in and first of all, so we're going at what time was it? It was like
8 a.m. It was as soon as
8
they
in the morning,
opened.
and the sun doesn't come up in Iceland. Like the sun starts coming up at 9, where like you can see like the light coming over the horizon, but it's not in the sky until 11.
Yeah.
So we're there at 8, so it's totally dark, which makes for quite the magical experience. Cause like we're driving in, and like the whole time we fly into Iceland, it's pitch black. We can't see anything at all. It literally just looks like we're landing in the middle of nowhere because of how dark it is from the plane. We get off the plane and we start driving, and first we stopped at a little coffee and pastry shop. Got our little coffee.
And
this
this
is
was
where I
we
learned.
first encountered the Swiss mocha.
Yeah, the Swiss mocha. So here, like, I'm a mocha boy. I get mochas all the time at coffee places. But now I have learned that mocha is very different in other, because when we went to Japan, the mochas I got were like they were here.
Yeah.
Which is like a cafe mocha, which is usually
A latte
or you know, a
with
mocha
chocolate
latte,
sauce.
cafe mocha. There's debatable ways to prepare it, but yeah, a latte with some chocolate sauce or chocolate powder in it. A Swiss mocha is
Not bad.
what we learned is
Well, because we
it's-
ordered it and we started drinking and we're like, oh, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
It tastes
So-
like weak and like way too sweet.
I'm not sure because you had looked up what a Swiss mocha is, and I'm not sure if it's exactly what they were giving us because
I think they may have been using espresso.
Yeah. because it's
But either way.
I guess allegedly a Swiss mocha is like instant coffee mixed with Swiss mix.
Yeah,
Which is
like
like the
Swiss
chocolate
mix hot
milk
chocolate.
Swiss mix, which I
So it's hot chocolate and instant coffee.
yeah, which could be because there were a couple different kind of versions. I feel like I tasted where like the first one I think we got was that.
Yeah.
There was some other ones I got that were more espresso and chocolate milk, and those were a little bit better, but still like real
much
like
milk.
chocolate milk. Like
Too
you're
much hot
drinking
chocolate,
chocolate milk
not
that
enough espresso.
vaguely has some espresso in it, but you're drinking hot chocolate milk, which is not what a mocha is. Typically, what I'm used to, it's usually very minimal on the chocolate for the taste, you know, not
Yeah.
drinking
It's
chocolate
subtle.
milk, which is you know, if I was at home and I wanted to make a hot chocolate with some espresso in it, I'd probably love it. But when you're out and about, it's just like
You have a different
it's
expectation.
just like
in
whoa, like yeah, I don't want that at a coffee shop usually. So that was very interesting. And then we realized that everywhere had a Swiss mocha. Nowhere has like a mocha
Everywhere.
latte. So that was quite interesting to experience. And so I was mostly drinking cappuccinos. Oh, some cutscenes
Oh.
happening.
Oh, there's some bullshit going
Big
on
guar,
out there.
big guar. Let's see what's going on in the woods.
Oh. Wow.
This guy's kind of interesting. Look at his feet.
Huh. Oh. He's got
a
little
tree
elf
monster?
shoes.
Let's fuck him up.
These guys are quite the
Dual-wield,
duo.
bro. Hell yeah. Nice. This guy's cool.
Here it comes.
Oh, I'm gonna come.
That was quite the delivery.
Here it comes.
I
Let's see,
suppose.
aqua
Jesus,
burst.
she is quite wiggly.
And bananas. Oh no, those are normal bananas. We're gonna heal him.
Uh-oh. Banana!
No. Was it like a defensive banana? I don't fucking know what the bananas, man.
defensive
The
banana.
bananas are breaking my brain. Should have used the green bananas. Fucked up. Damn, the soundtrack of this game seems pretty badass.
Yeah. Ow!
Anywho, continuing on. So,
Yes. The
yeah, we
Swiss
got
mocha.
the Swiss mocha, and then we went to Blue Lagoon. And
Mm.
so driving into Blue Lagoon was a trip because it's still pitch black everywhere, and it just looks like a black abyss anywhere we're driving. And you can like maybe vaguely see lights in the distance, but a lot of places just there's nothing in the distance. There's no lights or anything. So that was a trip. And then like around Blue Lagoon, there's also like a water treatment plant or something where I think they're like taking the geothermal water out of the ground. Because like obviously in the lagoon itself, it's not just like the water isn't just like literally coming out of the ground right there and you're swimming in. Like they're
Yeah, it's
pumping in
piped in.
water from somewhere else and they have like a crafted, you know, experience. So, but driving in, you see like the giant plumes of steam coming up into
Yeah.
the sky, and so you can see it from like way far away. And you're like, ooh, cool, magical. And then you drive up to the lagoon, and it's pretty trippy. And then you get there, and you gotta walk through like, you know, kind of a rocky valley tunnel thing. So it feels like you're going into like, ooh, we're going into the rocky
Secret.
wilderness. We're going to the
Ooh,
secret
so
place.
exclusive.
And then you
No
find
one else untouched by man.
the big spa building, and it's like ridiculously fucking fancy inside.
Quite bougie.
And you feel like, ooh, I'm doing bougie shit, and ooh, I'm a low class individual who snuck into
I've
this
snuck
very
in.
high
They
class
don't
establishment.
They don't know that I'm a brokey.
And then you go through, and they fucking you get a wristband, and it's got like a reader in it where like they have lockers, and you like scan your wristband to lock and open the lockers, and then like any drinks and stuff you order go onto your wristband, and they got all that fucking fancy shit.
Ooh, high tech.
And so you gotta go into your gender separated locker rooms and get changed, and then you go out, and it's like fucking well, so there's two ways to get into the water from
Which
where you
Victor
get
didn't
changed.
know.
There's one path where you like go down where it's enclosed and it starts through the water, and then there's a door from the water into like the main
There's like a ramp from the changing rooms, and it slowly like accommodates you to the water, and then there's a door that lets you out into the lagoon itself.
yeah.
So you have this really cool, like, it almost feels like a secret entrance, but it's obviously meant for everyone to use it.
So when we get out, we don't see each other. Hope goes to the secret entrance, and I just go out the main door into the absolute freezing cold weather in my swim trunks and freeze my dick off. But I had the comical experience of, you know, running into the water and being like, ah, the water's so good. Which it is. The water feels absolutely amazing. You know, that's the shtick, is that the water is very nice.
Yeah. It's got silicone and all this stuff that's good for your skin in the water.
But it was quite the magical moment in when we get in, because it's like, you know, it's for us it's been like 20 fucking hours, and it's 8 in the morning now after we stayed up all night, and we get into the lagoon, and like I'm alone for a bit because I thought Hope was still inside, and I'm waiting for her, and it was just like the magic cool atmosphere of like dark lagoon. There's like hardly any people in it, you know. It's quiet and you're in the hot water, and it was like, oh, this is fucking sick as shit. So that was very cool. And then we find each other and meet up, and we have our time in the lagoon, and we get our goofy little face masks.
Yeah, we did a face mask.
That's included in the spa experience. You get your what's the stuff? The goop.
It was a silicone.
Silicone, yeah, because the water has natural silicone in it, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, it's the whole water of the lagoon pool. It's very interesting because it's all a rocky lagoon with like rock walls and stuff, and you're walking on rocks. But the silicone has naturally made a barrier that makes it feel like the inside of a pool. But you can tell it's like it really has naturally like clung to the rocks there. Like they didn't like spray that in there or anything.
It's
like
a
it
natural
is
little
naturally
pool
there, the silicone
base.
pool. So we spent like a couple hours in the Blue Lagoon when we first showed up, just enjoying the atmosphere and the water and getting in and out and getting rehydrated because like you can only be in there for so long because it's so hot.
But the air is so cold that you're like, yeah.
Yeah, but it was the perfect magical way to start the first day of our adventure before there was even light to be able to see, you know.
It's so dark.
And you had this exhausting plane ride, and you get in there, and it's super atmospheric and cool. And if you're there before the light shows up, then there's not like there were way more people when we left than when we showed up.
Yeah,
you know?
which again, that was a tip from Reddit, which is to go right as they open or right as they close, so you have the minimal amount of people in the lagoon with you.
That was probably the most bougie thing we did while we were there.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Because we didn't end up getting to have our ultimate bougie dinner. We had some pretty bougie dinners, but we had planned an extremely opulent bougie dinner that we ended up missing because of all the weather shit that we'll get into. But yeah, so the rest of the day after that, you know, we feel refreshed from the Blue Lagoon. We go to the city, and we go to the Penis Museum.
Yeah. Yes.
You guys know about
phallological museum.
the Dong Shrine, the Dong Museum. It's a little underground museum, and it's a eclectic collection by some guy that had collected all of these penises. And so it's like all of the biggest cocks from the biggest animals preserved in jars.
Yep.
So they have like the whole cock organ, you know, like inside and outside of the body preserved in jars. And then you get the descriptions of the animals and like how big their dick is and what the animal does. And then my favorite part, yeah, was the eccentricities of the animal. And it talks about like all the weird mating habits, which was really interesting with like the different animals. And like, you know, some animals are super rapey, or it talked about all the animals that are really gay, which is awesome and hilarious.
Giraffes are some of the gayest animals.
Yeah, they talk about giraffes sucking each other off. And it's like, oh, this is all the very interesting homosexuality in nature that we don't get to see. And of course, they have like a man's dick as well from some guy that donated his cock.
His dick to science.
Yes.
Good for him.
And you get to see all these humongous whale dicks that are the size of a person. Quite entertaining. I'm only a ghost. Oh, she can't hear me. I'm the guardian.
In my mind.
She's a new
Oh,
type.
she could hear it.
You mean you heard?
Yeah?
You heard.
I did.
Ooh, I'm a figment of your imagination.
So, your name is...
I like how they just say your name is.
Nice to meet you.
Why wouldn't you just make it so they don't say the name,
Right?
like most games with dialogue? Oh, bye, Lala, yay! Oh my god, I can finally.
She
shift
didn't look
my
very
position.
comfy. She was like sagging in the middle.
She you know, she
But
loves
she's
pets.
quite cute.
That tickles me. Ooh, she likes my voice. It tickles her.
Interesting.
Hey, ever since I
Tickles
woke
her
up
lady
at that
parts.
village,
Hmm.
you've been acting kind of funny. That reminds me.
Why are you talking to
Doc
me
Lyric
about
was
that?
Worried about amnesia.
Oh no, he's got amnesia like every JRPG protagonist ever.
Memory.
We went to the Peen Museum, and we saw the Christmas cat.
Yeah, the Christmas cat.
What?
Well, I'm trying to get this cutscene. Hold on.
Okay.
That's what makes it difficult.
Uh-oh.
We gotta get through the story.
Some other critter.
Oh no. I guess not.
Let's talk about this lake. This doesn't look like it. I figure you'll remember soon.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, Callus.
Stop saying my name when you
Right?
can't say it.
Ancient ruins, deep in. What about you two?
We're headed that way too.
Oh, we may as well team up.
If you don't mind, but before
She has a
you
familiar
leave,
voice.
Could you spare me?
I have to bury these ding-dongs.
Though it pains me to leave you two.
Sorry, guys. I know you died and all,
Rip,
but
lol.
see ya. Get wrecked.
Cast light upon the darkened earth.
Cast light upon the darkened earth.
Guide us as we journey through.
She fucking...
Bye.
Her inflection is so silly.
Mm.
Oh, damn. She fucking spirited them away. Good for her. She's the same walk cycle as Callus does.
Yeah, the saunter.
Yeah.
Callus, we should.
Stop saying the character
Stop
name.
talking to me, bro.
Don't fucking talk to me.
You can't
Don't look
say
at
my
me.
name, so don't talk to me.
Don't fucking talk to me.
Ignore me.
Ignore me. Yay. All right. Okay. So yeah, we went to the Lagoon. We went to the Penis Museum. Went to various coffee places, as we do.
Yes, as we are wont to do.
I guess I should get rid of the camera. Kind of a waste, isn't it?
I suppose so.
I'll get rid of the little sword. I want to take pictures.
I want to take.
Triggers voice clip from the character. Why would I ever want to do that unless it gives
Right.
me a buff or something?
Like, what does that do other than annoy me?
Okay, here we go. She can use the magic, but she already has those magic cards. She's already like fucking decked out with magic.
She got bananas too.
Yeah, I guess I could eat her bananas in her voice clip.
Her fucking voice.
Fucking
clip.
wasting my time with your goddamn voice clip.
And maybe the voice clip is just to pad the deck.
Maybe. But you have like you only get 20 cards. So it really feels like why would I waste the card, you know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Give myself a kebab.
Kebab.
Cool. Alright, I'm enjoying the battle system though. It's quite fun. This game is dope. Anywho, yeah. So, Penis Museum. What do we do next?
We saw the Christmas cat.
Yeah, we saw the Christmas. Okay, so we gotta get into the
Iceland-
Iceland lore here.
Iceland apparently really loves Christmas.
Oh yeah,
So like
they are
everywhere
stoked
we
on
went,
Christmas, man.
the smallest little like outpost of houses, they still were completely decked out with Christmas lights, like little decorations in the windows, out on the lawn, like just absolutely crazy for Christmas. And apparently there's some sort of Icelandic lore about the Yule lads.
The Yule lads. Them lads are going crazy.
And the Yule lads are like these little fucked up guys who were born of like a troll lady.
They're all like ugly, horrendous, homeless
They're
men.
extremely ugly.
And,
just horrendous to look at.
They just all look drunk as shit.
Yeah.
And they're all just these fucking old, drunk, fucked up bastards.
They all have like different ailments and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like they're just fucked up in various different ways. There's like one that has like a fucked up back or something. I don't know. But there's the mom and the dad and the Yule lads, and then there's the Christmas cat. And we learned about the Christmas cat because we were walking around the city and we randomly came across this like huge art installment of like someone had made this big wire sculpture of the Christmas cat.
Yeah.
And it had big red eyes and it was like swiping, like it was viciously swiping its paw mid swipe. And so we read the little lore board next to the Christmas cat, and apparently the deal with the Christmas cat is that it's a cat that comes and eats a child if they don't receive an article of clothing for Christmas. It just comes and eats your child if they don't receive some kind of article of clothing for Christmas.
Classic fucked up folklore.
I'm not sure why.
Made me really wonder, like,
But-
because it felt like they were really making a push for these Yule lads. And it's like, is this something that they push every year? You know, like, how old is this lore? Where does it come from? Is it just like a national identity kind of thing where they're like, we want to make sure that everyone is like properly participating in our Christmas folklore, you know,
might
or is
wanna
it just like
save,
for
right?
tourists to see? I gotta go around. I gotta walk around because it was blocked.
Oh, it was blocked. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I better heal the bat.
Yeah. Yeah. Make sure you heal the bat.
Time
Time to collect the loot.
to collect the loot.
Yeah, so, but as we continued to hang out in the city, we quickly realized that it wasn't relegated to just the Christmas cat. There are also, like, these projections that I assume that the city had set up in, like, alleyways where they would project a Yule lad onto the wall and he would be, like, doing a little jig or, like, drinking or doing something, you know, amoral.
Quite weird. Very
and then
odd.
there'd be a little plaque with like his backstory or like a little joke about him.
Is the place?
Just placed randomly throughout the city. Just weird, holographic, disgusting little guys.
Yeah, and they had like
celebrating
statues
spirit
of them
Christmas.
in the stores and stuff, and like merch.
Yeah, there was tons of Yule lad
lots
merch.
of Yule lad merch.
For
it
sure.
was quite the national push for the Yule lads.
Yeah, I guess they must be big in Iceland. You know,
Gotta catch them all. Gotta collect them all.
they love their Yule lads.
The lads who bring lots of Yule and good tidings. Oh, is this another little boss fight?
I guess so.
Oh shit!
Oh, cool. I like this guy.
Damn, fighting all kinds of fucked up guys immediately.
Someone fucked up Dennis.
Cool. He's like a fucked up little Pokemon.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Hi, it's the Lord of the Spring, of course.
Malpertio, I remember that name.
Prepare yourself.
Noise. It's
okay.
a fucked up boy.
I guess he wants to fight. The Lord of the Realm wants to fight.
All right, let's throw him down. Anywho, yeah, so we saw the Yule lads, and we got into the room,
Finally.
and we didn't sleep, and then we went and got dinner.
Yeah, we got dinner, and we puttered
Oh yeah, we went to
around.
the punk museum.
Oh yeah, we were walking around the city, and there was a random like flight of stairs down to what used to be public toilets.
Yeah.
But it had been converted by this guy into a Icelandic punk music museum.
Yeah.
And so you walk through and you read all of the history of Icelandic punk, and he's got the whole place absolutely decked out in fucking
Yeah, just covered
memorabilia.
in pictures and posters and all kinds of old Icelandic punk lore, which was pretty neat.
He's got like a drum set and a guitar and stuff in there that you can play, and little headphones hanging down from the ceiling where you can listen to Icelandic punk bands. It's pretty dope.
It was very neat. It was a neat little find.
Yeah, what a cool place.
And yep, that's all there was to that. It was pretty neat. And we got a fancy dinner.
Yeah.
We got some.
Oh,
fancy
and that's
fish.
where we learned our first hard lesson
Yeah.
at dinner.
Oh yeah, that most places they don't bring you a check. You have to go up and pay, which
So-
is just like it's fine. You know, we just didn't know.
So, for clarification, if anyone listening doesn't live in America or a country similar to America, in America, when you go out to eat, if you're not at fast food, typically the waiter at the end of the meal brings you the check, and then you put your card down, they take it, they do what they need to do, and then, bring it back and you're good to go.
It's usually in the context of like this is a restaurant where you go in, you go, oh, we have 2 people, and then they bring you to a seat, they
sit-down
give you menus.
restaurant.
Like typically at a sit-down restaurant like that, then at the end, the waiter brings you a check. You know.
Yes. And this was a nice sit-down restaurant. This was not a McDonald's. This wasn't a Chili's. Like, it was a nice place. So we eat our food, and we're sitting there, and, like, no one has come to our table in 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, and we're like, dude, what's happening?
It was packed too,
and
so
it was packed in there.
We were feeling like, okay, like maybe we're supposed to go up and pay, or maybe like, I don't know, maybe we gotta get their attention, maybe
But I
we
mean,
made
like,
them mad, you know, I don't know.
Mind you, it's 7:30 at night Iceland time, which means we've been up far over 24 hours at this point. We're past the 24-hour mark of being
quite,
conscious.
the
So our
brutal
brains are
amount
not
of time.
exactly functioning on like optimal deductive reasoning, you know?
Yeah.
So rather than, you know, someone like a waiter taking pity on us, seeing how absolutely exhausted we are, and being like, hey, are you guys like good to go? You just gotta go up front to pay. No one says anything. They just shoot us dirty looks for the next 30 minutes.
They were giving us dirty looks.
While we
which
figure out that we need to
did
go
not
up
help.
front to pay. And I'm like, okay, all you had to do was come over and be like, oh, just pay up front. That's all, and we would have been out of your way. Like, have some fucking mercy on these idiot tourists who haven't slept in over 24 hours.
Yeah.
No mercy. Not a shred of fucking kindness.
Quite brutal.
Nothing but contempt for us in that establishment.
Yeah.
So finally we figured out that we needed to go up to pay to leave.
Yeah, because I saw someone else do it.
Yeah.
Which I hadn't seen anyone else go up and pay the whole time, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
that was
we were
the thing
looking
is, like,
around
we
to try
had
to
been watching
see.
other people and we didn't see anyone else like getting up.
Fuck. She did.
Getting up to pay. So we weren't sure what the fuck was happening. And the place was popping off. So we were very, very confused and not at our peak reasoning abilities.
Yeah.
So we finally got that shit figured out. And so that was fun. That was a hard learned lesson
Yeah.
of getting dirty looks for 30 minutes from wait staff until we finally figured out we needed to go up and pay ourselves.
It only spoiled the meal a little bit, you know, it's still
Only a
really
little.
delicious.
It was still good
Still a good
though.
experience.
Yeah, it was still a tasty dinner. And then we went and got crepes afterwards.
Yeah,
And the crepe
got the
was
crepes. And earlier in that day,
chocolatey.
for lunch, is when we had the more traditional
Oh
Icelandic
yeah,
food.
we had
which
had some
that was
traditional
interesting.
Icelandic food. What did you get, Victor?
So it was like a plate that had, I guess it was just a couple pieces of toast.
Yes.
And so there's the traditional thing seems to be like the rye bread, which is really delicious. Best rye bread fucking ever in the
So
world.
good. I don't like rye bread at home.
Yeah, I gotta
This
figure
was
out
delicious.
how to get rye bread that tastes that good here. Because I'm just like, I don't feel it exists at all.
It's almost more like a crumb cake than a bread.
Yeah.
Like it's so like dense.
It's really yummy. But they do the rye bread, and then they have like a fish paste that goes on the rye bread. Can't remember what it's called.
So what they do usually is it's au gratin potatoes, so it's like potatoes and cheese with like fish paste in it. That's what it is.
Okay.
Because that's what I got. It's called plokiser. My pronunciation's probably absolutely
Yeah.
shit, so I'm sorry. But it's potatoes au gratin and fish paste and rye bread, and it's super, super good. But there was so much of it I couldn't even eat it all. It was so good though.
Yeah. And then the rest of what I had, like, that was the best part. And then I also had the sheep
Sheep head jelly,
which was all right, but it's definitely one of those where it's like, okay, you're experiencing something foreign and strange.
Yeah.
And it's neat, but like you'd probably never want to eat it again, you know?
So, for clarification, this is exactly what it sounds like. They take all the leftover parts from the sheep's head, like eyeballs, brain, various other cartilage materials, turn it into a jelly, and put it on the rye bread, and it's like cold. It's like room temperature. It's not warm. And so it's in like a clear jelly, so you can see the like bits and pieces that make up the jelly.
It's quite grotesque. It's got an interesting texture, and they serve it cold, which is also strange, you know? It adds to the bizarreness of the meal.
But you had also gotten the salmon on one of the toasts, and that was pretty good.
Yeah,
That was pretty good.
The rest of it was good. And then there's also a couple places they had the peas, which is like a mayonnaise kind of pea. It's almost like a little casserole, like a pea casserole, which is kind of gross. Like, it's not right. It's just like one of those things that it's just like I don't hate it, but also like I don't want to eat it, you know?
I don't
like it kind of makes me gag in an odd way. Especially
love
that in
mayonnaise.
combination with the sheep's head was like, weird.
They love their mayonnaise in Iceland.
Yeah, they do
that's
love
for
mayonnaise.
sure.
I mean,
they
even
love
like everywhere
mayonnaise.
abroad, everyone fucking loves mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Like Japan loves their fucking
Japan
mayonnaise.
loves mayonnaise too. Yeah.
Mm. Ooh, I got my picture of the Lord of the Spring.
The Lord of the Spring.
I think I got a picture. Yeah, I think that's what that was. Do.
But yeah. But that was a good day. And then we finally were able to get back to the Airbnb after we had gotten our crepe. And my hair was absolutely destroyed from the fucking lagoon. Because fun fact, Blue Lagoon uses salt water, which none of the other lagoons do. Yeah, and salt water, I don't know if you've ever had long hair. Salt water fucks long hair. It's awful. And I hadn't been in the ocean for quite a while, and I had forgotten how bad that salt water fucks your hair. So I had to deal with the aftermath of that night, and that was not fun. Between the silicone and the sulfur in the water, and then it being salt water, my hair has never gotten that matted that fast. It was awful.
Yeah.
If you have long hair and you ever go to Blue Lagoon, I recommend putting your hair up and not putting it in the water because you will not have a good time. It'll be fun while you're doing it. It'll be great. You'll be having a really good time. And then when you go to wash your hair later, you'll wish you were fucking dead. So that's my recommendation. Aww. Lala's being so cute. She meowed. She wants back in your lap.
Come on.
Come on. Here she comes. Aww.
Cat in the lap.
Lap cat.
I got the lap cat.
No.
Oh, who's this guy? Is that Malpertio? No, it's
Giacomo.
Oh shit. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Grab
Kidnapping time. Uh-oh.
Time to take advantage
Get
of
knocked
a
out,
female.
dumbass.
See how they don't knock her out? They do knock him out? It's not fun if she's unconscious.
No. What you looking at, you goofy cat? She's extremely silly.
She is very silly. She's sitting in my lap.
She's sitting in your lap.
She's being quite friendly.
Okay. Oh no, it's Mima.
Mima saved me again.
Mima saved us again.
Mima is the fucking
Damn.
the OT.
Mima's the goat.
Fucking, yeah, the goat. That's
For
what I would say.
real. Thanks, Mima. You always know what to say.
Mima the goat.
I'll live.
They caught me off guard. Looks like they took that shining Magnus.
Damn, my
too.
shining
I can't
Magnus.
believe how lucky I am, though, to find him here. Oh,
Okay.
Giacomo,
Giacomo.
the man who killed my grandfather.
Oh, okay. I thought you didn't have any memories.
Right? Well, he said he
Giacomo.
I don't know.
Maybe I don't have any memories. Let's just leave him
Yeah,
alone.
let's just let him do his thing.
You're kidding me. I'm going out. It took forever to find him.
You have no free will, Bucus. Sorry.
I am just a Christmas
I'm gonna do what I
spirit, you know?
want.
Well, now,
Exactly.
I wonder what... We should go back to the village first. Ask around. The thing was huge. Someone must have seen it.
I didn't get to see it.
Mima must know.
Yeah.
Huh? What is it, Mirai?
Squeak.
Thank you, Mima. Mima, that's super helpful.
All right. Here, jump in my
What?
cape.
Oh, okay. Just some excuse for Mima to be with you, but also, oh, he can shrink. He's like a Pokemon.
Mima is very large. I don't think Mima would fit.
Nah, dude, he shrank. You saw him shrink.
Mima is like Nezuko. The size of Mima is appropriate for what the
Yeah.
scene calls for.
Damn it, they fucking... There was a card thing in there. And then, so that makes me want to go back and get it, you know?
Oh no.
I don't want to go and fight
And you're
all
gonna
those
have to
enemies
trek
again.
all the way back.
Why would they show me the card thing and not let me get it?
Because they're
So cruel.
mean.
It sounded like trouble was brewing. Come talk with the village headman.
Okay. I guess I'll do that.
If you're not allowed to ride a POW in this game, it's the worst game ever made.
Yeah, you can't do that.
It's the worst game ever made.
What it was.
Yes, clearly.
A strange monster came up from the spring in a forest. It was saying something
Malpertio.
Ah, Mercutio, why?
An evil deity from I knew
guess it's interesting that they have the Shakespearean names.
But wait. No more.
No more butts,
No
young
more
man.
butts, young man. That's what got us into this situation in the first place.
I believe the other travelers, a young girl.
Oh. that
He's
is
completely
attacked by soldiers
unconcerned
with
with her, by the
giant
way.
Yeah, he
He's just like, oh yeah,
It's
she's
like, I'm gonna go
probably
kill that guy. I don't
being
give a shit about
assaulted
her.
as we speak. Lol,
Yeah.
whatever. It's really not my problem.
Get wrecked.
Do you know anything about that?
I mean, he is an adult, and she's underage, so he's
Oh
not all that
yeah,
interested.
problematic age gap.
Yeah, he
So,
understands
he
the
knows
problematic
better.
age gap.
about that huge. The city.
The city. Oh, I never thought about that.
Careful, Callus. Powerful entities seem to be at work. Stay alert.
Nah.
Thanks, Doc.
Thanks, dog.
Yeah, thanks, Doc.
All right. You're mine, Giacomo.
Giacomo.
Giacomo is right.
One more thing, Cal. It shouldn't take too long. Could you?
Your place?
I'm bringing him over to your place now, huh?
A
Oh, these fucking sketchy old men.
Lamau.
Lamau, indeed.
Gotta go see what he
I want to save at the flower.
Oh, good
Save
point.
flower, save flower. Save your progress.
I still haven't determined why we needed to go to the church.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we could have talked to the guy more and maybe he would have explained it. He said something about class changing and all that shit.
Oh.
I got my aged buckle. How do I equip? Like, what is my aged buckle? Can I equip this? Ah, scale buckle. There we go. This one looks special. And that one didn't. It's a good sleep paralysis. No, that one's better. Scale
Is that a
buckle.
pineapple?
That's a wild
Oh,
strawberry.
wild strawberry.
She thought that was a pineapple? What do
Oh,
I
you
do
did
with
get the card for the Lord of the Spring.
Like, can I use it, or is it just like a? I think it's just like a decorative card.
Oh, well. Huh.
Huh? What do I do with it? Is it valuable?
You have no valuables.
Maybe someone else can use it later.
Maybe.
Let's see. Is it in here? The chickens are going ham.
I was like, there's a lot of quacking going
That's
on
a
right
lot
now.
of chicken. Okay.
There he is.
What does it do? I can't even like select it.
You can't Z1.
Oh, Z. Okay. Okay. It's
Okay.
just his card, I guess. I
Just
think I just
there
got
he
it from taking a
is.
picture of him. Yeah, I think you just get the cards. It's just a
Ah.
collectible, I guess.
All right. Cool.
Combos. Interesting. There might be some depth to these mechanics.
Right? Do you think
Oh,
so?
music. Cool. I love it when they do that in the games. There's quite a few songs to unlock here.
Oh, well, it's a long game.
Hmm.
Voices?
I can turn the
Ah.
voice acting off. That's nice. That's ahead of its time. Rumble feature.
Battle results.
Oh,
so you can shorten out
Oh,
those.
that's good. I'll keep that on.
Hello.
She going over to you now.
Yeah, she's making her way over somewhere.
No, it's a good cat.
I just felt
Anywho,
little feet on my legs, and I was
continuing
like,
our
"Whoa."
story. So that was day 1. Yeah, we got dinner. We got a crepe, and then we passed the fuck out
Yeah,
at our
passed the
Airbnb.
fuck out.
Oh, and this is where one of our first problems arose. Because Hope goes shower, and I'm trying to figure out how to plug in all of our appliances to charge.
Oh,
So
God.
you know, I brought my drone, I brought a photo camera, and I brought a video camera, and then I have my laptop, and I have my Switch, and then we have Hope's phone, we have my phone, and we have our pocket Wi-Fi. Because we had to get a pocket Wi-Fi
Yeah, well,
from
that
the
was
rental
our
car
first
company.
real problem. Is as soon as we got into the airport, we tried to get internet.
Yeah, because
And,
you can get SIM cards, but then iPhones don't
so-
fucking work with international SIM cards.
Well, I was like, oh, it'll be easy. We'll just get a SIM card. It's not a problem. I
Yeah.
go into the little, like, store inside of the airport where they sell the cards. And it's like a little general store where they have lots of stuff. And there's a section where, first of all, okay, so it's like 5 a.m., right? So there's a couple people manning the store. There's like a guy floating around in the tech section. And then there's like 4 people up at the registers, and then the self-checkout section. I find the SIM cards, and I see there's a sign in the SIM card area that says pay for your SIM cards here. And there's a computer where you're clearly meant to be able to check out, but no one is there. And like no one is coming over to talk to me, to like ask if I need help. And the computer is not a self-checkout computer. So I'm like, oh, all right, well, weird. So I get that and some water, and I go over to the manned checkout. And I go, and the lady's like, no, go to self-checkout. And I'm like, oh, but I have this SIM card. And she's like, no, go to self-checkout. And I'm like, okay. So I go to self-checkout, and I go to start scanning my items, and it's not letting me scan the SIM cards. And I'm like, okay. And then finally, so one of the employees sees me struggling at the self-checkout, and he's like, what's wrong? And I'm like, I need to buy this SIM card. And he was like, you can't buy that here. You need to buy it back there, and points to the kiosk that no one is manning back in the fucking SIM card section. And I'm like, oh, okay, my bad. So I go back over there, and I stand next to the computer that no one is manning in the SIM card section for a minute. No one's coming over. And so finally, I go over to the guy who's floating around in the tech section, and I'm like, hey, I need to buy this SIM card. And he was like, yeah, you need to do that over there. And I'm like, yeah, no one was over there. And he was like, yeah, I can check it out for you. You need to go over there. And then he like takes me over there, and he's giving me this fucking dirty look the whole time. And he's like, yeah, you're not allowed to go. You're not allowed to leave this section with the SIM cards. You shouldn't have left this section. And I'm like, well,
Oh
I
my
didn't
God.
know. I'm sorry. And so I buy the fucking SIM cards off this guy who now has been extremely mean to me at fucking 5 a.m. First interaction with someone in Iceland that I've had. And I'm like, well, fucking great, whatever. We have SIM cards, it's not a problem. It's got unlimited data, so I know we're good to go. And so we go to sit down, we take the SIM cards out of our phone, put the SIM cards in that I just bought. They don't fucking work. They just don't
Yep.
fucking work. They don't work with iPhone.
Because iPhone sucks ass.
Because iPhones apparently are fucking stupid
You
as
have to have
shit.
like a region unlocked iPhone, which I should have remembered.
It was also 5
Fine,
a.m.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, well, what are you gonna do? But yeah, so I got yelled at for no fucking reason.
Of course.
Just so the SIM cards wouldn't fucking work. So that was the first issue, and then luckily we were able to rent a Wi-Fi adapter thingy from the car rental place.
Which is fine, you know. It was just fine. But, you know, always annoying bullshit when you start in a foreign country. Because goddamn SIM cards can't just work everywhere.
It's like, if you don't want people leaving the SIM card section to pay for your SIM cards, then, and you see someone go to the SIM cards, go over to that section. Jesus fucking Christ. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
You know you're dealing with people who've just landed in this country. They're probably tourists. They don't know what's up. Like, fucking do your job then! God!
Mm-hmm. Anyways, okay, so back to what I was saying with that, which is, so I'm plugging all our shit in. So I've had this fucking Insignia Universal power adapter for years. I've had it for years, because I had initially bought it, because back when I was in school at ODU, the film teacher had bought this fucking stupid electronic slider thing, and he had accidentally bought it with European connectors.
How do you
and so I had bought it
accidentally
to try
do
to use
that?
that because he's little bit of a fucking idiot.
Okay, yeah, that
It's a
seems
very
fair.
niche specialty product that they only made so many of, and so it was like probably made by Europeans, and they just kind of defaulted to that, you know. So it had a European outlet. Anyway, so I've had this thing for fucking forever. I've never even really used it. So I brought it with us because like, oh, we're gonna need it. And so I brought that, and I brought a power strip, and and USB thing. Like, I brought everything so we could charge whatever we need. So I plugged this fucking thing in, and, like, first it doesn't fit very well into the wall, and then, like, I think it... So I plug it in, I've got everything hooked up, and it's working, everything's charging, everything's good. Okay, what does he want me to do? Hold on. I thought I did talk to him.
Why don't
Bring
you
him a
bring him a
mountain
mountain
apple?
apple?
What the fuck? Where'd I find the apples? Oh, God. I gotta do a fucking scavenger hunt for some fucking apples?
Buy some apples.
Buy some apples! Oh, fuck. Well, I was laying out the keyboard. I can't let you do that because you're gonna stop the recording. I'm sorry, Lala. You gotta lay on the lap. Nope. Yep, lay there. Come on. Lay down. 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 You can't lay on the laptop because you're gonna stop the recording. Alright. Anywho. Fucking, yeah, so I plug everything in, and the power strip starts smoking. So I, very quickly unplugged the fucking thing, and then I made the horrible mistake of giving it a sniff to see if it was smoky, and that was, like, the most destructive thing that's ever happened to my nose, ever.
I don't know why your first instinct would be to sniff it.
Because I was like, did I imagine that, And so... I did not imagine it. The sniff confirmed this. There we go. I found the apples. They're right outside.
Oh, that was easy.
Okay. Yeah. So that was immediately like, oh, so now we can't charge anything. Luckily, that hotel or Airbnb had a thing that was already in the wall. And they already had one outlet converter, and I just had a second one. So we were able to use that night, but, like, fucking no other place we went to had one.
Yeah.
And then it was actually kind of hard to find them, which we'll get back to later. But, like, yeah, so we were kind of, like, taking turns charging phones because, like, we were charging our phone in the car because it had, like, CarPlay for the rental car.
Yeah.
So Hope would
So
do
we
the
were
navigating and charge her
constantly
phone, and I would charge my phone at night because we kind of had to take turns, and I was able to charge, like, my drone batteries. But then I didn't use the cameras that much overall anyway, so I didn't have to charge that much shit. And then, like, the laptop we just couldn't use because I had no way to charge it. We ended up, at some point, watching shit on the Switch with, like, Crunchyroll on the Switch. It was hilarious. Yeah, so that was one of our obstacles, as it always is, going to another country. Anywho, so day 2, what did we do?
Day 2, we headed south to Vik, which is a small town on the, like, southernmost point of Iceland. And on our way there, we stopped and we looked at some waterfalls. We went to Skogafoss and Sjalandrafoss.
Yeah. They're waterfalls. Those
And
are
they were
waterfalls.
waterfalls. Oh, we also drove through the town of Selfoss, which was pretty neat. And we had a
Yeah.
hot dog.
In hella. Yeah, we got our first fucking hot dog. 'Cause there's like a...
Good ass hot
I
dog.
guess a fast food chain restaurant, but I never saw more than one. I only ever saw the one.
I think there's more than one, but I'm really not.
Yeah,
100% on
it's like a
that.
fast food chain, I guess, that does hot dogs.
So for those of you who don't know, aside from their traditional food, Iceland is like their national food is like the hot dog.
I guess.
Like
what it
that's
seems
pretty
like.
much what it is. They
It's
love
called
hot
a
dogs.
Pilser.
Yes.
And they're quite fucking good.
They're
so the hot dogs we got at
delicious.
this place, it's hard to order because like they didn't have an English menu at this place. We kind of had to look at it online, and so I just asked for like a hot dog with French fries. And then when she gave me the hot dog with French fries, she didn't give me a hot dog and fries. She gave me a hot dog with fries on it.
Yes.
Which is one of their things, which is great. So I just kept
It was
ordering
delicious.
that because I'm like, okay, well I like it. So,
like
you know.
it's French fries, like the bun, and then French fries, and then the hot dog. But they fried the hot dog.
Yeah, the deep fried hot dog.
And then they put like a bunch of cheese, like melted cheese, on top of the fried hot dog, and then there's like a sauce on it as well.
Yeah, like some kind of paprika mayo sauce.
It's really
It's
good.
kind of common. But yeah, that was fucking. Oh, it was so
Those
delicious.
hot dogs. I think we ate more hot dogs in the 2 weeks where we were in Iceland than I
Yeah.
do in like a year.
We ate
in
quite
America.
a few hot dogs. Because we had to end up driving through that town a few times. So every time we would stop and
We
get the
got
hot
a hot
dogs.
dog.
But yeah, so that was Selfos. That's where I first got to fly the drone, which I didn't get to do a whole lot, but it was fun when I did get to fly it, which was few and far between because it turns out it's pretty windy in Iceland.
Yeah, go figure. There's a lot of wind
Drones can't really handle wind, and I wasn't really trying to fuck around and find out, you know? I know a lot of people that probably would fuck around and find out. I'm not the type to fly my drone in harsh weather conditions and potentially lose it. So, didn't do a ton of drone flying, but we did fly it in Selfoss. And I looked up the rules for drone flying in Iceland beforehand, which is that there is no laws about it at all, you know? It's just, like, courtesy of... Like, there's certain places, obviously, around, like, airports where the drone won't even take off because that's, like, standard drone safety features, and, like, it won't take off around the city of Reykjavik.
Because there's an airport.
Yeah, because there's an airport, and it's all on the map, so you can't fly in the city. And as I read in an article, like, there's so little, like, crime and news going on in Iceland that if tourists fuck up with the drone, it like, gets front-page news. It is, like, a big story. So you shouldn't really fuck around with your drone in Iceland too much. In places where you shouldn't be. Oh, I didn't know I could hop across here. Oh.
I'm not sure what that's
because there's a little card down here.
Oh, card.
Yeah. Anywho, yeah. So don't try to fuck around and find out with the drone in Iceland. There certainly were people that we experienced in Iceland flying their drones inappropriately.
Yeah.
But I try not to be an inappropriate drone flyer. But I was stoked to fly the drone in Iceland and get some very pretty footage. More thoughts on that later. Anyways, so we make our journey to Vik. That's pretty much all we did that day because there's only so much sunlight.
Because again, there's like 4 hours of sunlight.
Yeah, and then when we got there, so like the structure of Iceland is like there's kind of this you know, it's a small island country. The center of the country is all mountains and glacier. And then, like, the outside perimeter along the coast, there's a road that goes around the whole island. And so you're kind of traveling along the quote-unquote coast, even though it's like a pretty far from the ocean to the mountains. But, like, in terms of, like, the size of, like, the state of Virginia, Iceland's fucking tiny to drive around, you know?
Yeah.
And like, the distance from the coast to the mountains is, like, you can see the mountains from the coast, you know? Which, for us, is very unusual for our type of landscape. So we make our way from the capital city is in like the southwest of the island, and so we make our way to sort of the southern center of the island, which is where Vik is. And the original game plan was to base up in Vik and travel from there to a couple different places.
Right.
But these plans change quite quickly when we actually get there. Did I fall in the water?
You fell in the water.
Oh no, I'm soaked.
Well, there really wasn't too much of a punishment.
Oh, yeah, I guess because the water's... I didn't realize it was, like, stopping and starting. Interesting. More interactable environment than I first realized. Okay, anywho, so we get to Vik. It's already dark, because we went to the waterfalls and stuff when we were driving. And we started driving when it was light out, and there's only 5 hours of light or whatever. So, we get there, we go to a place, and we get some soup. Some nice lamb soup. It was okay. We didn't realize until later that the soup we got was supposed to be, like, unlimited soup. And so we just had the one soup, and it felt like it kind of wasn't worth it.
Soup works.
But it totally would have been worth it if we knew that the soup was unlimited, but we were stupid and didn't realize that the soup was unlimited.
Yeah.
It was a fine
Foolish.
soup. Went to our hotel. We had a pretty nice hotel for a few days there. It was a little weird. I don't know, it was odd. There was an odd essence to the room. But it was fine. It was nice.
I don't know. I think it was a nice room.
It was a perfectly serviceable room. I didn't have very comfortable sleeps there. I think that's why I felt that way. Because I was very uncomfortable in the bed. It was very firm. And I was not sleeping well for the first few days.
I don't know. I thought the bed was fine.
Yeah, it was fine for you. It was not for me. I don't know what it was. I was just very uncomfortable.
So the funny thing about Iceland is that they don't have a bed bigger than, like, a double.
Yeah.
They just smush 2 double beds together to make a queen, or like 2 of the bigger versions of the double to make a king.
It's quite comical and
bizarre. So
bizarre.
there's a seam running down the middle of your bed, and then also they don't do like one comforter for the whole bed. It's like each side of the bed has its own comforter.
The 2 comforters was definitely the worst. Like, I don't
Did you
fucking...
not? I thought you liked it.
No, I did not
At
like
first you
that.
praised it.
Maybe I did it first, but they were small.
They were
And
small.
I'm used to, like, you know, a
Pulling the
bigger
blankets off
blanket.
me,
And
yeah.
pulling the blanket off you. And so it's just like I just kept losing the blanket in the middle of the night, you know? Because I'm a violent sleeper.
You are a violent sleeper.
Like, I saw the appeal at first, but they're just too small, you know? Because they're really long and narrow. Almost like they're smaller than our blankets on our couch, you know?
Yeah.
Like, they're pretty small.
But, like, it works for me because I cocoon myself.
Yeah.
And then I'm, like, good to go.
I mean, it wasn't terrible. The blankets weren't terrible, but, like, in some places it was better than
fun
others.
fact, no queen-size beds in Iceland. They just slam 2 smaller beds together, and the comforters are just individual-sized comforters.
It's quite odd and quite consistent among everywhere.
Also, the tap water there is extremely drinkable. Quite good.
Yeah,
Definitely
good tap water.
don't buy water in Iceland. Just drink the tap water. Bring a water bottle. Fill your water bottle with tap water. Save yourself a little bit of money. It's definitely... It goes against your nature as an American because in most states, the tap water is poison. And so you're used to having to filter your water or, you know, buying bottled water. So when you go to a country where the tap water is good, you're like, I don't know. Can I trust this? Is this okay? I feel like I shouldn't be drinking the tap water and like I'm poisoning myself because in America you would be.
Yeah.
But not in Iceland. Their tap water is delicious and quite nice.
Yep. Good water. Anywho, that was day 2. So, did it start snowing on day 2?
It started snowing the night.
Started
of
snowing
day
the
2.
night of day 2. And so this would become the defining factor of our entire trip. Because as it turns out, we were there in the middle of a winter storm. So it's not just like a little snow, you know. It was a big snow. And it started that night and it continued
was a
through
multi-day
all of the
snow.
3rd day. Yeah, into the 4th day. It snowed for days. And it was quite destructive. So getting into day 3, we're in Vic now, and our plan for the day is that Hope scheduled us an
Ice cave tour.
ice cave tour. So that's what we're gonna go do. We get up, and it's like snow apocalypse has happened. It's still actively snowing. You could barely see 100 feet in any direction because of all the like snow fog, you know. It's quite trippy. We have trouble even getting our car out of the parking lot of the hotel.
So, for reference, we're driving a Toyota Picanto.
It's like a shitty little
It's tiny.
hybrid kind of
It's not a hybrid,
box
but
car.
it's small.
Yeah, it's not a hybrid, but you get the idea. It's like
tiny.
a tiny little car. So that's what we're driving. Does have winter tires, but not like chain tires or anything to like break ice, or it doesn't have 4-wheel drive.
Yeah, no 4-wheel drive, 2-wheel drive only.
Yeah, so it's not like the most the most durable car to be driving around in the winter apocalypse. But it suffices. So anyways, we start the day, our tour is going to start at 11 when the sun comes up. So we decide we're going to go to the beach in Vik, which is, classic black sand beach.
So
I mean, all
Iceland,
of the beaches
South
in
Iceland is notorious for its black sand, black pebble beaches.
Yeah,
as
which
seen
is
in
because-
Game of Thrones, Star
yeah.
Wars, etc., etc.
Because it's a volcanic island, so it's all volcanic beaches from, the old volcano eruptions that created all the landscape. So it's got those sick-ass, fucking neat volcano beaches. So we want to go see our first black sand volcano beach. And we walk out there. And so we get into the parking lot. And we park the car facing the ocean. And then we remember, oh yeah, in Iceland, you're supposed to park your car away from... into the wind so that the
because
wind...
the wind can rip your doors off if you go against
Yeah,
the
when it
wind.
gets really severe. So we're getting out of the car, and they're like, oh, we need to repark the car. Try to turn the car on, and it's dead. It will not start. And I immediately recognize this as, okay, it's probably the battery's dead. We're probably going to need a jump. But at this time, we only have so much time until our winter cave tour. So I'm like, okay, let's not freak out about this. We're probably not going to be able to get help immediately unless like we can ask someone for jumper cables, but like we just don't have time. So let's just leave the car here at the beach. We walk to the spot where we're gonna do the ice cave tour, which is like, I mean, it was like a 10-minute walk
Yeah,
away.
it was like a 10-minute
it's a
walk.
tiny town, not a huge deal. So we leave the dead car at the beach. We explore the beach a little bit. Super neat. Game of Thrones. I get a big old rock.
You did get a big old rock.
I got a big old rock. That was very cool, but it's also extremely cold and extremely windy, so you could only enjoy it so much. And it's covered in snow, so you couldn't really see like the black sand. Mostly the rocks we could see at that time. Anyway, it didn't hinder the experience or anything. It was still very cool. So we walk to the place to do our ice cave tour, and then it was quite fucking dope. It was a dope ass little tour that we did. So we ended up the day we were going, it wasn't super popular, and probably a lot of people had to cancel, I imagine, and so. We ended up with a basically private tour with the tour guide.
Yeah, it was just us and the guide.
And so it's this Hungarian dude giving us a tour, and we get into they got the big old fucking like almost monster truck.
They call it a super jeep, but it's basically a monster truck.
Yeah, so we get in the monster truck, and he drives us out, and he drives you out into the fucking like you start going off-road into the wilderness basically, and like because it's still actively snowstorming, like we can't see anything at all.
It's a true whiteout.
Like it's literally
as he takes us inland.
a white void. We have no idea where we're going. We can't see anything, and it's kind of hilarious because like there's the drive is part of the tour. And like he drives you through areas that are like he's talking about like Star Wars because like they filmed Rogue One
Used in
out there,
films.
and so he's talking about like the landscape. He's like, if you could see it over here,
This
you would
would
see
be it.
this is where they had the Star Base in Rogue One and all this shit. That's part of the tour that you can tell they structured the tour after these movies were shot, to help increase like the tourist enjoyment or whatever. And we can't see any of that, but it was still fucking sick as shit. Like you can tell the guy is thinking like, man, they're probably hating this. Like they're not getting the experience. Like what are you even doing out here on this day where it's a complete fucking ice storm nightmare? But it was fucking dope because it was very unique and it was kind of terrifying. You're like gripping the seat,
was
like
a
oh god,
little,
like I have no idea
intense.
where we're going.
Because like we're driving, and he's at this point the visibility is so non-existent that he's just using the GPS to guide based on paths he's driven before.
Yeah, like there's literally no landmarks to see
And
where
like
you're going.
every couple minutes, he has to stop the Jeep and hop out and like go and test the area in front of the car to make sure that there is no like drops in the rocks and other things that might not be safe to drive the Jeep through. And like the Jeep is built in such a way where it's got like these big monster truck tires and it's
Shit,
super
these guys are
lifted.
fucking me up. I'm gonna die.
And it's hooked up to this machine in the back where cables are running from the machine to all four tires. And then there's a little like pressure management system that's being monitored by his phone to make sure that the tires have the appropriate amount of air pressure in them for when we're driving on like rocky terrain versus normal road. And he has to make sure the wires aren't coming unhooked from the tires. And it's just like, it's a whole chaotic thing happening.
It's funny with these old JRPGs when you have a save file that has 60 hours on it and you go, it's probably more like 80 hours from when you die and you have to actually go back and reload your save because there's no auto-saving.
Yep.
Fucking brutal. But yeah, so we drive out to the ice cave. Very, very neat, very cool, very spooky because of the sick atmosphere of all the white snow. And we do the ice cave glacier tour. It's very cool because you go up to the glaciers and they've got all the ice caves that are kind of like half natural, half kind of man assisted
Just with
caves.
like planks and gangways so that you can walk through them.
Yeah, they make it walkable and tourable. And he tells us about how every couple of years they gotta find a new spot because the glaciers are melting and the
they're
caves
constantly
disappear.
like scouting for new caves.
Yeah, but it was real cool. You're walking through glaciers. You get to look into the glaciers and see all the layers of sediment and stuff of like how the glaciers are formed. It's all packed in snow, so you see like here's the layer, and then there's a layer of like dirt where you can tell that it was like that for a while, and the dirt got in there. It was real cool. You walk through the caves and you take pictures, and it's like, a whole corny little guided tour where he's like, it's kind of funny because it's just the two of us, so like you could tell like the time is meant to be padded out by like stops and breaks and like taking pictures and everyone posing for pictures, and like we just get to a spot where like, all right, we got what we need. We got pictures.
Right.
It's like,
all right,
the guy's just
ready?
like, all right, I guess we'll move on. Just very funny. There's a point where he stops and he gives us some shots of some what was that stuff called? Brennivin.
Which is Iceland's like signature alcohol that they make with like a bunch of herbs and distilled stuff. It's really tasty. It's quite powerful though.
It is strong.
I thought it tasted quite nice though.
Yeah, it was nice. Sadly, by this point, like I really needed to pee.
Oh no.
And so like the whole time I'm like, oh god, I need to pee. And this is where I'm getting sick.
Yes.
It's like I had
This is where
started
it
feeling it the
started.
night before. Like I had that feeling, the feeling when you're like, I know I'm about to be sick. Like I feel this
Yeah.
way. I feel it in my bones. Tomorrow I'm probably gonna get sick. And sure enough, I woke up feeling pretty bad. I took a bunch of ibuprofen to try to get over it, but like, that was kind of wearing off by the middle of the tour.
Yeah.
So like the tour continues on where like you go through the ice caves and you go back, and then I hadn't realized that it was gonna continue from there onto more stuff. I was like, oh, I think it's done. So I'm like, oh god, I gotta pee. I can't wait to get back and pee. And I'm starting to feel bad. But then he takes us out to like there's another long drive where you go to like this beautiful like massive beach that stretches on for like a really long time, and you get to walk out there, which is a little too cold and windy to really appreciate.
It was very windy.
It was very cold, very windy, and it's so snowy that you can't really see that far. And then he takes us to the Yoda cave, which was hilarious because he's got like a whole shtick where he goes in and he's pretending like he's like talking to Yoda or whatever, and then he's like, don't turn around until you get to the back. So it's like, ooh, it's like there's an animal in there, and then you turn around and he's like, what does it look like? And we're like, Hope is like, is it a troll? And he's like, it was quite kind of hilarious and embarrassing because we're not Star Wars fans, so we wouldn't have thought
the
Yoda.
The tourist aspect of this tour really banks on you being into Star Wars, and we are not into Star Wars at all. So things that are supposed to be impressive either don't land or are just kind of like, oh, all right,
okay. Though they did Rogue One here. Neat.
Cool. He was like, do you guys have a favorite Star Wars movie? And I'm like, I don't know, one of the originals, I guess. I'm trying to play along, but I don't really care about Star Wars.
And there's nowhere to run, nowhere to deflect. Thank God Hope was there to talk to this guy, because I would have just fucking... I mean, he was like, does someone want to sit in the front seat? I'm like, please you, because I'm not going to be able to talk to this guy.
It was very difficult because, Hungarian guy who has a very strong accent, and then, the language barrier of, like, I'm sure he speaks Icelandic a lot of the time. So it's the language barrier and the Hungarian accent, and I'm just like, I'm trying so hard. I'm sorry. I don't understand like a quarter of what is being said right now. It got better the longer I listened to it. Yeah. I was able to decipher it a little bit better, but at the start I was like,
Then I was in the back seat, so I could barely hear anything from that as well.
Yeah. Oh, I imagine you couldn't have heard shit.
Yeah. But very fun, very cool tour.
But yes.
Yeah, we saw the Yoda cave.
The Yoda cave.
Which was very funny because we don't give a fuck about Star Wars.
I was really not sure what he was getting at. I was like, what am I supposed to be seeing? I don't know.
It was funny when she's like, is it a troll?
Which I guess is not a bad guess.
Yeah.
When you're not thinking about Star
like,
Wars,
no, not a troll.
Trolls are big in Iceland lore, so I was like,
Yoda.
I was sniffing down the wrong track. That's all.
Did it look more like a baby Yoda? But
I don't know. I guess it looked like a Yoda. Anyway, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But yeah, at that point, you were getting pretty sick. Which,
Yeah. I was feeling I was really feeling it.
thank you, our visiting Iceland, for recommending bringing every kind of medicine you could think you could possibly need.
Yeah,
Because
that
if I
was good.
hadn't,
You
we
had
would
all
have
the
had
stuff.
nothing.
Because when I got sick
you
in Japan,
can't just go to a
you know,
pharmacy in Iceland and pick up cold medicine.
There was, like, we could find, it's just the pharmacies weren't as frequent or as obvious as what we're used to. 'Cause,
Well,
like, I did eventually
we were
figure out
stuck
what a
in
pharmacy
Vik, and there was not
Yeah, in
a
Vik there was
pharmacy
no
there.
pharmacy, unless, I mean, there might have been and we just didn't see it, you know? But, yeah, we didn't see one.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It wasn't in the grocery store, you know, because we looked.
We looked, yes. Apparently, it's very difficult to reliably find a pharmacy in Iceland. So if you ever go, you know, you're not planning on getting sick, but pack every kind of medicine you think you might need, even
Yeah.
on a weird off chance.
we
Because
was
you will
using
be
that.
very happy if you need it.
Yeah.
Because we ended up needing it big time.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
'cause Victor got real sick later that day.
Yeah, I got real sick. I was like real sick. So we did the ice cave tour, and that pretty much took up the whole day.
Yeah.
What did we
used
get
all
for
our
dinner
light.
that night?
We, well,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here's the rest of the story. Okay. Yeah, because that was an eventful day. So if you remember from what we were talking about
Please
in the morning, our car is broken down. So we're done with the ice cave tour. Like, we had told the guy during the tour about the car situation, and it kind of seemed like he was gonna help us because he was like asking about it when we were driving back, and we're like, oh well, maybe he's gonna come give us a jump or something. That did not happen. He did not. Once the tour was over, it was like, bye.
So I think the deal is that, like, a lot of the times folks in Iceland don't want to get involved when you're dealing with a rental company's car.
Yeah.
Because as soon as they hear it's a rental, they immediately back off.
Yeah. So the process of we walked back to the rental car, and like we knew that in the rental car it's got a thing where it says, in case of emergencies, you call this number for the rental company. So we call that number, and the rental company lady tells us, okay, first of all, she's trying to figure out where we are, and she thinks we're somewhere that we are not.
Yes.
So
she tells us to go to a cafe off the beach, and we're like, there is no cafe.
Yeah.
And she's like, no, there's a cafe. And I was like, okay.
So yeah, she tells us to go to this cafe, and she's like, oh, they'll have jumper cables, and they'll help you at the cafe. The cafe did not exist because she thought we were somewhere we were not.
Because she thought we were at the wrong beach.
So we walk up, and there is a cafe not too far that's connected to a hotel. So we're like, okay, they can probably help us. And then we walk up, and it turns out it's like a hotel and a visitor center and a cafe. So we're like, okay, that sounds perfect. We go to the visitor center, and we get this woman that's like, I think she was French.
Yeah, something like that.
But like, we tell her the situation. She's trying to help us, and she's like, did you call the rental car company? Like, yes, we called the rental car company. Or first, we didn't tell her the whole story. She was like, oh, let me call the rental company, and I'll help you out. And she calls the rental company and talks to them. And then she talks to us, and she's like, oh, the rental car company said... Or no, she called the police.
Yes, she called 112,
emergency
which
services.
is their emergency
Yeah.
services in
And then
Iceland.
she gets off the phone with them, and she's like, oh, the emergency services says to call your rental company. And
Right.
then we were like,
We
well, we
did.
did call the rental company, and they told us to come to a cafe and ask for jumper cables. Then she's like, okay, well, let me call the rental company and see what I can do for you. So she calls the rental company now, and she talks to them, and then she gets them to, oh, interesting, what is all this?
It's secrets.
Yeah. Spirit numbers.
number.
Oh, interesting. Straight
Okay.
and a pair. So what's a straight and a pair? So the numbers are important. Okay. Okay, so if you use cards that are in ascending or descending order, it gives you a bonus. Interesting.
And then a pair would be the same numbers on the cards.
Oh. I wonder if I even knew about that system as a kid.
Well, you didn't read, so I doubt
I
it.
probably didn't. Deck shuffle, defense 2. Okay. Sorry, guys, I'm reading. He's a card master.
I suppose he is.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So the lady calls the rental car company, and the rental car company is finally like, okay, we'll send a guy out to help you. Oh god, what the fuck's going on now? Sure. Give me that essence of water,
why not?
dude. Hell yeah. Sick. Got the essence of water. So I do need to defeat this fire guys to get behind the waterfall and get that other card. Maybe I should go back to the town and get more healing items.
And save.
Yeah. And save again. It's just like constant fucking little battles.
Yeah.
Okay. So you can heal during battle, but you're gonna lose your shit. Anywho, yeah, so they're gonna send a mechanic out to us. So we go into the little cafe that's attached to the visitor center, and we're chilling there, and we wait, and then the guy comes up, the mechanic comes, and he's gonna help jump the car. So I leave with the mechanic to go get the car fixed, and it's this fucking gruff, grumbly dude who doesn't say shit, and he walks up, and he just like quickly jumps the car, starts it up, and he's like, "You're good, bye." And I have to pay him, and now we got the car back, and he's like, "Oh yeah, just charge it for 30 minutes and you'll be good." So I leave the car running while we get dinner in this place, and you met a colorful character while I was gone.
So when we had entered the cafe to wait for the mechanic to come through, it was us and like one other gentleman who was sitting at the table across from us. And it's like an older dude, probably in his 60s, like longish white hair and this tan trench coat. And he's working on his laptop and he has a beer. And while we were drinking our coffee, waiting for the mechanic to come, I kind of been watching him and just kind of like seeing what he was doing. And I noticed that he had been looking up antique guns on his laptop for the past like 20 minutes and just like drinking his drink. And he was like, okay, cool, whatever. And literally, so mechanic comes and Victor takes off with the mechanic to jumpstart the car. And the dude, as soon as you leave, he like turns to me and he was like, "Oh, are you having a little bit of car trouble today?" And dude has like a Scottish accent, right? So old Scottish dude. And I'm just like, yeah, so what we at the time what we thought had happened, because in Iceland you're supposed to always have your headlights on anytime you're driving, day or night. That's the law. So we thought we had by mistake left the headlights on and killed the battery, hence why the battery died that morning.
Yeah.
So that's what I was explaining to this guy. And we ended up having a entire conversation about how he had a Icelandic girlfriend, and he had come to visit while they were still dating, and he was staying with her family, and her parents were selling their house. And so he was just like, "Oh, well, can I buy the house?" And he just bought the house off of them, and now he lives in Iceland, even though he doesn't date that lady anymore.
Nice.
And now he just lives in his Iceland house, and he has like an armory in his house, and he just like works from home and comes to this cafe and has beers and looks at antique guns every day. I was like, oh wow, this dude
Chill
really
man.
just started up a completely spontaneous conversation with me in public, like it was some sort of movie. That's never happened to me before. I've never had a stranger like spark a conversation with me
very
anywhere.
European bar.
Very European thing to do. But yeah, we ended up talking to that guy. Vic came back, and then we all ended up talking to that guy for a little while.
He's
and
talking
he was
about
like,
how he has an armory.
yeah. And I believe it, because that man was looking at a lot of guns.
Yeah.
So, yeah, no, I believe he has
He
an
was
armory.
like, so what happened? I was like, I am an idiot. That's what happened.
Dude eventually was like, all right, well, I gotta get back to work. And he went back to looking at guns. And we had a
Yeah.
really tasty dinner at that cafe. I had lamb. Lamb is a big thing in Iceland, by the way. And it's delicious.
It's good. The
I
good
wish we
lamb.
had lamb more in America, because it's good.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie. Sheep are cute, but pretty good. Pretty tasty.
Yeah.
So we got our car jump started and charged, and we figured our problem was solved.
Yeah, that comes back later because it was not solved.
So
Anyway,
the next day,
Yeah, next day.
I had booked us another tour further towards the east coast, off of Diamond Beach, to go under a glacier. And I was really excited because this tour was supposed to be really beautiful, and like I had heard a lot of really good things about it, and I was super stoked. And of course, overnight, it snows tremendously, and so basically when you're in Iceland, every day you need to check the roads before you go anywhere because they could be completely impassable overnight. And you have to wait for the plows to come through and
so
clear the roads.
there's a website that shows you what roads are passable and what the conditions are, and like if it's snowy, and there's like cameras that show you the road conditions.
You can see pictures of what the roads look like, and if a road is impassable and you go out on it, they will not come help you.
Yeah,
Just
if you
FYI.
get stuck in a ditch, which there were
If you
many
get fucked,
cars.
you get fucked.
We saw many cars stuck in ditches.
Yes, lot of ditch cars.
Lots of cars and ditches that were almost completely covered in snow, like snow up over the car. That's how much snow there was on the car because it got stuck in a fucking ditch, and they don't come help you.
No, they do not. So it had continued to snow overnight, and the road out east towards the Diamond Beach and the glacier was not looking super duper safe, and also Victor was super sick.
Yeah.
So
So Hope pulled the plug and was like, "We ain't doing shit.
Yeah,
we're
we ended
just gonna
up taking a day."
Which at that point I had not even really appreciated like how fucked the roads and everything get and were.
It was bad. And
I
was
can
like,
sell the cards that are pictures of monsters.
cool.
Is that just like the point of them? Is that it gives me lots of money? Or can I do... I don't know if I can do anything with it. But like that, it makes me feel like there's some value to it because I could sell it for so much. But like, I don't think I can do anything with it. Is it just so I have more money? I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
But yeah, Victor was mad sick, and the roads were bad. So unfortunately, I had to call it a loss on the glacier tour, which was a bummer. But
Yeah.
as our tour guide had said the previous day, with a shrug, Iceland. That was the general theme. Was just Iceland.
He was telling us that there was some kind of saying they have in Iceland when things go wrong, but it sounded like the saying was just Iceland shrug.
It was just like a Larry David-esque Iceland.
So that was our new saying. When things go wrong in Iceland, you just shrug and go, Iceland!
Yeah, pretty much. So we had a downtime day.
Yeah, a downtime day. And what did we do? We walked up to the church in Vik, but it was just so cold and so fucking windy that it was just oppressive to try to walk around and do anything. We checked out the little church. We didn't go inside or anything. And it was like, all right, well, we can't fly a drone because it's too fucking windy and cold. Couldn't really do much of anything at all. So we chilled, got some coffee. This is where we went to School Beans.
Yeah, so
Or
there's
we
a
had
really
done the day
cute.
before,
Yeah,
too.
we had gone every day. We were in Vik. There's a
Yeah.
really cute little coffee shop in Vik called School Beans, which is literally a modified school bus that they just turned into a little coffee shop. And it's like one of the few places that like roasts their own beans in Iceland.
And you go in and they got the gay trans pride flag, and a couple gay boys run the place.
There were
It's a nice-
these two
nice little
Greek
place.
kids baristaing, and then a British lady who like owns the place.
Yeah.
So it was quite unique to see all those cultures together.
They were precious. They were
It
very
was
nice.
really great. And they have a three-legged cat named Jeffrey,
Yeah.
who hangs out in the bus, and he's like a local legend.
Yeah,
And he was
he's a famous cat.
very cute.
Yeah. The tour guide has told us about some Iceland show. I guess we could get back to watching eventually.
Yeah, Katla, which is the name
Katla.
of the volcano under the glacier in Vik.
Yeah, which is allegedly like due to erupt at
It's-
any moment.
It's supposed
ready
to
to go.
erupt every 80 years, and it's been 108 years since the last eruption.
Yeah.
So they're saying that any day now she could go, but
So
we'll
there's
see.
some show that was filmed in Iceland by an Iceland production company for Netflix that takes place, I guess, mostly in Vik, and fucking is about the volcano. And so we watched some of that. It seems kind of neat. Seems like
Yeah,
Lost, but in
seems cool.
Iceland. So that was cool, and the tour guide told us about that. It's supposedly in one of the locations they feature a lot of the local legend cats. And so that's what he was telling us about. And that
Yeah.
cat, the Jeffrey cat, is in this show.
Jeffrey.
So I want to see the cat in the anime.
In the anime.
Yeah. So we checked out School Beans.
Yeah.
We went around.
And we just puttered around that day, essentially.
Yeah.
Because we were feeling
And then
not
we
so
went to
great.
that one restaurant, and I got the Thai curry there.
Oh yeah.
It was like
Sudervik.
it was all Iceland food except for the Thai curry because it's owned by like
Your
a Thai
curry
person.
was really good.
It was fucking
spicy.
really good. I really liked them. It was like the perfect balance of spice. It was a really good curry.
Yeah, I got lamb again. It was good though. And we had skyr cheesecake. So skyr is like really thick yogurt that they make in Iceland. It was really good.
It was yummy.
I enjoyed
Lots of
the
yummy
cheesecake,
food.
Yeah.
Certainly didn't have any bad meals in Iceland until later we have KFC. But
Yeah.
but
was
yeah, at this point, so
classic
yeah, day 3, chill day, spend some time in the hotel, watch some Sonic Prime.
you
I don't
fell
know if that was
asleep
that day,
during
but
Sonic
yeah, I fell
Prime.
asleep during Sonic Prime because I was sick and tired.
Sick and tired of being sick and tired.
So yeah, so day 4. Let's get on to day 4 because we didn't do much day 3.
No. So unfortunately, with our glacier tour having been put on ice, but after that, I had planned for us to go back towards the east coast and up toward Thingvellir National Park. And the roads had cleared up, so we were good to leave. And so we got out of Vik and we went to Thingvellir National Park and we walked on the place where the tectonic plates meet in Iceland. And it was a big old rift and it was really neat.
It was tectonic.
It was tectonic.
Oh, a secret
And I
recipe.
had gotten us an Airbnb up in that area because the next day my plan was to see a couple more, wonders of the natural world. So we go to our Airbnb. It's this cute little cabin out kind of in a pretty remote area. We went to dinner at a burger place that was also a dairy farm. And so the burger place is upstairs on the farm, and downstairs is like an ice cream shop where they use the milk from the cows to make ice cream. We went upstairs, got our burgers, and ate, and then we came downstairs where we quickly realized that there's a window from both levels of the dining areas.
I just zoned out, and now we're like ahead of what happened in the story. So we're day 4. What did you just explain? I was reading that card, and I got distracted, and I'm like, wait, I feel like you're way ahead of the story.
The next day, we left Vik and went back east towards Thingvellir
Yeah, but
National
there's.
Park, and we walked on the
You remember?
tectonic plates.
You remember what happened in the morning, though? There's
At
a lot
Vik?
more to this story. Yeah. You remember what happened in the morning?
Yeah, that's right.
This is like.
Well,
this
you
is
need
one
to
of
be
the
paying
best parts of the
attention
story.
then.
I know. I'm sorry. I was reading that card and trying to figure out what it does, and then I was like, wait, she was like way ahead of the story now. So day 4, we get up and
We went and got coffee.
yeah, we went and got coffee. And we went back to the room to get our stuff ready to leave.
Yes.
And we checked out, and then we get in the car, and it's fucking dead again.
We turn the ignition, nothing.
The battery died again. This time we're like, well, now we know.
Right.
We really
'Cause
know
at
we
that
didn't
point,
drain the battery.
We were hyper vigilant about turning the lights off.
Yeah. And the battery's fucking dead again. And so we call the rental company again, and they're like, okay, just like, okay, it's a new guy though, so he doesn't know that we fucked up before, but he's like, okay, so can you just like go into somewhere close by
Go into
and
your
ask if
hotel
someone's got jumper
and
cables?
see if they'll give you a jump.
So we go to the hotel and like, we know they're not going to give us a jump. And so we go to the
Yeah.
hotel, they're like, oh no, we can't do that. You got to call your rental company. And we're just like, okay, Jesus fucking Christ. We call the guy back and he decides to send the mechanic out to us. And he sends the mechanic out to us and it's the same fucking guy again. And this time he tests the battery and it's like, oh yeah, the battery's fucking dead. It's like, yeah, you could have told us this
Right,
last
well,
time
you
if you tested
could've.
the fucking battery. But he didn't. But he's like, we don't have a battery in this town, you know, you're going to have to find it somewhere else. And so the rental car company guy sets us up. He arranges for us to get another battery in another town with another mechanic.
Well, at first the guy from the rental company is like, oh, well, did he replace the battery? And we're like, no.
No, he did not.
You called him. What do you mean? Why are you asking me? Did he replace the battery? You know he didn't.
This guy sucked, man. The rental car company guy just sounded like he just did not want to deal with this at all. But, yeah, so he's like, all right, you got to drive because the car will start because he gave us a jump, but it's not gonna.
Yeah, he jumped our
like if
car.
we turn it off and on, it's not gonna start again. You know.
We're fucked.
So we need to get to the next town to get the battery replaced. So we drive straight there, and then so they had told us to call the guy when we're showing up. Hope calls the guy, and he's like, oh yeah, let me know when you get here. So we drive into this fucking town, this little town, and then we're driving like, okay, so there's gotta be like a body shop or whatever. The GPS takes us into a neighborhood. And then it parks us like in front of a house in a neighborhood, like it's just a regular ass little suburbs. And we're like, what the fuck? Like, this doesn't feel right. This isn't a mechanic shop. What's going on? And so we call the guy. We wait another 10 minutes. He comes out, and it's like, dude shows up in his truck with another dude. A couple real working class Joes.
Yep.
And they tinker around in our car for a bit. They bubble to each other in Icelandic. And then they're like, okay, we're gonna... Like, they pull out the battery.
They take our battery.
They take the battery out. They get in their car. They say, all right, we're going to be back in a couple minutes with another battery.
And they
just leave.
They take our battery and they take off.
Which was just, like... Obviously, they're going to come back.
Yeah.
But, like, it was just very hilarious.
As an American, if someone did that to you in America, you're fucked.
Yeah, you'd be like, what the fuck?
You are getting jumped, and you are ending up in the hospital, and your catalytic converter is being stolen. So, enjoy.
It was quite comical, and I really had to pee, of course.
Yeah,
and
of
so
course, Victor had to piss.
I'm walking around the neighborhood looking for somewhere to pee, but it's like all residential in people's backyards
and kids
stuff.
are like coming home from school.
And, like, the last thing I need is to get fucking arrested in Iceland for trying to pee in public. So I couldn't go pee. But eventually they do come back and replace our battery. And then, of course, we drive to a gas station to go pee. And we go into the gas station, and they have, like, jumper cables and batteries in the gas station. And it's like, so we could have just... For one, like, he probably bought the battery there. We could have just met him at the gas station.
Yeah.
Second, I could have just bought a battery at a gas station and replaced it. Why didn't the rental car company guy just be like, oh yeah, they have batteries and jumper cables in a fucking gas station, and we would have bought them, and it would have been fine, But there were no gas stations like that in Vic that had the car batteries and jumper cables. Unless there was one and we just didn't know to look.
Unless there was and he just didn't go get it.
Yeah. Because there was one gas station that was more like that, but we weren't looking for that stuff when we had gone there.
Yeah, at that point we weren't looking for jumper cables or a battery.
Yeah. But anyways, it was just a very surreal experience of like going to this just like some guy mechanic and getting our battery replaced on the spot.
In the middle of someone's like Icelandic trailer park neighborhood.
Yeah, it was very, very strange and quite comical. Very Vic and Hope moment of having this battery adventure, but thankfully once that was replaced, that was kind of the end of our car troubles the rest of the time.
Thank God.
The battery was just fine, and that's when we went and we drove to the Tectonic plates, which is quite fun. There's a little waterfall there, and of course we walk up to the first waterfall, and there's like another couple there where the guy's flying his drone at the park, and I'm like, oh, that means I can fly my drone here. Because anywhere you go, like when we went to the waterfalls the previous day, there were no drone signs everywhere.
Lots of signs.
To me, that goes like, okay, there's no laws about drones. You see where there's signs saying no drones. So if there isn't a sign saying no drones,
then you're fine.
It's fine flying your fucking drone. So this guy was doing it, so I'm like, okay, well, obviously I'm gonna get my drone shot now because this guy was just fucking doing it. There's no one else here. So I get my little drone shot at the waterfall, and we're walking through the tectonic plates, and there's Chinese tourists, because there's Chinese tourists fucking everywhere. It was a neat little thing.
Yeah. It was cute.
Yeah, cute little tectonic plate meeting.
Plate.
It's quite neat. Not that, like, breathtaking or anything, it's just like a little...
It's
just
more
kinda,
about, like, knowing that you're walking between tectonic plates.
It's very conceptually neat. That's all we really got to do that day.
Well, that
besides
night,
the dinner. Yeah, you were talking about the dinner. Because we go to this farm place for dinner, and it's... you can continue with what you were saying about it.
So, yeah, top level is a burger place. Bottom level is ice cream shop. We eat our burgers. We come downstairs to get some ice cream. And at that point, it registers that the The windows of both the burger shop and the ice cream shop look out over where they keep the cows.
Yeah.
So you can be upstairs eating a burger while, like, looking down at the cows that are dying for the burger.
Because it's half restaurant, half barn, you know, and the cows are all in there.
And they're all in their barn
cold.
because it's cold. And it's, like, downstairs, you immediately see, like, the baby cows. And, like,
so we go get our ice cream and
all
we
the
sit and we
cows are
watch the
pent up
cows.
and eating.
And they're so adorable,
They're
and I
really
love cows. They're
cute.
precious. They're so goddamn cute, and
They're very
they shouldn't be attacked in this way.
But yeah, I sat down and I was like, hold on, is it kind of fucked up that you can sit there and look at the cows while you eat the burger? Like, that seems kind of mean.
Definitely fucked up. Did I just like delete one of my things?
Make sure the water.
I had the water. I guess I yeeted it on
Oh.
accident. I kind of want the water back. Cause it asked did I want the flower thing, and I tried to put it in the vase.
Oh.
And then it just
Oh, so you
yeeted the
you
vase, and it didn't
overrode
give
it,
me
yeah.
but it didn't give me the flower either. I had to go back and get it again. Damn it! Now I'm gonna need that water later. Whatever. Quite the item management here.
But yeah, so I go back to our Airbnb, which is the little cabin.
Yeah.
And we're vibing. We have to watch if we watch Dragon Maid on the Switch because again, the power outlet situation has become quite dire.
Yeah, that one really had no options for us because they didn't have a TV in there. Usually,
Yeah, there was
like,
no TV.
Luckily, most places have a smart TV these days, like most hotels and stuff. So, like, most of the time we could just log in on the smart TV and watch Netflix and YouTube and stuff. Because, mind you, we only get 5 hours of sunlight. So, like, we end up back at the hotel chilling at 5 or 6 o'clock, you know, and it's just like, all right, I guess we're gonna watch Netflix and YouTube all night because we literally can't go out and do anything. We're in these small towns, there's nothing to do.
Yeah, too dark.
Because it's not like when we went to Japan, we could we were literally doing things for 14 hours straight every day in Japan, you know? Like, we did not have a moment where we were back at the hotel chilling at any time. We were always out doing something, and then like we were literally just going back to sleep.
Yep. It was
and lick our wounds.
Intense. Always something to do. But yeah.
Iceland is not, at least in the winter, is
in the
not
winter
that kind
when you
of
have
journey.
no sunlight, it's not quite like that.
Yeah, you can't absolutely load up your days.
But it was at this point that someone had been coughing in my face every night for the past few nights, and all of a sudden I wasn't feeling so good.
Yeah, so now Hope gets sick.
So then I got sick because someone.
I mean, you were gonna get sick either way.
Coughed in my face
like I was
every
just
night
coughing in your face
for the past,
constantly,
like,
and you
3
wouldn't have gotten
days.
sick otherwise.
And I'm still coughing now. Because literally,
Owned.
this bitch,
Epic owned.
I'd be asleep.
Get wrecked.
I'd roll over, and I would make the mistake of facing him, and he would just be like, right in my face. Like, blow my hair back, coughing in my fucking face like a 2-year-old.
Yes.
Like a child.
She got absolutely fucking owned by my epic coughs. My coofs. My coof of death.
Yep. So then I got sick. So then after that, I wasn't feeling very well.
Yep.
But we woke up the next day, and it had snowed all night, overnight, and almost all of the roads were out of commission. And we had to wait for a tractor to come plow us out of the cabin where we were staying because the roads were so buried that we couldn't have gotten the car out if we tried.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal.
Yeah. But we had a, that day we had plans to see Geyser and maybe Gullfoss. And then I'd also gotten us a reservation at another lagoon and a greenhouse tomato restaurant where they like grow these tomatoes in this big greenhouse that's a whole like weird, it's a silly little tourist thing, but it's neat.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh cool, we have so much stuff to do today. And then we got absolutely dumped on by snow. And the roads up to Gullfoss and Geyser were essentially unpassable.
Yeah.
So we had to wait to get bailed out of the the cabin with our
Can I
car.
just say real quick that I fucking love the aesthetic look of this shop with like the 2D foreground and background and the 3D model in between. I like it a lot. It's
Yeah,
very neat.
it is quite cool.
It's very pretty and neat. Just wanted to add that in there. But yeah, so we had a pretty short day this day because well, this is where we were supposed to be flying out the next day after this.
Right.
And so the plan was, so we were up in the Golden Circle, and then so that's north of the town of Selfoss, which is east of the capital Reykjavik.
It's west.
West.
Yeah.
No, it's east.
No, it's west. No.
It's
Yeah,
east.
it is east. You're right.
It's east, Hope. It's east.
Hey, you coughed in my face and got me sick.
Yeah, okay. Anywho, so yes, it's east of Reykjavik. And so our original plan for this night was we were supposed to have our big fancy dinner in Reykjavik. And we had a hotel there. And then in the morning we were supposed to drive to the airport and fly home.
Well, the plan was to do stuff in Golden Circle, go back to Reykjavik, have our fancy dinner,
Yeah.
and then I had gotten us an Airbnb in Keflavik where the airport is.
Yeah.
Because I wanted us to be able to just get up and go.
Yeah, and so we were going to fly home after that. So, because the roads were all fucked up, the furthest we could make it was to Selfoss, which is between the Golden Circle and Reykjavik. But the roads to Reykjavik were fucked and impassable.
Every road got
Like,
fucked.
it was absolutely fucked. So we were like, well, we're not going to be able to go to our dinner, and we need to find somewhere to sleep tonight. So we fucked around in Selfoss for a little while.
Well,
We went to,
you're
like, the
also
mall
missing
and
the part
stuff.
where we did go to the tomato greenhouse
yeah,
for
yeah.
lunch.
Yeah.
And then we went to the secret lagoon.
Oh, yeah, Secret Lagoon. Let's talk about that first.
So, for those of you who may not know, Blue Lagoon is the most famous lagoon in Iceland. Secret Lagoon is supposed to be like the second best, like the best kept secret. You know, it's where the tourists don't go there, so you get a really like natural experience. It is a completely natural like lagoon. They don't do all the artifice of like Blue Lagoon. It's just like a hole where the geothermal water is routed into, and that's it. Bam. So I was like pretty excited because I was like, oh, cool. So we have our tomato lunch, which was quite good. And then afterwards, we go to Secret Lagoon. And we get there, and it's a small place, and it's not very busy. So I was like, okay, well, cool. I mean, the roads were still pretty fucked, and it was quite cold and windy. So maybe it's just not a busy day.
Yeah.
So we get in there, we do our thing, and we get into the lagoon itself. And there's literally
I had to see it.
nothing.
I had to see a dick. You know, so I had to see
Oh,
some
like you
Icelander
had to
guy's
see
dick in the
one
locker
thing.
room. Just had to tell you about, you know, this. He didn't have to be walking around with his cock out. He had a towel in his hand. He could have wrapped the towel around his body, but nope. just had his dick out. 'Cause that's the way it goes.
Does that
you know?
really bother you that much?
It doesn't mean that much, but it is just like, it's the idea of like, you didn't have to show your dick, you know, like it is like, you know, you're in a situation where it's like, oh fuck, well I gotta get dressed next to this guy, let me just put my underwear on real quick, you know, whatever. But like, you're just walking around with your dick out, it's like, come on, man, come on.
So Vic had to see
It's
it.
it's the, you know, the courtesy of not showing, just, you know, flashing your dick around just because you can, you know. Like, I know I can. Like, I can technically just throw my dick around in his face, but like, you don't need to see my cock, you know, because I don't want to see anyone's cock. There's a context.
Sounding
for
pretty
cock.
homophobic right now, bro.
Yeah, it's so
problematic.
Oh, so homophobic.
Little sussy.
If it was a gay man's cock, I would respect it, you know. I'd be like, you're gay. You show your cock. I don't want to see another straight man's
To be
cock.
fair, he could be gay.
What difference would that even make?
Well, you said.
I was joking.
Listen, as much prejudice as they've experienced, it's their right to have their dick out.
to have their dick out. Jesus Christ. Anywho, you know, I just thought I'd throw that in there about how I had to see a penis. Little peen dangling around.
Okay, well, are you gonna be all right?
Yes, I'm gonna be okay.
Okay,
At
good.
least it wasn't like a
Do you
fucked
need,
up
like-
old man's cock. You know, it's just like a normal guy.
Do you need some? Do you need some therapy?
I do.
Okay.
I do. That man's penis is that burned into my brain forever.
Peen exposure therapy.
Yep.
Well, I didn't expect expect them to usher us through the front door. What should we do?
Damn it, Sonic.
Drain things up.
Oh god, that's this kid's fucking drip. Fucking fucking crazy. Goddamn Palolo 3, bro.
Palolo 3.
Yeah,
Catch me if
anyway,
you
so
can.
what happened when we got into the lagoon, Hope?
So we get into the lagoon, and it's true. There is no man-made artifice like in Blue Lagoon. However, the fact that there's no man-made artifice, no walls of rock, no barriers, nothing, placed there that wasn't naturally there, means that the wind is ripping through with its full fucking force, and any part of you that isn't in the water is freezing to death.
Yes.
It's becoming an icicle in real time.
It's like horrible.
If your hair gets a little bit of the lagoon water in it, and as soon as you're like holding your head up out of the water, your hair is getting icicles in it. That's how fucking cold it was.
Like really, like
And
there's another lagoon we go to later where it's similar situation where like my hair is turning to ice and stuff, but it was not nearly on the level of this place because the wind was so hardcore and there's nothing protecting you because it's like a little public pool, you know.
It's literally the equivalent of a public pool.
The water's only like 3 feet deep, and it's literally like you go out and they have like a little bin full of like pool noodles and shit.
That frozen ass pool noodles.
Frozen pool noodles. There's like Icelandic dudes in there be like, oh, I want pool noodles, and you can get like water wings for kids and shit. And it kind of fucking sucked ass. It was terrible.
Yeah, the water really wasn't that warm, unfortunately. So between the freezing cold wind, the shallow water that wasn't as hot as I might have liked it to be, yeah, we only stayed there about maybe 20 minutes.
And it was one of those where, like, because it's the middle of the day, there's none of that, like, atmosphere from the other places. Where it's not, like, steamy, and, like, you can kind of... You're very aware of everyone around you.
Oh, yeah.
And there's, like, an old man wearing goggles who's, like, snorkeling around and just, like...
Yeah!
Just being a little weird creep, you know? Just kind of, like, snorkeling around. It's just, like, okay, this is kind of weird. And then people, it like, there weren't enough hot spots in the water. It was just like, in your face just feels fucking horrible. Like, just felt fucking terrible.
My ears were so
There's no
cold.
escape at all. And then, like, there's nowhere to sit on the edges because it's just, like, mossy rocks. Which is neat. Like, I like seeing all the moss and stuff because it was very mossy from all the moisture. But, yeah, it was not very fun.
But, and I was also feeling sick at this point. So, like, I don't feel good. And I'm also freezing my dick off.
Where'd
at
I
least
go?
all of me that is like not in the pool. So we didn't stay there very long. But there were definitely there was that little dude who was like scubaing around in the water with his goggles on. And then a bunch of Russians who were like getting up and like running around the edge of the pool and like getting pool noodles and stuff and like just being fucking goobers.
Yeah.
So we didn't stay there very long, and that was kind of unfortunately a little disappointing.
Yeah.
So at that point we were like, all right, well, fuck it, we'll just see if we can head back to the city for our dinner. Couldn't. Road's still closed.
Yeah.
So we ended up heading back to Selfos, and we had some dinner there.
Yeah.
We had that like Icelandic, Japanese, Chinese food.
Chinese place. It was like an indoor eatery mall kind of thing where like different street food vendors indoor, which I always like that kind of stuff. And so I had some like Korean quote unquote tacos and some little buns and
some
stuff.
Bao buns. They had red beet
buns.
gyoza, which like weren't very good, but it was interesting.
They're fine.
They were straight.
I mean, they're not as good as gyoza, but
they were definitely not as good as gyoza. But they were interesting. So, it's the kind of thing where you're like, well, I experienced something. Oh, and then we got that puff the waffle.
Oh, yeah,
the bubble waffle.
Yeah, the bubble waffle. I like this ice cream place where they give you a big waffle, bubbly waffle thing.
It's like a Korean thing, the bubble waffle.
Yeah, it was pretty fucked up. It was nice.
There was a lot of
yummy.
shit going on in there, in the bubble waffle.
Yeah, it had Heath in it. That kind of spoiled it a little bit, but the rest of it was quite delicious. The
Toffee
strawberry ice cream
is garbage, as we've said before.
Yeah.
Fuck
But yeah, we
toffee.
fucked around for a little while in Selfos. We figured out getting our new room, and so we had this new room that was south, kind of along the coast, which would have been nice if it were like the summer, but it was like hell on earth when we got there. Because mind you, like the icy roads we've been driving down, like they plow the roads and get the snow off of it, but they don't de-ice the roads.
Yes.
At least for the first few, like 4 or 5 days that the roads were icy. Like later they do it, and it's like they have the ability to de-ice the roads.
Yeah.
They just weren't de-icing the roads, probably because they thought it was going to snow again, and so there wouldn't be any point. That's my assumption, because later the roads become completely clear after they put down like a bunch of stuff on it. But like most of the time, the roads were just absolutely fucked.
Any idea where I...
All right, what's going on with this fucking kid?
This kid's trying to teach you a secret technique, and he wants a
Okay.
rainbow spider web.
They're pretty rare, but sometimes I can find one in the bushes.
Okay, so I gotta go find a rainbow spider web for this child.
Yeah.
Outside the
Around the river outside the city.
I'd like
Mm.
I guess I don't...
I'll be in my hideout.
I love his voice.
Web, take it there. I'll tell the
I'll be in my hideout.
I'll tell the boys you'll be
I'll
coming.
tell the boys you'll be coming. Yeah, so we had another comical experience when we go try to check into our fucking new Airbnb in the
yeah.
city. Where first of all, the roads are so fucked that like they plow the roads, but they're just pushing all the snow to the side.
They just scoop all the snow off.
like
to the
it
side.
all scoops to the side, and then they bury all the cars that are already parked on the side of the road in the
Yes.
snow. So like no one can get out. And then you're trying to drive around, but all the parking spaces are snow now. So you can't park anywhere or you're going to get stuck. So the river outside the city, is that just where we were down here?
He just said river outside the city.
All right, whatever.
So I'm not really certain.
Yeah, so like we're going around this like little town to find our Airbnb. There's nowhere to park. We had to like circle around forever and then eventually just kind of like say fuck it and park at like a nearby hotel.
Yep.
Because it was all we could find. And then we fucking get to this place, and it's like you have to
The odds here.
use a code to get into a box, to get a key, to unlock the door, to go to your room. And
Which
then
has,
it's
it's
like
unlocked and has a key
Yeah.
for the room in the room.
in the room, but it's like a communal key that goes to the lockbox outside because there's multiple places inside this
Yeah,
Airbnb.
there's multiple rooms in there.
And of course, we show up and there's no key in the box because someone took it. So we have to do a call thing, and it calls the guy, and he's like, "All right, I'll unlock the door for you." And then he like mobilely unlocks the door, but the door doesn't unlock. So we call him again, and we're like, "Hey, it didn't work." And he does it again, and it hangs up, and the fucking door doesn't unlock again. And so we have to knock on the door. And then it turns out some other tourist that was staying there just took the key from outside, didn't
Realizing
realize
that's the community
yeah,
key, and
that
he has a
it's-
key to the door on the ring of the key to his room. You're supposed to put the key back, brother.
That was just a whole fucking, another thing to deal with. That was fine. But, so yeah, so we're supposed to just stay here overnight, and then hopefully in the morning the roads will be clear so that we can drive back to the airport and fly home.
Yes.
So we get up in the morning, we get back to our car. At the time, I believe the roads were clear enough to get back to the airport. But
what we had to do was we had to circle back around to Reykjavik
Yeah.
to get to Keflavik because the south coast was closed.
yes. And I can't remember if the road from Reykjavik to Keflavik was closed at this time. But anyways, when we get to Reykjavik and we're having our morning coffee, our flight is canceled.
I get an email from our airline, which the roads are clear, the weather is fine. Every other airline has flights taking off except for ours.
Yeah.
And they cancel our flight.
They cancel our flight.
And I'm like, son of a bitch.
So
All right.
yeah.
Whatever. So I immediately hop on the next option for the next available flight, which is the next day. Fine, whatever. Some freak thing happened and you had to cancel the flight, even though every other airline has flights taking off, but whatever, there's nothing we can do about it. So we're just going to have to roll with it. It's just one day. It's not a problem.
Yeah. No problem. So this day we decide to fill it out with stuff to do, and we find a bunch of shit, and we have a really fun time.
Yeah.
We find another room.
Mm-hmm.
And then we walk a great distance to this place where we get a what's it called? The Mediterranean sandwiches. We got
Oh, the lamb rips. The
lamb
gyros? They weren't really.
not gyros. They're like a whatever it's called. Where they got the giant meat thing and they
like
cut
the
the thing
kebab.
off. Yeah, kebab sandwich or whatever.
Like the
which
shawarma.
was
Shawarma.
The shawarma. Yeah, shawarma.
That's the word I was looking for.
So those were delicious.
They were really good.
And then by that place there was a whale museum where it's just a bunch of like life-size replica whales. And so
Which sounds dumb, but it's cool.
It's super cool, and the whales are awesome, and they're to scale, so they're super massive and cool.
And the whole time you're in there, they're piping in whale noises.
Yeah, and they have like this room where you go in, and there's like a theater where you can watch footage of whales and dolphins, but they're like looping like the sounds, and it just sounds like horrific.
It sounds scary.
It sounds really scary and weird.
It makes me
and it's
uncomfortable.
just playing all the dolphin sounds and shit, and the footage just kind of looks like found footage. So it's like this horror film of like whales with all these spooky sounds, and it was very, very strange. So that was a lot of fun. In the whale museum, we got souvenirs and stuff. Then we walked all the way back, and we got a lunch somewhere. We dicked around. We had a fun little time. In the city.
Yeah.
This was when I got the idea in my head to go see Avatar.
Yeah.
But no, this was in Selfos when we tried to see Avatar.
Yeah, you tried to see Avatar.
Because we were like, oh, it's the last night here. We don't have anything to do. And I found that Avatar was screening in the theater. And this one, like, I saw the options to buy the tickets online, but the website was in Icelandic, and I hadn't figured out how to translate it. So I was like, okay, let's just go in, and we can ask the people if we could buy tickets there. But at this little theater, like, they only have 2 screens, and you walk in, and there's immediately a booth to buy snacks, but there's nowhere to buy tickets. And you can just walk in and just walk into the theater rooms.
Yes.
And so, like, it was just very weird, and I didn't know how to buy the tickets. And, like, we could have just went in there and sat down and watched the movie, but,
Yes.
like, it would have been, like, if we had gotten caught, it would have been an awkward situation, and I don't know what would have happened, so we just decided not to do that.
Realistically, probably nothing would have happened, but
Yeah.
still, it was weird.
It was quite odd. So we didn't see the movie that night, but, yeah, so, yeah, we enjoyed the rest of our day in Reykjavik. Did we get the Viking Pilsner that night? I think we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the Viking Pilsner, which is a little food cart by the big church, because there's like a big church in the center of the city. That's like a big special. Oh yeah, we went up in the church the first day. That was one of the things we did. We explored the giant church, and they have like a thing where you can go up, you can see the whole view of the city.
And then you can get jump scared by the bells ringing every 15 minutes.
Yeah, the ridiculously loud bells. I'm gonna go heal, and I'm gonna save, and I think I know how to go to the next area, but yeah, so, but this night, yeah, I bought a t-shirt at the hot dog place because it was really good, and I thought this was going to be our last night in Iceland, and then we got another lagoon.
Yeah, this time we went to,
Sky Lagoon.
Sky Lagoon.
Sky Lagoon was really, really nice, kind
Yeah.
of like Blue Lagoon. It was fucking awesome. It was an amazing
It was another
experience.
very manicured experience.
It was almost kind of preferable to the water of Blue Lagoon because this was fresh water and
Yeah.
it didn't have any shit in it, so it was really pleasant. And we
Definitely.
were there at closing time, so it was dark again and atmospheric again, and there weren't a ton of people there.
Yeah, there was a manageable amount of people.
It was really, really nice. And we got to sit there and we were like reminiscing on our trip, and we were going over the days, and like it really did, like that day felt like, because we had gotten kind of our days got kind of fucked by the weather and stuff, so we didn't get to do everything we wanted to do, and we had one day where we really didn't do much at all.
Yeah.
So like getting that final day really felt like, oh man,
It was
it
well,
redeemed the trip. It turned out,
it worked out.
yeah, it worked out really well. We had a really fun day. And we were like, all right, we had fun. We're ready to go home. Like that was a great closer on our trip here in Iceland. Yeah, we went back to our room. Our room was really nice.
Yeah,
And,
it was very comfy.
And we're like, nice. Let's go home in the morning.
Yeah.
What happened the next day?
So the next day,
Here we
wake
go.
up.
I gotta go through this well. Oh hey, it's Mima.
Mima, that's not Mima. That's Mima.
Yeah, okay. Mima talked to the other Mima.
The other Mima, yeah. The next day we wake up and the road from Reykjavik to the airport is impassable again.
Yep.
And I'm like, fuck. Because at this point, our flight is at 3 o'clock, and it's like 10 o'clock, and we haven't heard anything from the airline. But the roads are impassable. And I'm like, fuck, what are we going to do? So I email the airline because they don't have a phone number. You cannot call them. You can only contact them through social media and email. So I email them, and I'm like, hey, our flight is at 3 o'clock and the roads are impassable. So like, what am I supposed to do?
And I had looked up on the airline, because you can check the flights that are going in and out of the airport, and all the other flights were canceled.
Yes,
except for
every
ours.
other flight
So
except
I'm like,
our airline
our flight
is
is
canceled.
probably getting canceled because it turns out that the winter storm is happening now, and the winds are 70 to 100 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
And so you can't take a plane off of that.
So the winds have now kicked up.
And
so it's
also,
not snowing.
yeah, and they closed the road to the airport.
But the winds are so bad that you can't go anywhere and you can't fly out. And at this point, the winds are so bad that even though it isn't snowing, it's blowing all the snow that had been pushed to the side of the road back onto the road. So there are parts of the road that are impassable again because snow has been blown back onto it. So, of course, our airline waits until like noon to finally email us and be like, oh yeah, your flight is canceled, lol. And I go to pick a day to, get the next soonest flight. And the soonest flight they have available is Thursday.
God.
And I'm like, fuck.
Whoa, wait. My green banana card turned into a normal banana card. Or is this my green banana card over there? Maybe I just didn't have it in my deck anymore. But I thought I didn't have any normal banana card in my deck. And then I bought one. And then I ended up with 2 banana cards. I think one of my green banana cards became a normal banana card over time. Don't stand on the laptop, damn it, Mama. She's like putting her body weight against my hand, like, don't move me.
I want to lay on the keyboard.
She wants to lay on the laptop
So,
keyboard so she can stop the
banana
recording.
A to banana C.
Yes.
Banana C to banana B.
Banana B, banana C, banana A, banana B,
Banana C, banana A,
B,
banana C,
B to A, A to B, A to
banana
B to B, A to B, banana B. Anywho, sorry I interrupted the story with the bananas.
So, just for reference, it's Monday. And the soonest flight we can get out is Thursday.
Yes, Thursday.
And I'm like, fuck goddamn. Because I had taken off until Monday. And I had
Yeah.
taken off that Monday to give myself a day to recover from jet lag. Because we were supposed to be home on Sunday. And I was like, God damn it. I was, it was fine. Because I wasn't going to have to, put any pressure on anyone at work. If I, got home on Monday, whatever. I would just go to work tired the next day. It's fine. At this point, no flight out until Thursday. Now, things are going to be a little more complicated at work.
Yes.
Because that's, more than I initially intended to miss. It's like, shit. So we're like agonizing over what to do. We're like, well, do we take the Thursday flight? Do we try and see if there's other airlines that are going to have a flight out sooner than that? And we're pretty sure because there's a moderate to severe storm warning both Tuesday and Monday and Tuesday. So we're like, Wednesday is going to be the first time that you can actually get a flight out. I didn't think there was going to be any flights before Wednesday.
Yeah.
So it's is there any way we could get on an airline that is going to have a Wednesday flight? We're agonizing about it. We're hemming and hawing.
Hemming and hawing.
And so,
I was hee-hawing.
Yes. As we're hemming and hawing about
I was
all this.
hurdy-durdying.
You were hurdy-gurdying?
Yes, I was hurdy-gurdying.
Yes, he's hurdying, he's gurdying. Anyway.
I was spurty-turding.
Well, you were doing that too.
Yes.
Which was the best thing, by the way. This is totally an aside. But in our room, and I guess in all the rooms that we had in Iceland,
Oh, no.
the hotels have this hilarious thing where they don't give you a door to the bathroom.
Yeah.
It's a glass sliding
Quite
door
odd.
with a hole where the doorknob should be. So there's a built-in vent in the bathroom door. First of all, you can't close it all the way because it doesn't fully seal. And then there's a hole in the door. So I hope whoever you've gone to Iceland with, you're very, very close to, because you're
Yeah.
going to hear everything they're doing in the bathroom, and you're going to
Yeah.
probably smell it too if it's that kind of scenario.
Quite awkward and weird. I don't like that.
But it was fine up until we got our final room. Because in the final room, the bathroom is immediately parallel to the bed. Which means if you're in the
So
bathroom
bad.
sitting on the
So
toilet
bad.
and you happen to lean forward, your line of sight lines up with the hole in the bathroom door, and you can look out and make eye contact with the person sitting on
I
the
hate
bed
it. I
while
hate
you're
it so
pissing and
much.
shitting.
Hope loves it. She thinks it's so hilarious.
It's so funny.
Oh my
It's
God.
so good.
I hate it so
It is
much.
absolutely hysterical. So Victor hates it. So every time he goes to the bathroom, he's like, "Oh, don't look."
Well,
don't
I was
look."
haming it up to be funny, but yes.
And so he's going in there and trying to take a shit, but he can't lean forward while he's taking a shit, because if he leans forward, he knows I can see him.
Yeah.
So he has to stay leaned back while he's taking his shit. Otherwise, I'm gonna look at him while he's taking his shit.
Don't look at me. I'm pooping.
And it's extremely funny. That being said, if you ever go to Iceland, if you're sharing a room with someone, make sure you're intimately acquainted with them, because if you're not beforehand, you will be afterwards.
Quite awkward, yes.
You will hear every detail going on in that bathroom. So just be ready. Anyway, back to the flights.
Every little fart, every little squeeze of the anus is heard. Every little drip drop in the toilet.
Every little grunt as you're
Yeah.
forcing the poops out.
Every little snort and snot. Oh God.
Oh my God, it's
All
funny.
right, where were we?
Anyway, so as we were spending our time hemming and hawing about either taking a
Keep
flight,
saying, I mean, good hawing, it's hilarious.
it's the best way to describe what we were doing. That's exactly what we were doing. Were we not hemming and hawing?
Yes, we were hemming and we were. I don't think I've ever in my life said hemming and hawing, and now Hope has said it like 4 times.
That's what we were doing.
I love you.
It's the most accurate. Okay, we were piddling. How about that?
We are piddle paddling,
We were
pitter
piddling
pattering.
Anyway, as we were agonizing over our decision, I then checked back in on the flights with our airline, and now the soonest flight available is Friday. And I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, we got fucked real quick.
I was like, oh God, I should have just taken the Thursday. God damn it. So at this point, I'm like, fuck. Okay, well, we gotta lock it in. So I lock in the Friday flight. It's Monday, you know, and our flight now doesn't leave until Friday. So I'm like, shit, what are we gonna do? We were supposed to like return the rental car. We don't have any like places to stay lined up. We have nothing to do lined up. We're
Yeah.
like, fuck.
And it doesn't help that, like, we already had a delay, and then we had closure on the trip,
Yeah.
you know? Like, we had some
our
hard
day of,
closure.
like, yeah. Oh, so good.
So ordinarily, I would have taken it in more stride, but, like, I felt pretty fucking drained when this happened, you know?
Yeah,
It was just
me
like,
too.
oh my fucking God, here we go. And then when it was Thursday, and it was just like, I'm ready to go, you know? Like, I'm ready to go home. And we're saying Thursday, and then we waited too long, and then it was Friday.
Yep.
And so, like, we were kind of annoyed by it for a little bit, and then like we went around, we got coffee, you know, we're trying to just fucking putz around and figure out like what are we gonna do. And then there's a certain point where I was just like, we need to accept right now that we are fucking stuck. Ah, shit, I fucking died. God damn it, the spider's tough. Holy shit. Oh, try again.
Oh.
Try again. Yes, please. That's a nice little option they threw in.
Huh.
I guess I get to try again now.
That's nice.
Thank God.
That's a good little bonus to have, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if there's an advantage to having certain offensive or defensive cards over others. I don't really know. It's kind of just like, go for it.
Yeah, I don't know.
It did give me a chance to reorganize my dick. Can be used when attacking, but nothing happens. Why? I guess to help your combo, but just like, so many weird, pointless cards in this game. This
Oh,
way you
yeah,
go, like,
it's
so
just
there
so you
are
can get, like, a
cards that are
straight or a
just
pair.
worse. Yeah, it's for the straight and the pair. Like, I'd rather use a different card that has the number. Like, why would I use that one? Okay. Let's go. Anyway,
Let's go.
yeah. So
Okay.
so we were feeling pretty down, and then it was like, all right, we just need to accept the facts that we're fucking stuck here and get over it and try to enjoy the rest of our time.
Right.
What else did we do that day?
That day we were mostly just.
Oh yeah, 'cause we had to
miserable.
go to the laundromat. And
Yeah,
then
we
that's
had to
when
do
we kind of had
laundry.
like we were kind of dicking around and going to different places while we were waiting for our laundry to go, and that kind of gave us the time to like settle on the idea that like we're stuck here, you know?
Yeah, there's
And,
nothing we
like,
can do.
I started just like texting my parents about it and all kinds of stuff. Where it was just like, you know, you had to text your work people.
I had to text work. I had to text the car. I had to message the car people. I had to get the Airbnb lined up.
Yeah. And at least like we had a really nice room the night before, so it was like, all right, just get that same place again because that place was great, and we'll hunker down and we'll figure this out and try to enjoy the rest of our time. So we had another little day in the city to dick around, but at this point it was really starting to feel like you can be somewhere too long, you know,
Yeah.
and especially when it's that cold and that like oppressive.
Yeah.
That it started really feeling like okay, I was having fun, and now the mysticism has absolutely worn off,
Yeah.
and I'm not really
And now
having
I'm
fun
sick
anymore.
of putting 3 layers on every time I want to walk
kind of just
outside.
was ready to go home, and it's fucking cold, and like we're having to do laundry, and so it's like really a low point in terms of just
Yeah.
like
Which-
it sucks when you're in a place and you know you're supposed to be having fun, and like 3 days ago everything was like, oh, this is so cool, this is so awesome, because you're somewhere different and somewhere new and you're having fun, and then to be in that same place and be like miserable, it always
Yeah.
sucks.
I just be like, oh. Which is funny because in retrospect, I was thinking about how we had a kind of similar point in Japan.
Yeah, similar but not quite
Not
the
as
same.
bad. Definitely not,
Yeah, not
as
as
deep
bad.
of a depression,
'Cause
but
we had
a similar low point.
the part in Kyoto when we went to the bamboo grove, and it just sucked. It was
Well,
just lame.
not just that, but the night that the last night we were in Tokyo and we went to that
Oh
vampire
yeah,
cafe.
yeah, that sucked too. That was similar.
Yeah.
That was my fault, because I was trying to give us like a free day to just do like whatever, and then like I wanted to go to a themed cafe, and the only one that we could get, because I hadn't made reservations at them, the only one available was like a fucking vampire cafe, and it sucked. It just sucked.
They stuck
ass.
us in like a side or yeah, it was bad.
It was just like one of those weird days of just like I thought it would be fun to not have a plan, and it would have been much more fun if we did have a plan, and so it kind of
A
spoiled the
little
fun
bit
a
of
little bit.
structure as a treat.
Yeah, but yeah, that was, and then the bamboo grove in Kyoto, but we turned that day around quick by
Yeah,
leaving
I was
Kyoto
gonna
and
say
going to
that day
Nara.
became great though.
Yeah, that was a great day, but yeah, we had that low point in Tokyo. And that's when I started getting sick too.
Oh yeah, that was the other lesson we learned is that we need to slam vitamin C and zinc before we take any more
'cause
international
I
trips.
keep getting sick every time.
Because every time Vic gets sick, and then I get sick, and it's not fun.
Yeah, you didn't get sick in Japan though, did you?
I got a little sick.
Got a little
Yeah,
sick.
I did.
Yeah, but
'Cause
you
you
didn't get
got
as
sick
sick as
and
I.
then
Like
I
I
got
was
a
sick for
little
like
sick.
7 days in Japan, or like
Yeah.
9 days, I think it was.
You
Because
were
we also in
big
Japan we didn't know where to find medicine, and so
Yeah,
we had
I
nothing.
remember.
Like we didn't bring any medicine for me. So maybe we had ibuprofen. I don't know.
We
I
ended
remember
up going
having
to
no
a pharmacy
medicine.
and getting you cold medicine.
Yeah, but that was like
That was deep in
late.
though.
Like it took us a long time to find that. That was fucked up for a while, and I think it's probably why I was sick for so long,
Yeah.
because like we had not found any medicine.
Which is why I was glad I brought the
Yeah,
medicine this
'cause
time.
we would have been totally fucked. All right, we got the rainbow spiderweb.
Nice.
So I know what's going on. I'm still playing the game.
No, you're doing good.
I had to beat the spider. It was tough. Yeah. So we had a bit of a low moment day. We dicked around. What did we get for dinner? Maybe that's when we got the Viking hot dogs. Cause we were kind of like, fuck it, whatever. Let's just get whatever. We're not sure. And you weren't very hungry.
Could have been.
Not sure. Hard to recall. I'm wondering if I shouldn't have so many ice armors, because some enemies just like break through the ice armor. Don't know. Still figuring this out. There's some shields in there as opposed to the ice armors. Anywho, yeah. So what do we do the next day?
So, The next day, we had strengthened our resolve. We had fresh underwear
Yes.
because we had done our laundry. And
We woke up feeling good, feeling revived.
You know what I think we had for dinner that night?
What?
Was the Reykjavik street food where I burned the shit out of my mouth on the soup. Yeah, that was
Always
the other
something.
thing that added insult to injury. I was sick. I was fucking freaking out about like getting all this stuff worked out with extending our trip. And then we went and got this soup, and the soup came with bread. And I dunked the bread in the soup, and I took a bite of the soup bread, and it burnt the shit out of my tongue, and I couldn't taste anything for the rest of the day. It was not fun.
Unfortunate.
Where
was
I didn't like that. It was in Reykjavik.
And soup.
It
Did
was
I not get soup?
You got soup. You got that like faux-esque soup, the chicken soup.
Oh, we had that for lunch, not dinner.
Was that lunch?
That was lunch. Yeah.
Oh, well,
'Cause
that burned the shit out of my
It came in
tongue.
like the cardboard container. Yeah. That was lunch. That was when we were still freaking out. And then because I remember we sat in that place.
We had pizza that night.
Oh yeah, we had pizza that night. It was great.
Yeah.
Because that was when we were turning shit around.
Yeah.
And we were getting motivated. So
I was
we-
not feeling good,
I went
and
and I
you were
picked
like,
us
"Do you
up
want me to get
pizza."
you a pizza?" And I was like,
Yeah.
"Yeah."
I was like, let's relax. I'll get us pizza, chill, and then we started feeling more positive
Yeah.
about life.
The pizza was the turning point. I
The
felt
pizza was
good
the
after
turning point.
pizza.
Yes. We're like, let's just go home and chill and eat some pizza, and we just relax in the hotel room the rest of the night and watch stuff.
Yeah.
Which also very entertaining because Elon Musk was absolutely losing his shit this entire time, and so I got to get those updates the whole time, which was always funny. Always funny watching Elon Musk losing his shit on Twitter while we're in Iceland. But yeah, so we had a chill rest of the night. Next day, we knew that like the whole all of Iceland was shut down for this winter
Yes.
storm. So we knew we weren't going to be able to do anything outside of the city, but we did do some more inside of the city.
Yeah.
What did we do?
We we went to the Elko, right? And got
Oh yeah, we had to
that,
go find
adapter.
because we wanted the lap. Well, I think that was the day
Oh,
before.
we did that Monday.
Yeah, that was Monday because
Or
we did
Tuesday.
our laundry and then we
Tuesday?
needed we knew we were gonna need to charge the laptop because the place we were staying in didn't have a smart TV. But then we ended up in that same place in a different room, and it did have a smart TV, so we didn't need the laptop charger.
Yeah,
but I
of
did
course.
buy more charger things. But we had to go to basically an Iceland Best Buy
Mm-hmm.
to find it, which was like we had to go pretty far into the city to find it. It was like we were like real local territory at that point. It was a neat experience going to the Best Buy.
Yeah.
But yeah, we had to do all that to figure out the shit. But the next day, what did we do in the morning? Like I know what we did in the afternoon, but I don't remember what we did in the middle of the day.
We kind of just took it easy. We had coffee. We got up kind of late, and we got coffee.
Yeah. Did we go drive somewhere? No, I don't think I flew the drone.
Not really.
How do we class up? Artifacts of great power. Okay. Don't understand what to do in this church. Bing, 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 bing,
But
bing,
anyway,
bing.
But that night, we did go see
Yeah,
Avatar.
this is where we go see Avatar. Like I knew that's what we were gonna do in the night, but like I couldn't remember what we did in the day. I thought we had structured it so that we were gonna do something in the day and then go see Avatar at night. I don't remember what we did during the day.
I think we mostly just kind of like hung out and vibed.
Yeah, probably just pattered around. But yeah, so that night I got us tickets to go see Avatar in 3D IMAX at a big theater in a mall. And so we went and we saw Avatar.
Wow.
Now we can review Avatar. You want to review Avatar?
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
The plot's
Some
dumb.
shit's going on right here.
It's is it church horror time?
Star map.
But it's been blemished. Ah, the star map.
Oh, we gotta restore the star map.
Yes. Hello?
Well, I was like, you guys have been playing this game long enough. It's time for my attention. I need it now.
I want pets.
It is pet time. Time to get pets. Okay, we gotta find 50 fragments of the star map.
Alright, cool.
Cool. It's getting a lot going on. I like it.
It does have a lot going on.
It's a good game.
Meow.
It's quite neat.
Anyway, Victor, what did you think about Avatar?
Yeah, so it's alright. It's exactly like the first one. The effects are nice. Seeing it in 3D is a unique experience. I recommend, if you're gonna watch it in 3D, because the 3D is... Like, there's just no other movie that's worth watching in 3D, because none of them have ever done it right, you know? Which is how I felt about the first one, and then I got really excited about 3D, and then it was never good after that, and so, like, this one was like, oh yeah, it looks like the first one, it looks good in 3D. I enjoy the unique experience of seeing that in 3D, and that's about it.
Yeah.
And it's one of those movies where, you know, it's enjoyable to watch because it's light and easy, even though it's 3 hours long, but, you know, it doesn't feel like completely forever. Like, it's not, there's only a couple parts that are boring, you know? But it is a movie where the more you think about it, the more fucking awful it is. And you, like, when you really get into the weeds and you really think about everything that happened and how incredibly generic it is and how stupid all the plot motivations are and stuff. And then I constructed my grand theory, the real truth of the movie, which is that James Cameron just wants to fuck whales.
Yeah.
And it's really just like the worst part kind of the narrative structure and everything of the movie is that it just bends over backwards to get to the whales. Like, everything is about the whales. The whole plot, like the whole existence, everything is motivated by getting the characters to the water place so that they can meet the whales, so that the plot can become about the whales, so that everything can be about the whales. And
also the whale is the hero.
The whale is the hero. There's
the whale is
literally
the
like
main
a 5 to 10 minute sequence of just like the one kid bonds with the whale and he just dances around with the whale and just swims with the whale and loves the whale and he's obsessed with the fucking whale, and they just never shut the fuck up. The whales can psychically like talk and fucking, it's just like, oh my god, I get it with the fucking whales. And then of course the whale also saves the day in the end.
Yes, of course. The whale is the
by
ultimate
fighting
hero.
the bad guys, and the whales have the most hilarious, stupid fucking backstory where they, because they're sentient whales, of course, their society used to have war. The whales used to do war.
The whale wars.
But one day the whales decided that they'll never do war again, and so they'll never kill again, and they become pacifist whales. And so even if they're being killed and hunted, they will not fight back. And then the main whale, he fought back against the people when the whales were being hunted. And so the whales ostracized him from the community because he did a kill. And if you kill, that means you can't, you're not a good whale.
Murderer.
You're a murderer. And it's just the dumbest fucking, like, that, I hate that plotline so much. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah.
Tunuk-Tun was a bad whale. He did a murder.
And there's like an interesting little bit where the humans are hunting the whales because there's something in their brain that gives humans eternal life and youth. And they just kind of gloss over that as a motivation for why they hunt the whales.
I'm
and
only
then
assuming that's going to be relevant in a later movie.
I fucking hope so, because it sounds cool and interesting, and they just completely gloss over it.
Yeah, it's really not terribly important.
It's like, oh, well, that was neat.
I love that in this movie, there is literally the only gray character is the scientist who's, like, helping the guys
Gray morally, she means.
hunt the whale. Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously. Gray physically, yes. There's no little gray men in this movie.
I mean, there's blue people, so, like...
Right, anyway.
They don't know if it's, like, a racial thing in the movie.
Anyway, the only morally gray person in this movie is the scientist who's helping them hunt the whales because it's funding his scientific research, and everyone else is just good or just evil.
Like, comically stupid,
like
supervillain evil.
Twirling their mustache kind of evil.
It's just so fucking lazy and
like,
stupid.
oh my god. So, we get it. You think hunting whales is bad.
And it's
we
also
know.
that, like, because the bad guys are all fucking Marines, like, you have to depict them with absolutely no nuance, or it's like, or you will feel bad when they get killed because they're like Americans, you know, and you can't kill Americans, so yeah,
like,
it's so stupid.
Don't get me wrong, war bad, you know, we don't like war, but, like, you know,
But it doesn't
have to
even
be
really
like that.
portray it as war is bad. It portrays it as like
colonialism.
Yeah,
bad.
the colonialism bad, and therefore killing the colonizers is inherently good. You know,
Yeah.
like that's kind of the vibe it gives off with its message.
And the colonizers are hilariously
Yes,
evil.
and that they're comically evil, and that there's no nuance whatsoever. Which is like, I don't want to come off like a fucking, you know, colonizer defender or anything, but like, you can fucking put a little more effort into it than that, than just like all the colonizers are mustache twirling villains, and they just are comically stupidly evil.
And then they had to do the classic.
And the Na'vi are
cop-out
just good. They're so pure and so perfect and so good.
And then there's the classic cop out at the end of like of Sully and main bad guy fighting, and they knock main bad guy unconscious so you don't see him die, so that he can be rescued by Spider and be the bad guy for the next movie too. And you're like,
Which, you know, the main bad guy from the first movie, of course, is resurrected at the start of the second movie. You know,
lame.
it's just like, God, this bad guy
Lame.
sucks because there's no nuance to him whatsoever.
Boo! Shitty bad guy. Because, like, you could do something interesting with the concept of they have this guy's personality on a hard drive, and they could just make infinite copies of him over and over again, you know? And those copies acknowledging that they are a copy of a copy of a copy is, like, could be cool. They do nothing with that.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing. He acknowledges, like, oh, I'm not that guy. But that's literally all he does. There's no existential, like, thought put into it whatsoever. It's all about the whales. That's all that matters, and this movie is the whales.
It's just fucking
And,
propaganda for whales.
It is cool when you're looking at critters, but, like, man, dude, I don't know.
Like, I like whales and all. Like, I think normal whales look a lot cooler and majestic than the space whales they put in this movie.
The space whales just look like whales.
Yeah, and they're
With,
just
like,
not,
extra strings
yeah,
hanging
there's just
off
like
of
extra
them.
bullshit on them.
It's like, okay, well, this isn't really... There weren't nearly enough sea creatures, like monsters, like sea monsters.
I didn't really think that there would be some kind of spooky sea monster.
There's like
you
the
know?
coelacanth kind of like aggressive fish that Tunuk-Toon murders, and that's really it. And then there's like the guys that they ride, and those are like the 4 sea critters that we get to see.
Yeah.
Like, really? You're fucking obsessed with filming shit underwater? This is the most expensive movie ever made, and you couldn't give me more sea monsters? Subnautica, fucking... You couldn't have done that? Like, come on, man. There's an entire
hoping,
ecosystem going on down here, and the only thing you're showing me is fucking whales.
Yeah, but I'm hoping, because at the end of the movie, it seems like they're going to stay in the water place, that means that they will explore more of the ocean biomes, because this
God,
is
I
all
hope
about...
so.
Like,
I
this
hope
was
it's
meant
not
to be
more psychic bonding with whales.
Yeah, it was really meant to be like a coral reef kind of atmosphere to it, so maybe they'll go to like the deep sea in the next movie. I don't know. I know he's obsessed with the ocean, so like it's only gonna be ocean themed from here on out, right?
Yeah. Also, the whole movie with Kiri, every time I like looked at her and heard her speak, I was like, something
what the
feels
character
weird. It's one of his daughters, so she's like allegedly, we think, half Na'vi, half human, or like half Avatar, half Na'vi. It's not clear because we don't know who her dad is.
Yeah.
But Sully adopts her. And the whole time, like, I'm looking at her, it's like I'm supposed to be looking at, like, a pubescent character, right? Like, a pubescent female character. But she feels so much older. It feels to me, when I would hear her give her dialogue, it felt like horror video game female protagonists from, like, the early 2000s, where they're, like, really stilted and weird in the way that they give their dialogue, because it's a grown woman pretending to be a teenager. And I was like, why is this so weird? And then in the end credits, I realized it's because fucking, what's her name in Alien?
That was too close.
Lady who plays Ripley.
I don't remember.
God damn it, Victor.
Look it up.
Then I have to
I
pull.
don't even have my phone.
It's Sigourney Weaver. It's
Sigourney
Sigourney
Weaver,
Weaver,
okay.
who's like in her 60s, mocapping and voice acting a character that's supposed to be 14. So of course it sounds weird when a 60-year-old woman's voice and delivery is coming out of a character who's supposed to be like 14. And
Yeah.
it creates this uncanny valley where, like, my brain can't place what this character is supposed to be, like, feeling, because I have that cognitive dissonance of knowing that, like, she sounds way older than what she is, and something about her face looks way older than what she is. And no diss to Sigourney Weaver, like, she's a great actress and she's cool, but when they put her into this role where she's playing a 14-year-old character, you're like, what? Like, I get it, you wanted to use your famous friends, but, like, bro, pick a kid, get a child, please. This is weird. I get it's because it's her daughter, like, she's the lady, she's the Avatar, she was in the other movies, but she didn't need to literally be the daughter. Like, you could have found someone who kind of looks like her. I'm sure Sigourney Weaver has a daughter. Couldn't he use that? I don't know. It really bugs me when people make, like, a director makes that decision just to, like, include his famous friends so that you have, like, more star power to the movie, but it detracts from the character because the person doesn't fit the character. And it's just like, already, Kiri is kind of a weird character, and like, you're not really sure what they're doing with her. And then on top of that, when she's played and voiced by Sigourney Weaver, it adds that extra layer of like dissonance where I'm just like, I can't vibe with this character at all because it's so weird. It's so unrealistic and bizarre.
Yeah. Oh, it's fine. This is more of a hope problem, but you know, I get it.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
It makes for a weird, stilted performance, in my opinion. It's not natural. It doesn't seem right.
It seems wrong, mayhaps. Oh,
Hey,
cat. I want that cat.
Oh, it's a monkey.
Never mind.
Fuck.
I don't want no monkey. Ooh,
Shadow
wings.
wings.
That sounds cool.
But yeah, that's fine. I think there was definitely some times where it did kind of look janky. Like, frame rate got really weird.
Yeah, the
during
frame
some
rate gets really
scenes.
funky. I'm assuming it's a thing with the 3D. And then, like, I think there's supposed to be, like, a high frame rate version that is not what we were seeing. I don't know. I'm not going to defend it on that. Like, whatever. There were definitely frame rate drops.
It was weird.
It was quite odd.
I think the thing that keeps me from, like, feeling the way everybody else seems to feel about this being, like, a visual masterpiece or whatever is that I just feel like I'm watching a video game cutscene.
Yeah.
And so to me, it doesn't feel like I'm watching a movie. It feels like I'm watching a video game cutscene, and it doesn't seem that special.
To me, I'm a lot more blown away by, like, I all the time get recommended videos on YouTube that are people fucking around with Unreal Engine 5, and it looks so ridiculously photorealistic that, like, it kind of just breaks your brain. And I'm just like, I'm not really getting that out of Avatar. I guess it's because you're so used to movies looking like CGI photorealistic that it doesn't really, it's not doing anything new, you know?
Yeah.
It's just like, is the most of a thing, you know?
Right. I mean, in 2010, I could see why people thought
Yeah.
that, but in 2022, I just don't feel that way.
Yeah, it's just like everything is this now, you know?
Yeah, it's like, well, every Marvel movie kind of looks like this, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I get that technically there's a lot of things that make it very impressive, but when we're talking the final product, what I'm looking at on the screen, I just can't feel that amazed by it, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe
Especially
I
when
just like to
it's-
be contrarian.
I mean, but it's also like they just don't really do anything interesting with the world, you know? It's like, it's a fantasy world. It's just like, you know, it's like, okay,
Well, it's just an excuse to see whales.
yeah. It's just like a little bit of an elevated version of the nature we already have.
That's
So
the
it's
problem
like, it's not that
to me, is like,
crazy.
this movie doesn't feel more impressive than like a movie with really amazing cinematography that's shot practically in real life.
Yeah.
You know? I feel like that,
Messing around.
to me, creates a much more impressive
Yeah.
technical feat than this.
And you want to feel that sensation of like, you don't know where real and unreal starts and ends, you know?
Yeah.
Which I guess, like, I'd shown you that video earlier today of, like, someone showing how there's shots where, like, it might be, like, a real person's hand and then the rest is CGI or something. But then, like, even with that, like I didn't have any proof that that was the case, for one.
Yeah.
And second, like, it just doesn't do it for me in the same way as like a, you know, like a practical effects movie that does really good, where you're just like, I don't know what's practical and what isn't anymore, you know, because it all
Yeah.
looks so good.
Exactly.
Doesn't give you the same impact.
It's just kind of like, yeah, I'm watching a video game.
How do I use this? I don't know.
Sure am. But, hey, at least it was better than another movie that we watched while we were on this vacation.
Oh, yeah. We watched, fucking, A Quiet Place 2.
Yeah.
God, terrible.
What a fucking awful
Awful.
movie.
Awful
Fuck
movie.
you, John Krasinski. That movie fucking sucks. That's gotta be the worst movie I've
So
seen this
bad.
year. I
Which,
hate
you know,
it.
you guys, I'm sure we talked about it back in the day. I doubt anyone would remember, but, like, we did not like the first one.
But
You
this
know, that
one's
was
so
also
much
a shitty
worse.
movie, but this was just so
It
fucking
takes
awful.
so much
Here,
convenience.
describe what happens while I go pee, because I gotta pee.
So, the second movie picks up directly after the first movie, but before they throw you back into continuing the events of the first movie, they do a flashback to when John Krasinski was still alive, and it's right as the aliens are attacking, and they show you how they came down in a meteor and basically disrupted human society from that point. Like, they, you know, come into this town and they wreak havoc, and John Krasinski, through encountering them in this way, gets the first inkling that they're triggered by sound. That's really the only, like, extra bit of information you get from the start of this movie, and then they jump right into you know, the family having to leave the house because the monsters know where they are, I guess. I don't know. So they of course they have the stupid fucking infant that they're putting in the basket with the oxygen tank so that when it cries, the monsters won't hear it or whatever. First of all, no, I'm not buying that anyway, but whatever. That's not even the primary issue with this movie. Through a series of events, they run into a guy they knew from before the world went to shit, and he's got, like, a stronghold set up in this, like, industrial warehouse, and he's got this system where he's, like, he hides inside of a bank vault, because the monsters can't hear him in there, even though he's already down in, like, a subterranean vault with the bank vault inside of it. It's retarded. But anyway, the daughter gets it in her head that, like, there's a song playing on the radio, that Beyond the Sea is playing on the radio, and she's convinced that there's a colony on an island where it's going to be safe, and they can get away from the monsters. And it leads down this silly little road of hijinks where she tries to make a trek out to the island, and the family friend guy, who originally, you know, he kind of brushed her off because she's deaf, and he didn't bother making an effort to really get to know her, and so they bond, and they make this journey to the island, which turns out to actually be like a perfect utopia where everyone is living in peace, and the monsters can't get to them because the monsters can't swim. The monsters can't swim. The monsters invaded a planet primarily covered in water, and they can't swim. That was, first of all, what? Anyway, I mean, I know Signs did it too, where, like, the monsters, the aliens were affected by water, but whatever. So, yeah, can't swim. Monsters can't swim. So they make it out to the utopian island, and they're like, oh, yes, we finally found a place where we're safe, and we can bring our family here, and we can live in peace. But then it turns out that the monster, the alien, drove a motorboat to the island so that it could attack everyone and fuck them up. The alien drove a motorboat to the island so that it could come kill them because it can't swim. So it decided to drive a boat to the... I know it didn't canonically. It's not meant to be implied that the alien drove the boat to the island, but the boat, like, shows up a day later. I think it's meant to be implied the alien was on the boat and the boat happened to drift to the island, but really, what are the odds of that happening? The alien drove the boat, right? Like, realistically, the alien drove the boat to the island so that he could kill all these people. So the alien drives the boat to the island. Meanwhile, there's also an alien attacking the family in the subterranean vault back home. And they're just doing everything in their power to get fucking ganked because they're stupid and they break all their own rules, and they're they have no brain cells to rub together. So the daughter uses the radio station on the island to like explode the alien that drove the boat to the island. And also somehow the family manages to kill the alien that was attacking them in the subterranean vault. And then they all meet up again, and then they're continuing their quest to keep being alive in the alien apocalypse, I guess. That's the movie. Oh, and at the start of the movie, the son gets his foot caught in a bear trap, and then 20 minutes later, he's fine. This kid got his foot macerated by a bear trap, and 10 minutes later, he's walking around like it's nothing. He's completely fine. No antibiotics, no pain medications, totally fine. Just absolutely fine. So yeah, an alien drove a boat in this movie, and a kid got his foot stuck in a bear trap and walked it off. And that's what happened in The Quiet Place Part 2.
The alien driving the boat was so
The alien driving the boat was honestly the funniest
so
shit
good
I've ever seen.
Oh my god. It was so
I
fucking
refuse
funny.
to believe that the alien didn't drive that boat. He did.
It was just
he
like,
absolutely did.
what the fuck was that? What?
What a fucking awful movie. It's just so bad. Every character in that movie is an idiot, an awful, and
it's just
boring.
the logic of it breaks down so hard when it's like, okay, so one piece of information that we never get in the movie is, like, it seems like the whole world was annihilated by these aliens.
Yes.
We only get to see a meteorite fall, like, in their town, like, in the main character's town that had the aliens on it.
Yes.
It's like the implication there is that they were like a ground zero for the fucking aliens, you know?
Sure.
Which they aren't.
Right.
Because presumably the aliens have destroyed the entire world.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, so how many meteorites fell? And then it's like, so did a meteor fall on Hawaii? Because now we've established that the aliens cannot swim.
Right.
So there must have been enough meteors to get to Hawaii, in Japan, and all these island places,
nations?
island nations that wouldn't have had any problem with this. It probably would have been, you know, proactively figuring out how to save the rest of the world from this problem. Don't get any of that. So, like, okay, did they land everywhere?
Begs the question.
Or did the aliens drive boats to all the islands
they
and kill all
boated
the
to
people?
the islands, yes. It also begs the question, what did they come to Earth for?
Yeah.
A planet made mostly of water when they don't eat. I've never seen them eat a single person that they killed. They just kill the person and then go. So what are they here for? They don't need food.
The planet was
they
too
don't
noisy.
need resources. They're too stupid to collect like any kind of resource.
They could hear the people on Earth through the vacuum of space, and all of our bullshit.
They were mad
radio
because we were too
signals.
loud.
Yeah, they were mad because we were too lound, and they spotted us from across the galaxy. And
They just want
came
peace and
over fucked
quiet.
us up.
Of course. Oh my god. How foolish of me. Anyway, Quiet Place Part 2 is way fucking worse than Avatar.
Yeah, it's pretty ass.
It fucking sucks.
It's fucking stupid.
Also, there's so much feet. There's so much feet in
There's a lot
Quiet
of
Place
feet,
Part
yeah.
2. I could have sworn Quentin Tarantino had a hand in it. There's so much feet. I don't know if John Krasinski's like secretly a feet guy, but there's so much feet. Just more close-ups, long, fucking, just meandering close-ups of feet. It's so weird. Oh, God. And then, like, torturing feet. Like, getting your foot caught in a bear trap. Stepping on fucking nails.
Yeah, there's a lot of foot torture.
Like, there's so much foot torture. And so many, like, long close-ups of feet.
Feet and feet-related
Slow,
activities.
slow shots, slow panning feet shots. It's like John Krasinski has a problem, obviously.
A foot problem.
A foot problem, yeah. Oh, but also apparently in
I guess
Iceland,
she's just laying on the floor of this room, by the
there's
way.
2 beds and she's chosen the floor. And chairs.
Well, she's a little mental scarred from what happened to her on the beds.
Well, she has chairs.
Yeah, that's true, chair.
Oh, Lala's being so cute.
Lala's in my lap again.
She's
with
got her head rested on this arm.
She wants
Very
pets so
sweet.
bad. She's quite precious.
Everything should be
I'm gonna give her some pets.
Aww. She did have her head just shoved into my arm.
She did, yeah.
It's quite funny. Yeah, so Quiet Place 2 sucked.
Yeah.
Alright, back to the adventure. So we saw Avatar at the mall.
And there was an intermission.
Yeah, there's an intermission. So we go to this theater in Iceland. It's pretty populated in there. A lot of people going to see Avatar.
Yeah, it was a pretty full theater.
It's at this nice mall. And there were a lot of kids in there going to see Avatar, which, like, Avatar's a kid's movie.
It's a kid's
Let's be
movie,
real.
sure.
It's a kid. It's
Yeah.
more. I guess it's more of like a teen, kind of like a young adult novel type movie, and that's kind of why the plot is so fucking basic as fuck. Because it's really like, you know, it's like it's in between the ages of seeing like Secret Life of Pets and Hunger Games. Like Hunger
Yeah.
Games is a little more older teen. This is like younger teen movie. I think that's kind of the real target audience, but like it's got enough gore in it to kind of appeal to adults and like
The
a
gore
little
is
bit
so
adult, but
funny.
like there's nothing adult themed about it at all. It's mostly
No.
about little kids. So it's like it's very much a kids movie. But yeah, so there's a lot of kids there, and there's an intermission. The intermission in Iceland, it just kind of stops the movie,
The movie
randomly.
just stops.
It
The
just
screen goes dark
stops.
and the lights come on instantly.
And then as soon as that happens, me and Hope, of course, because if this happened in America, we'd be like, oh no, the theater broke, and
Yeah,
we're going
we
to be
think,
sitting
oh,
here
the
for a while,
projection
because that
broke,
happens all the
what's
time. But immediately, all the kids get up and run. And they run out of the room.
Every child in the theater, gone.
So like, oh, it must be an intermission, because like everyone seemed to know what was going on immediately when the lights came on. And then it proceeded to, like, you know, we go use the bathroom, and then, like, all the kids, once they're done going pee, they proceed to just fucking dart around the room.
They're just gallivanting around the theater.
So there's just, like, 15 children just, like, running around the theater as fast as
Just
they can.
cavorting.
Like, racing and seeing how fast and annoying they could possibly be. And it was quite something.
Just to see every child in that theater just, like, running around at the front of the theater. And then, like, they somehow all just knew when the intermission was about to end and went back to their seats. And that was it.
It was very strange.
Which, I mean, it's a 3.5-hour movie, so, like, I get it. It's a movie meant for kids. It's 3.5 hours long. I can
got
see why
Voice
you'd
2.
want an intermission for kids. Because it's a lot. But it was really funny.
We got Voice 2.
Oh my god. Voice 2? That's my favorite
2.
voice.
Yes. A quiet voice. A silent voice.
Mm-hmm.
A quiet voice. A quiet place. A voice that's not very loud.
So anyway, we saw Avatar.
Yeah. And then we walked around the mall for a while looking for food. There wasn't
Yeah.
anything good. There was TGI Fridays. And some other stuff that kind of looked like a TGI Fridays. And then we left the mall and we went and got a burger.
Boygus.
It was a fine burger at a fine burger establishment.
It was like a really American styled burger joint.
Yeah, it's like
and
a
that's
little
where like
burger
all
chain.
the tattooed dudes of Iceland were.
Yeah, it's all the Iceland tattoo guys. And yeah, that was that day.
Yeah, that was our chill day.
Yeah, that was the chill day, and then we had 2 more days of adventuring. The day after that, we get up and we were gonna try to go to some national park that's kind of more northern.
Yeah.
There's like a 2.5-hour drive to get there. And now this day, the hurricane force winds really fucking kicked in. All the roads are cleared out, and it's fine to travel around, and we could go up north and we could leave the city. But the wind is just fucking
It's
insane.
ripping.
It is ripping hard. It's like we drive up, there's a beautiful, beautiful mountain landscape going up north. Really like northwest, kind of in the middle of the island. It like goes off in this like peninsula that we were exploring. Real beautiful journey out there.
So much
But
shopping, Callus.
you know, we stop at a little town and stuff, and we continue our journey. We get to the national park that we were going to, which turns out is just like this little parking lot in the middle of like what feels like absolutely
It's
nowhere.
a park.
Like, it's just nothing. And we get out of the car, and the wind is just fucking intense. Like, it's the
so
most, like, the most
bad.
intense wind I've ever felt in my life, for sure. Really, really bad. And we get out, and we find this sign, and it's like, it's literally like from this little parking lot, it's like
Thank you so much.
several mile hike to like the coast where you can see like the cliffs and all like the landmarks and stuff, and then there's like a giant hike around this loop. But the wind is so intense, we could not have hiked 100 feet. Like,
No.
it was fucking insane. And like, it's fine when you're looking in one direction when you're like with the wind, but as soon as you turn around, it's unbearable. It's
Yeah.
like, it's so hardcore that it'll like gust, and then it feels like it goes into your lungs and you can't breathe for a second because of how hard the wind is blowing at you. So we're like, okay, we obviously can't walk around this park, so I guess we'll just continue down this road and see what's around. And then like I found some little pull-off road, and we drove down there, and then there's like a little thing that we're trying to look at, and we get out, and there's like what looks like it would have been a parking lot if it weren't all snowed in. And we walk up to it, and the wind around this like parking lot enclosed like little mountain crescent was even stronger, and it was just fucking crazy. It was crazy how strong the wind was. And so we had like walked a little bit of ways from the car over to this spot, and we're like, fuck, well, we can't go any further, so let's walk back to the car. And then the walk back to the car was just absolutely intense.
Awful.
It was fucking crazy. Just freezing our fucking faces off, because of course, you know, the wind is freezing cold, because it's negative 13 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
The whole time we're there. So that was fucking nuts. And we get in the car, and we find another spot that's like a little inactive volcano, and we drive up to that, and we walk up the stairs to that with the absolutely hardcore wind. And it's like, we could have explored it a little bit more, but it was just like way too treacherous.
Yeah, there really wasn't much like in the way of guardrails at the top of the volcano,
Oh, what did she
and with
ask
the
for?
wind going the way it was, no. Yogurt.
Yogurt? Am I supposed to make yogurt or something?
You're supposed to make
Fuck am I supposed to
yogurt.
make yogurt? Oh god. Jesus, the questing in this game is intense. Anywho, yeah, so we couldn't do much. We spent 2.5 hours driving out there, and then it was like, all right, well, we'll just drive back, and by the time it's back, it'll be dark, and that was the day. We went and did our little park adventure, which wasn't much of an adventure at all, but you know, it was fun. And driving around is so beautiful that that's kind of like
Just up ahead.
the whole appeal, anyways, you know.
Don't worry. I saw them trigger the lock with
But that was our second to last adventure. What did we do that night?
here.
We get dinner somewhere,
See?
or did we not really get dinner
Switch to a
somewhere?
rally of each statue. Pressing them at the same time.
I don't really remember.
Oh, we got the ramen, didn't we?
Oh yeah, we went to the what seemed to be the only ramen place in all of Iceland, which is
Yeah.
in the city, and it was really good.
Yeah, it was good.
We got what they called an Iceland style ramen, which I figured might as well get it because we're here and it's the only, like, it was a very unique type of ramen.
Yeah, it was.
Even though
Had
they
like
had the
a
more traditional stuff there, but it was like,
Time-based broth.
yeah. But like, hey, we're in Iceland, and this is their Iceland-themed ramen at this place. It seemed like it was an authentic, like, owned by a Japanese ramen place.
Yeah, it was good.
It was great. It was better than most of
was
the
a-
ramen we could get in the States.
Tiny little shop, and it was completely full.
Yeah, it was like proper ramen place in the way that there were like 7 seats in there. And it was
Yeah.
just like little hole in the wall. Just a couple people slamming you out some ramen. It was real delicious.
Yeah.
It had lamb in it, which is very unique. Very non-traditional Japanese, but it's a lot of very solid broth.
You too.
Yeah, the broth was real good.
But yeah, real good ramen. Yeah, and that was that day. And then we had our final adventure day.
Yeah.
So we decided, because when we were in the town of Vik, we couldn't really do much because it had
We
snowed
couldn't
so
leave.
much. So like, there's the other side of the beach is so like in the town you can go to the beach, but the other side of it is behind a big mountain. And the other side is the side that they filmed like Game of Thrones at, and it's a more famous and more popular. So we wanted to finally go back and explore the other side of the beach. And then there's also like a kind of like islandy thing along the beach. That's like a little mountain island that used to be a mountain before the before the volcano eruption filled up the whole place with a plain of lava or whatever. So we wanted to check that out. So we ventured back down there, and we checked out the beach, and it was cool, and it was absolutely filled to the brim with tourists.
Yep.
And it was real fun.
Yeah. And Victor almost lost his drone.
Yeah, I almost lost my drone. So this was the last day I had the opportunity to fly a drone. So we went back to Vic so I could fly the drone in Vic. And then we went to that beach, and like it seemed like a place where you probably weren't supposed to be flying a drone, but there was no drone signs.
There was no
So I was like,
drone
okay,
sign,
I'm just gonna
so
fly
it's
it,
fine.
fuck it. But we were flying it on the beach, and the beach is pretty windy. And then, like, you know, the ocean's right there. So, like, it's kind of hard to even fly it without getting over the ocean. And as soon as I started to get over the ocean, it just started taking the drone. And so I had a little moment of absolutely freaking out where it looked like the drone was just, like, going AWOL. Which it could have just been that it lost GPS for a moment and started freaking out because it stabilized after that. But, like, my legs were shaking and shit. I was so nervous because I really didn't want to lose the drone. So I didn't fly it too much, but, it was quite comical, and it was a nice little time on the little beach. It was cool. There were 2 people doing bridal photos there in the freezing fucking
And it was
cold.
freezing
Absolutely
cold.
ridiculous. This is a hardcore boss. You can do fucking 3 or 4 hits in a row. God damn, this guy's slamming.
Yeah.
This song is fucking dope though. I like his little jetpack.
His jetpack.
Listen to that music.
Yeah. So we
is a
checked out the
fucking
Game
banger,
of
man.
Thrones beach, and we bopped around, and then it was time to go home.
And it's time to go home because it was getting dark. Oh, and we went to the other spot, which was the non-Game of Thrones spot, which we thought was a Game of Thrones spot.
Yeah.
But we get there, and this is like a little island thing, and like as soon as you drive through the gate, there's no drone signs fucking everywhere. Everywhere. We explore that place for a while, and then of course, as we're like finishing up, there's some fucking dude flying his drone around, and I'm like flipping off the drone, just like. Because it's one of those things where you have to respect these rules in these places, in public places, because if everyone flew their drone, there'd be fucking drones everywhere.
Yeah.
Because a lot more people have these things than people realize, you know? Like, we witnessed probably 3 or 4 people along our journey that were flying drones actively.
So in the summer, I can only imagine there's dozens
It's gotta be
and
really,
dozens
really
of
bad.
people at any given time who could fly a drone at any of these sites.
Same thing with Japan, where it's like you go and it's like if they allowed you to fly drones at those national landmarks, there's so many tourists, it would just be drones flying fucking everywhere. It would be absolutely insane. There'd never not be a drone in your sight because there's so many tourists and they're so cheap, you know, that everyone's got them. So you really got to respect those rules when there's signs and shit saying, hey, don't do this.
Especially when they repeatedly tell you, like,
Yeah.
hey, no, don't do that here. But
And
this
like
guy,
I get it if it's, you know, if it's not busy and you feel like you can get away with it or whatever, or you just don't care. But like we ended up when we were driving away, we actually saw the guy like standing next to his car while the drone was returning. Like he had parked outside of the park to fly his drone into the park. I'm amazed it even got that far.
it
like,
got pretty far.
This guy knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah, he knew he wasn't supposed to be flying his drone, because when we drove by, he like looked like, oh, I'm not doing
Oh,
anything.
Jesus, this guy's fucking me up. Anywho, yeah. So yeah, be respectful with your drones. Don't be a fucking dig. But yeah, that was our last adventure day, and then the next day was time to fly home.
Yeah,
And I guess that's the whole story.
and that's what we did.
Oh no, we had the airport. Talking about the airport on the way home.
Oh. So, as an American, you know, we have TSA, right? They make you take your shoes off, you take all the liquids out of your bag, blah, 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 whatever. So, I would say airport security is not lax, you know? But on our way home, going through the Keflavik airport, I have never had so many airport employees grill me about where I'm going and why and where I've been and what I was doing there and if anyone in the airport gave me something or if I left my bags unattended and can I see your passport and can I see your boarding pass. We must have had 6 different people ask to see our passport and boarding pass after we went through TSA. After
Really
we went
crazy.
through TSA. Which TSA didn't make us take our shoes off. first of all. But then, like, 10 different guys are gonna grill me about what I was doing in Iceland? Like, I don't understand.
Yeah.
What is happening
Which,
here?
my theory is that it's about stopping like drug trade, because I think Iceland is a pretty common stop from Europe to the States.
Yeah, it is.
In terms of like being a layover point between flights, because a lot of people that we met in the airport were just on a layover from flying from England or something.
Yeah.
And so they probably are really vigilant about trying to stop drug trade in that airport. But it is just hilarious to be there witnessing this. God damn it, she died. It'd be like, what did we do? Like, it starts to make you feel like am I in trouble?
It's like, at a certain point, the guy is like grilling me about like how long we were in Iceland and what we're doing there, and I was like, what was I doing? How long were we here? What was I doing? I don't know. I'm scared. I'm being yelled at.
It's quite funny.
But yeah, they took that shit real seriously.
Then we had the classic, long journey home with the agonizing plane ride, and then you get back to the States, and you have to deal with the first thing that happens to you anytime you go back to the U.S. is that you end up in some line where some lady is just yelling at you to move through the line, and it's quite hilarious, because that's just how America is.
Yep, back in customs.
And then we had the drive home from Baltimore, which was a whole thing. But then we were home. Just in time for Christmas Eve.
Hey! And then it was Christmas Eve.
I'm probably gonna lose this fight, man. This guy's tough.
Yeah, this guy is really whipping ass.
That all you got? Ooh. I don't think that is all he's got. I think he's got a lot more.
He has an ab window in his outfit. That's how you know he means business.
Oh yeah. Oh damn, he got attacked twice in a row because I had the shuffle. I'm dead. Nice. Wow.
Oof. No, you got.
Damn you, Jetpack Man. Yeah, he's got a super move. He's no bug.
Oh.
No.
Got
I get to try again at least. I like the try again feature. Yay.
I guess on the like important bosses, they give you another chance.
Thank God. 'Cause now I can correct my deck a little bit. This is a third part combo. I can't even do third part combo.
That was our surprise 2-week trip to Iceland, I suppose.
Yeah. And it was fun. It was good. I'm glad we had the extra time in the end, Yeah.
Oh, and then we came home and saw the whale.
Yeah, we saw the whale. The movie The Whale. It's not literally a
the
whale.
real through line of the trip was fucking whales.
Yeah,
man.
whales. Oh my God. 'Cause we went to the whale museum. We saw the whale penises. We
saw Avatar.
Yeah, we saw lots of whales.
It was a fucking whale-palooza out there.
Whale-palooza indeed. We got this, boys. I'm gonna beat this guy, and then we'll probably finish the episode because we're done telling the story.
Yeah, big story.
Yeah. Yeah,
Of
The
course
Whale, good movie. Obviously we don't want to spoil that one.
Yeah,
it's a deep movie.
It's a character study, character drama kind of movie. So go in with those kinds of expectations. It literally all takes place basically in one room. So,
Yeah, it's based on a stage play.
Yeah,
and it
stage play.
absolutely 100% feels like it's based on a stage play.
Yeah.
It is thoroughly a stage play.
But it is quite good.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it.
Let's see. Equip. I give her an item. New. Just gotta, trick out my guys.
How are all your guys still level 1?
I don't know.
I feel like
Oh, maybe you have to go to the church to do the level up. Let me see. Oh, I can't because I'm in the battle.
Careful, everyone.
Because at the church, you could ask about leveling up and classing up, and I asked about classing up, but I didn't ask about how to level
I was
up.
gonna say, by now, there's no way you should still be level 1. That
Yeah,
seems
maybe
insane.
that's making this more difficult, because we've been getting a bunch of experience points, but I haven't seen a level up. Maybe I'm supposed to go level up somewhere.
Yeah, it must be the church.
Interesting. That's different. I guess I'll have to not try again and then figure out how to level up.
Yeah.
Unless I can beat him,
Well, maybe.
That would be fun.
That would be interesting.
This song is kick-ass.
Meh.
What else? What else can we talk about? We finished the Iceland story. That's kind of the big thing. I'm glad we did it. I didn't want it to be like Japan, where we don't talk about it soon enough, and then
and forget
then we
all
forget
the details.
all the good details.
Yeah. We did not eat any of the
shark.
The shark. Yeah, the fermented shark. No fermented sharks.
Any
so.
cultural observations? I guess one big thing is it seems like a lot of Icelanders, they look exactly the same. Maybe a little history of inbreeding there, you know, small island culture. Because you start to notice, like, man, all these ladies and guys, they all look exactly the same. It's quite interesting, coming from the, you know, America, the land of diversity.
Yeah, anyone who isn't a foreigner does look very similar. Definitely, like, not as like friendly or customer service oriented as America.
Not as friendly and charming as we are here.
But,
God damn!
they
I got
also-
wrecked fast. Maybe I do need to level up.
They also don't rely on tips, so, you know.
Yeah,
Take
that's
that
always
for what
that's
it
always
is.
fun. Don't let the fucking inflate your costs all the time. But everything is more expensive anyway, so
Well,
whatever.
yeah. Well, because they're probably paying them a living wage to start with.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Do 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 do. I should probably just let myself die so I can figure out leveling up. Yeah, let's just die.
Let's just die.
We definitely can't kill him without her.
Yeah.
Guys, I got a cat in my lab, and she's so adorable.
She's quite cute.
So precious.
She just wants nothing but pets.
She's
Poor
pet
Lala.
obsessed.
She
She's
was home alone
so
for
pet
2
crazy.
weeks. And when we came back, she was like traumatized.
She's deeply traumatized.
She has abandonment issues now.
Yeah, because we abandoned her.
Yeah.
We didn't feed her that whole time either.
Yeah,
we just
she
left her.
just starved for 2
We
weeks.
just let her starve.
We just figured she'd find her own way. She would revert to becoming a hunter.
Can I get a little jetpack belt like this guy?
Yeah.
Nice. Damn. Alright, let's see if we can level up.
Pet a cat, pet a cat.
Mucus.
Mucus. Dang, she gave me big pets. Yeah, you can
Let's
go
go to the
from
church.
there.
Yeah.
Level up, yeah.
Maybe you have to pray to level up. Let's
Yeah,
see.
simply
Yeah,
winning
you
is
just-
not enough. You have to pray.
Ah, you gotta
Only
pray.
then will you learn.
Oh my god.
This is, yeah. I was
It's
like, wait a
fucking
second.
religious
Why are you level
fundamentalism,
1?
man.
That doesn't make any sense.
Let's see how many times we level up.
Yeah.
Pray.
I had ironically thought about like asking you to pray.
There we
earlier.
go. Level 4. Nice. Okay. And we can class up. Oh, now we can probably use more cards in a row.
Yeah.
Oh
That's
my
gonna
God,
definitely
dude.
make life easier.
Wow.
Oh, the deck has been expanded. Nice.
Wow, we can hold more cards. Oh, this is a big fucking change. Alright, now we can probably cream this guy. We've been playing on hard mode this whole time.
You've been just walking through this game on level 1
God,
this whole
we're doing a
time.
fucking challenge run.
Yeah, for real.
Oh yeah, now we
Nice.
can do a 3 combo. Oh my god, this changes everything. Oh, that's awesome.
I'm glad I noticed that you were level 1.
Yeah.
It's like when
I was
you
wondering, because we kept getting experience. I didn't notice any level ups.
It's like when you played Splatoon with literally no level
Yeah.
up, no upgrades.
My Splatoon challenge run.
Your fucking Nuzlocke Splatoon.
Amazing. Thank God.
Nice.
Now we can hold a
alright.
lot more defensive items and healing items. And now I should take one of these and then give her the... Because I was like, God, this guy just is fucking relentless.
I was sitting there and I was like, I feel like you shouldn't be level 1 fighting this guy. Huh.
Yeah, when you're 3 hours into the game and you haven't fucking leveled up.
Yeah.
Do 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 do. The hood is good.
She just wants attention. What are you doing? Aww.
She's so cute.
She's
She put her little head on me. It's adorable. I love this cat so much. She's such a precious cat. Oh my god, it's the perfect cat. It's the most perfect cat in the world.
Get big scratches.
Alright, we gotta talk about something.
Talking about
Cat scratches?
Yeah.
Talking about cute cat scratches?
talking about cute cat.
I mean, I guess whoever's still here at the end of this is they're in it for the long run. You know, they don't care.
We're like 2.5 hours into this.
Oh, yeah, I gotta take a picture of the guy too.
Oh yeah, so you can sell his card.
I wonder if my character will hold more cards now.
Yeah.
Like in his hand, I mean.
Oh.
Because I've only ever had access to 3 at a time.
Hmm.
I gotta get my picture so I can sell it. I'm a photographer.
You're a real paparazzi motherfucker.
Pooparazzi. Alright, dude, let's go fuck this guy up.
Alright.
Fuck yeah.
Let's do it. Let's get him.
Let's
Sick
fucking
'em.
get him. We're fucking roided up and ready to go.
Yeah, probably
Save.
definitely want to save after doing that. What are you looking at, you goofy cat?
She's so precious.
She really does just want to be hanging out.
Yeah, we just need to have a la cam.
Yeah, definitely. If only you could
Oh,
see.
sorry to the one Vic and Hope fan who was living in Iceland that I forgot to respond to. I don't know. It's not like we would have wanted to hang out or anything because we're awkward.
Well, that is true.
But could have asked for some recommendations. But appreciate you. Iceland's neat. It's cool that you live there.
We had a good time.
Sorry we didn't hang. It's alright, well, but we will be in Iceland again.
Eventually.
We will come back and do our 2-week tour.
Our planned 2-week tour.
Yeah. In the summertime when you can see more things because it's summer.
Oh, we did get to see.
Oh yeah, the seals that were at the Game of Thrones beach.
Yeah, there were seals.
And I got my shoes wet because
Yeah.
luckily we had all waterproof stuff on. But like as soon as I saw the seal, I was like, dude, I'm getting in that water. Like I don't care if I get wet. I'm gonna stand in the water and get a fucking picture of the seal. Look, I can do 3 attacks now. This is fucking nuts.
Okay, that's better.
Much better. I bet now I can do like a 3 of a kind.
Mhm. Yeah, at Reynisfjara Beach. That's where there were the seals. That's the Game of Thrones beach.
Yeah.
And
It
we
was
were hanging
fucking
out.
sick.
We were getting ready to leave, and like Vic noticed something popping up in the water. He's like, "That's a seal!"
Yeah.
And there was a whole bunch of them. There was a whole little pack of seals.
It was so cool. They were adorable.
They were very cute.
Is that all?
No puffins though. It's not. Puffin
Yeah, no puffins.
season.
Not puffin season. They were not around. But we did get to see the seals. There was a whole lot of them, too. And they were hanging out.
They were
chill
vibing.
boys. They were chill. They were cute. They were having a good time.
Yeah, good boys.
Ding dong.
We're seal appreciators in this house. Fuck dolphins.
We're Navy SEALs.
Seals are where it's at.
Yeah, dolphins are gross. Too rapey. Not fun.
Yeah. Great voice acting.
Yeah. Damn, dude, we're so much stronger now. Oh yeah, get that picture. Selfie for the snap.
Gotta get it for the
the
gram.
gram.
Smile, bitch.
Hey, bitch. Do 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 do. Like there's like lyrics to this.
Yeah.
It just does not feel like a boss fight song. It feels like a snowboarding song.
Blech.
It's like 1080. Look at that, we got 3 8s, but that's gonna do a lot of damage. I don't know.
That's a lot of damage.
I'm doing it right? Yeah, that's correct. I guess I should do heal, cause I don't know. Here you go.
Here you go. Saying to yourself.
Yeah. He just likes to talk to himself sometimes, you know? Donk. Donk. Is that all you got?
Is that all you got?
Is that all you got for me? The box of Cheerios?
What?
That's all he's got.
Oh.
He's got his box of Cheerios.
Oh, okay.
Hmm. Yeah, I can use this attack now. Yeah, let's see what this attack.
Dragon of the Darkness Flame.
Yeah. Shadow Wings. Boof. Get fucked. Sick. I'm having fun. I like this game. Turned out fine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for being an naysayer in the beginning. We ended up with enough battles that it is fine and
You gotta
fun.
get past the initial talk.
And just blowing through the dialogue that you know is like, who cares? All the tutorial shit and nonsense. Alright. Card battle. Heart of the cards. You have the heart of the cards?
here he
I've got the heart of the
comes.
cards. Ouchie. Ouchie blast.
Meh.
Bungus beam.
I'll finish you.
Wow.
Boing.
Oh wow.
Damn, hell
That's
yeah.
pretty tough.
Did a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
That's
Shit,
a
I
lot
just
of
shuffled.
damage. Can you control when you shuffle?
Nah, it's just when you run out of cards. You see the card counter on the side?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Is that all you got?
No, you
Is that all you got? I'm gonna do a Baten Kaitos cosplay.
Yeah.
It's just way too intricate. I can't do that. Really fucking this guy up this time.
We'll see.
Nah, we're gonna win. Now that we're not level 1.
Yeah. I think this battle would have been almost impossible at level 1.
Yeah, probably. He's probably got a shitload of health.
Yeah.
Is it all you've got?
Hmm.
Got a few 4s. Chronos blow.
Okay.
Oh, I guess it's a healing round. Take a picture of myself.
Nice.
Get rid of this bamboo shoot. This fucking camera.
Can you sell the picture of
I
yourself?
like this fantasy world where you've got cameras and jetpacks, I guess. I mean, jetpack could be magic. The camera just looks like a normal ass camera.
It does look like a normal camera.
Hmm. Shit, I'm really taking some heat here. I should have threw away some cards. I wasn't paying enough attention. Ow.
Owie.
We got fucked up. Oh my god, he just keeps attacking. It's alright guys, we're gonna beat this guy and then we'll be done. Oh my god, he did another 4-part attack. Holy shit. He's just unleashing hell.
Yeah.
Ooh, a third 2. Hell yeah. 96. Right? Ooh, this is gonna be good.
Oh, yeah?
Oh no, that stops your combo. Okay. Because I had the other thing I could have used as the third card, but it stopped it because of this one. So you have to use the
You gotta
super
use the
move
other
last.
first, yeah.
Oh, I beat him. Yay.
Haha, get wrecked, nerd.
Fucking Giacomo. He's quite ripped for this weird old man.
Yeah.
Maybe it's fake
Undulating
abs.
abs. See you, nerds.
Damn.
The face.
Nothing like when you win the battle in the
And then
game
you
and
get
then you lose
shreked.
at the cutscene. Classic JRPG shit.
Yeah.
Nice. I got the picture. Excellent. Could sell that for a pretty penny. A sweet nickel.
No! Get back!
Giacomo.
Giacomo.
Damn it, Giacomo. Damn.
Dad. His fucking pained face is so funny.
God.
Are you alright, Callus? We can't stay here.
Yeah.
Fucking hilarious.
That face, though.
Did not nail it on the character drawings. Another card at the boss stage where we can't pick it up.
Yeah.
Because it gives you a reason to go back to places.
City escape.
Yeah. Trust
the way
me,
she
and
runs,
we will
Jesus.
escape from La City.
Why does she run like that?
You know, it's a lady run.
Mm.
The song fucking kicks ass though.
Mm.
Not remember this game having such great music. Cool. Doo doo doo.
We're just running, you know.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no! They're gonna trip on the
old
apples.
apple carts. Oh my god, that worked.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh my god.
Stopped them.
Damn, gets him every
Shit,
time.
we slipped on the apples.
Cart full of
Classic
apples?
cartoon.
Hell yeah.
Claw slipping off my hand.
She's so
She's
silly.
just gradually slid down. Cute cat. Back to the wishing well.
Indeed.
I guess we'll be safe here.
Emperor Gelderblum seems to be
Gelderblom, huh?
Gildablim.
power.
Is that what you were talking about in the forest? An evil god or something?
Yes. Malpertio, malevolent god of old. They say his powers will cause the world's destruction.
Goddamn Malpertio.
Fucking
Have you
Malpertio.
ever heard of Malpertio?
Well, I mean, I have now.
Obviously
you just told
not.
me.
You just told me about him.
Really?
I see. I came here from Mintaka. the
That's kind of
imperial
Japanesey.
Right?
I learned that Emperor Gelderblame was pursuing some kind of dangerous scheme.
Ah, sorry, Lala, my foot's going numb. I gotta move you.
Mm.
What?
Aw.
She's so cute.
I've been trying to find out what it is exactly.
I'm just getting to the next save point, then we'll stop.
Yeah.
Which seems very important to them. And then I fled. From what I managed to gather, something terrible was sealed away, deep in that forest. It had never crossed my mind they were talking about Malpertio. Callus? I need your assistance. I must uncover the Emperor's plot and put an end to his ambitions. If the evil god Malpertio should be awakened, the world will be doomed. I can't do this alone. Please help me, Callus.
You're asking the wrong guy. The Empire's plan?
I don't give a shit about any of that.
Couldn't care less. Be realistic here, Shella. You alone against the might of the Empire? How are you gonna pull that off?
I don't know.
You can't be serious. If you want someone to die a glorious death with you, look somewhere else. I won't be throwing my life away in a fight with the Empire. You can understand that, right?
Mm.
You're right, it's too much to ask.
I know, that
Nah,
sucks.
Telfer, come on. Don't be a little
Got
bitch.
to be kidding me. Maybe you're crazy enough to listen to it.
Such a dick.
If we could warn Diadem and
Anua Nua.
and all the other nations of the Emperor's plot, I'm sure they would join us.
You really believe that? that the lords and kings will listen to you and take up arms against the Empire?
Cool.
That they would actually risk the well-being of their nations on the words of a little
He's really digging in.
Okay.
It's like, what are you, fucking stupid?
keep dreaming.
Damn.
Alone.
What a fucking hater.
Right? He's sipping on that haterade.
Well, you can do what you want. It's your life, so you should take your own path. I have some unfinished business.
Yeah, do whatever you want. Bye.
By
I'm
the
out.
way, if I were you,
Just gonna leave this girl absolutely alone on her journey.
chances are you've already earned yourself a spot on the Empire.
I mean, I guess, you know, fair enough. Like, he doesn't want to fucking go die.
I'm sure you're right up there on the list too, Callus. Besides,
I mean, yeah, but we did
that
just,
man you're
you know,
after,
go start a fight, so.
Yeah, we just assaulted like a lord, so.
You've got it mixed up. The bone I have to pick is with Giacomo, not with the whole Empire. I'm not that stupid.
I'm just gonna assassinate one general in the Empire.
Who knows? I might see you again.
Great.
No, wait!
What the fuck?
You're leaving the island, right? The only way out is to take a liner to Diadem, the land of the clouds. We'll be taking the same ship, so we might as well stick together.
God, woman, leave me alone.
I can't get this broad to leave me alone.
He's like, alright. Whatever. How about I go today and you leave tomorrow? How about that? Don't want to deal with your bullshit. Just trying to go kill a general without a woman nagging me the whole fucking time.
God.
Alright. We shall save game, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's it for this episode of Vic and Hope. I just gotta say, Hope, thank you so much for buying me this game. I am enjoying it a lot. It's awesome, and it's as fun as I remember as a kid. And we were having fun playing the game, and we did a Vic and Hope, and that was a long one. It was 4 hours,
Oh my
almost
God.
4.5 hours. It was
Oh,
good.
wow.
Yeah, you didn't realize how long that was, did
No,
you?
I really didn't.
Nope,
That
we
explains
did,
why my
about
throat hurts,
4.5
though.
hours. So now we're gonna go get some dinner.
Yeah, I'm hungry.
6 o'clock.
I'm ready to eat.
Thank you guys for watching, and we'll see
Bye,
you next
guys.
time.
Merry
Bye.
Crimbus.